From the lively streets of Hanoi, it's bright and early as excitement is building for this year's 2024 Hanoi Open. Over the next 6 days, pool players from all over the world will battle it out for the title, which was won last year by Jason Shaw. Will Eagle Eye make it back-to-back wins, or will we have a new name on the trophy? Stay tuned. Over the next few days, we will see the very best of 9-ball pool right here in Hanoi.
Each year, Hanoi attracts 20 million visitors, and it's so easy to see why. This week, what some call the Paris of the East plays host to 256 global queuists. Yes, one of the world's fastest growing cities is the latest stop on the equally fast developing World 9-Ball Tour. Welcome to the National Indoor Sports Gymnasium, and welcome to day one of the Mansion Sports Hanoi Open Pool Championship. This really should be something special, certainly if last year's inaugural staging is anything to go by. Back then, 3,000 people were packed into this venue, and today, well, lots of attractions out there as well. We start our coverage on table 2 with Nguyen Antoine against Andre Dimitriev. As for table 1, well, quite appropriately, it will be defending champion Jason Shaw getting things underway. Was it really 12 months ago when he potted this 9-ball to edge Albin Auschen 13-12 in what was the perfect final? Perfect because it was so dramatic, perfect because it was high quality, and perfect because it was played in front of 3,000 fans who absolutely loved every minute of the contest. So now we're back. And the tournament, the second staging of the Hanoi Open, has begun. Shaw's initial opposition will be supplied by Nguyen Dat Phai of Vietnam, one of many Vietnamese players involved in the event this year. First round, it's a race to 9 as always. And after breaking off dry, all Shaw could do was push out. He always looks for the attacking option, does Eagle Eye, the Scotsman, the 36-year-old, but sometimes there's simply nothing there. Quite an awkward table this, with 3 stymied right now, and not an easy cut on the 2. Oh, what a shot from Shaw. Is that a sign of things to come? Brilliance straight out of the gate. He's such an inspirational potter. When he's on his game, few are better, if any. Individually, 2024 has not been a fruitful year. But of course, that could all change with a successful title defence. Now for our first match, I've got a very special commentator. The US Mosconi Cup captain, Skylar Woodward.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, good, thanks. I'll tell you what, Jason's played some lovely shots so far in this first rack. I was saying if this is a sign of things to come, it could be really interesting this week.
Yeah, it's always exciting watching Jason. He plays loose and runs out quick. It's fun to watch.
The key to this rack was a very thin 2-ball across that far short rail. Knocked that in, developed the 3 and 4, and ever since it's been plain sailing. It's been really good stuff. Not the kind of run out you expect in the first rack when players are getting acclimatised to conditions and getting that cue arm going. So 1-0 to the DC, the defending champion. So Skylar, how was the journey over here?
It was long for sure, but it was good. You know, I've been here for about a week already, so it's been good. But I really enjoy it here in Vietnam, and yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun, a lot of stuff to do, and you know, I feel like you don't run out of different things here.
And what about the Mosconi Cup preparations? Obviously, it's getting to that stage now where the teams will be determined and you'll know exactly the side you're going to put up against the Europeans.
Yeah, it's down to the end now, and it's about time for me to make my decisions, which isn't going to be fun either way, but it's okay. We're just going to, you know, put our best team out there and do everything we can. Take control.
So when it comes to making those wildcard choices, I know in the Ryder Cup the captain rings up the guys or speaks to them personally. Will you be doing that as well?
Yeah, I mean, leading up to it and everything, like we'll talk a lot and all that, and yeah, and just like me, I'm laid back and super easy going. So I just gotta try to keep everybody at ease and. For the event and everything, you know, we're just gonna have fun with it and see what happens.
Not been to the venue, but everyone reckons it's absolutely terrific in Orlando, the Carib Royale Resort. So I think we're looking forward to that in itself, and there's no doubt it's going to be the biggest ever crowd, and that will give you and your team immense support.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I've heard nothing but good things about this place also, and I mean, it's going to be nice too. Also being in a different area for all the players, I think it'll be good. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to going to Florida. It's going to be nice.
And if you are watching this in the Sunshine State, all our thoughts are with you with the approach of Hurricane Milton just after Hurricane Elaine, which is just horrible news, and we hope you keep safe and well. So what's the draw been like for you here, Skylar? Who have you got in the first round?
I play a qualifier winner, so I play a Vietnamese guy. I don't really know, but he won through a qualifier, so I'm sure he plays okay. You know, I'm just gonna try to break well. If I can break well, then I have a chance. No matter who. So, Yeah, just gonna go focus on my break, and I've been practicing it, so it's getting more consistent for myself. So that's all I can do.
It is Win Duck On who you play in the first round, and if you come through that, you will play.
He's a good player, but got to go one match at a time. So I'm just going to try to win the first one and go from there.
And I suppose when you're playing someone who you don't know at all, the key is to treat them with respect, because if you try and take a few liberties, sometimes you can fall a few racks behind and then pressure rises.
Yeah, I've done it multiple times, started off like, oh, I've got an easy match, and kind of play super loose and make a mistake, and then next thing you know, you're down 3-0 or something. The guy runs out from everywhere. But it's, yeah, you got to treat, especially in tournaments like this, you got to treat everybody with respect and just play the best you can every time, or you're going to be in trouble. And Vietnam, they've got so much hidden talent. There's so many good players here that I've never seen.
Well, treating his opponent with respect is exactly what Jason Shaw's doing, and I think it's, as you outlined, definitely the right policy.
It's like the Perry Open last week. There was so many players, but like the well-known Vietnamese players that we all see all the time didn't do that well. But then you had like 3 or 4 guys in the final 16 or something that was beating top players, and it's like crazy. They play really well.
Well, now then, 9-ball close to a pocket. Could this be the equaliser? Really, it should be.
I think it's close. I think the 9 might have actually sat on the point of the side pocket, so I'm not sure. Maybe he could have to shoot it towards the corner, which he did have to. Couldn't really tell how close it was to the side.
I think you're absolutely right. That's why he did that, because had it been away from the jaw, there's no doubt that 2-9 combination would have been quite a simple task. Now, though, Shaw's in, and he's such a phenomenal potter. You fancy him to knock anything into the pocket. Of course, Skylar, your opposing captain.
Oh, yeah, right. My rival here in a couple months. But, can't wait.
At the last Mosconi Cup, one of the notable aspects of it was his rivalry with Fedor Gorst, and presumably that's going to continue.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be good. I told Fedor, I said, anything I got to do with Jason, I'm just going to let you go. I'm going to let you deal with it. But just joking, because last year them having all their little banner against each other. But nah, it's going to be a good time, either way. But we're going to be there to win, that's for sure.
Well, you know what they say, talk is cheap, but winning the World 9-Ball Championship isn't. $250,000, so maybe Fedor had the last laugh.
Yeah, 100%. He what's crazy is that tournament he had so many threats where he was about to be out of the event and gets through every time. It was honestly quite an amazing tournament for him. As many times as he was down and all that, and how many hill matches he had, it was pretty amazing to have a tournament like that where every match is so tight.
Yeah, lost his first contest, didn't he, against Mustafa Alner, but he just kept bouncing back from adversity. Doesn't look like an awful lot of adversity for Jason Shaw here. Indeed not. So 2-0. It was all about that 2-9 combination. Skylar spotted that the 9 was on the point. That's why it wasn't going easily. That's why the attempt of win dat Phi failed. And that's why Jason Shaw ultimately is 2-0 up. So I must ask you this, Skylar. Has the responsibility of being Mosconi Cup captain affected you either positively or negatively in terms of individual performances?
No, I don't feel that. You know, I haven't really had the best results in the first half of the year, but I feel like I was playing really well. Maybe I was paying a little bit too much attention, I guess, to the other players, just you know, taking on my role as captain. But you know, the last 2 or 3 months, I've decided just to not even pay attention, really just worry about myself more in even more in these big events, because still I have to do my job and try to win myself. So not paying as much attention to the players, but I am still paying attention. But I don't feel that it's really messed with me like a whole lot, but it's I think it did a little in the beginning, but it's all good now, and you know, I'm good. The team is really gonna shape itself out. It's really gonna fall into place, and well, whoever's gonna be on is really gonna be on and earn it. So we'll see who's gonna make it, and you know, yeah, I'm not really putting the pressure on myself about that during these events now, because you know, yeah, I just gotta I gotta try to do the best I can myself, you know. Also, I gotta win. I want to win. They want to win. So I just gotta worry about myself more than anything in these events.
Sounds like a sensible philosophy to me. Good pot on the 4 there. Catching the point of the middle pocket made that a little more difficult. But can he see enough of the 5? I don't think he can.
It looks like he's lining up to bank it cross side by the 6 ball, which honestly I think is all he has. I don't really see much of a safety either. And the cue ball is automatic to get back down table for the 6 if he did make it.
So he attacked with the 2-9 combination attempt in the second rack. He attacked there. Will he be made to pay? It's a tough one, but if it goes in, 3-0 is looming.
Yeah, it looked like when he shot the thin cut in the corner, he just played to make it. He didn't really play to get shape on the 5 ball, which I think is why he was left where he was for the 5s. That's why he had to bank it. But if he hits it, he's got to hit it harder and try to go 2 rails back up to the middle of the table at least, you know, to get something out of it. But yeah, he's fortunate to be back at the table now, leaving Jason a long straight in and him jawing it up. So that'll work now. Looks like we're gonna have a safety battle here.
Yeah, he played that shot brilliantly, I thought, the Vietnamese player. And of course the previous 5 ball from Shaw, an indication that these pockets are giving nothing away. You know, pool is so popular here in Vietnam, we can't overstate it. Right now, my co-commentator, Skylar Woodward, is having a photograph with a couple of fans. They've just come over and asked if they can take his picture.
It's crazy here in Vietnam how many fans we all have, and they just you know, they're huge pool fans. It's amazing. It's like all the pool halls, even the ones that are like 70-something tables and just big pool halls, they're constantly, every table is full. everybody's playing. It's so big here. It's amazing. But it's definitely awesome to see that how big of a following us players do have, even over here in a different country. So it's quite amazing.
And of course, if the Vietnamese contingent have a good run here, that will do wonders for the game as well. As does the inclusion of Duong Quoc Wang in the Reyes Cup team, the Asian Reyes Cup team, next week in Manila. Oh, that's no good. Catching the green 6 on the way back was the death knell.
Yeah, I felt like he was in a funny spot there. Maybe supposed to just overcut the 5 and bank it to the end rail and just play the cue ball up to the top end of the table and just leave them alone. Especially being early in the match, it's still everybody getting used to the tables. It's day one, and just you want to leave yourself in the best position. Just leave your opponent in the worst position you can from there, which, if not, I feel like he should have fired the combo and just hope for something if he didn't make it. But looks like Jason should clean up here now for a nice quick lead.
Well, when he potted the 6 down the rail, he got so much action into the wide. Now that's a good sign. It means that the conditions are reactive and responsive.
Yeah, I practiced some last night here, and the tables were playing really nice, and I think it's going to be good. It's going to be good. The tables are set up real good, I believe.
The 9 ball he knocked in there was into the same pocket, pretty much the same shot he had to capture the title last year. 3-0 to Shaw. So while we're seeing a reprise on what's just occurred, let's have a look and see who's doing what out there at the moment. Nguyen An Tuan, one of the top Vietnamese players on table 2. You can see that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. 2-0 up on Andrei Dmitriev. Ko Ping Chung, former US Open champion, 1 each with Phan Van Kien. Dean Shields of the UK, 2-1 on Trong Hoang Lam. P.S. Labout is quickly into a 4-0 lead over Machaz Akulsh. And Ko Ping Han, the youngest of the 3 Ko brothers, quickly 3-0 up on William Ang. I'll give you other scores after this, but one I must give you right now because it's one of Skylar's best buddies, Billy Thorpe, quickly 2-0 down against Chu Viet Huong. Billy, though, with that tournament win recently, back to form.
Yeah, he broke really well and played really well. He had a good event. Seems to be in real good form. He's been training hard, and yeah, I mean, he's looking good. But we'll see really what he does this week in a tournament of this caliber. So we'll see playing real top players how he does this week.
Seems to me, though, Scarlett, you've got some tough choices, as you say, because yourself, Fedor and Shane, obviously, in the side, and then it's a case of who will be the other 2. Tyler Steyer in the equation, Billy Thorpe, Oscar Dominguez, who's a terrifically loyal supporter of these tournaments and who's done well this year. So one of those is going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, it's definitely going to be a tough decision, and we'll see. I'm gonna be watching this week, as this is the last points event for the year for the Moscone Cup. So we'll see, how everybody does and how they perform, and yeah, it's gonna be a tough decision, but gotta do what I gotta do, I guess. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Because the reason it's a tough decision is that players are desperate to be involved in the Moscone Cup, aren't they? And if they don't make the team, it's massive disappointment.
Oh yeah, for sure. It'll be a disappointment for who doesn't make the team, as they've traveled all year long for it. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's gonna be really hard on me, but yeah. I mean, they've all had good years, I feel like, and this year, and it's gonna be a toughie. That's for sure. It's gonna be a toughie.
Fair to say, of course, if you were to win this and automatically qualify yourself, that would help matters in terms of freeing up another wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. That's the plan still, for me to make it third in points and qualify. But it might not change the team, but it might. Just this event's so big for me, and it feels like, honestly, there's probably a lot of pressure on those guys that are in the running for the cup. So we'll see. Yeah, because I think they're going to be under pressure this week, and we'll see how they perform and what happens this week.
Well, there's no doubt that when Dad Fi's under pressure, played a good jump shot there, but I'm afraid the ball is on.
Yeah, that was actually a great jump, great attempt. It was super long jump, and it's hard to control, and he almost made the ball, really.
UK Open champion Robbie Capito 3-1 up on Lee Ngok Tuan. Well, Wynn was in trouble, and he might well be after this.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty simple save. Just roll up on the ball. Just keeping the pressure on his opponent, waiting for that one mistake on the kick, so to leave himself a wide open shot. The pink 4-ball makes it a lot different here on the one rail kick. If you kick from the side rail on the left, makes it a little bit different. There's also the option hitting the bottom rail, the right rail, and then hit the 3, but that brings the scratch into play off the 3. Oh, he made a great hit, and this is what Jason was wanting.
Yeah, you have to say, when Dad Fi not having much quality table time. Every time he comes to the table, it seems he's hooked or in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's did really well keeping him in his chair and not really giving him an opportunity to shoot at a ball. He's been kicking, and the opportunity he did have, he didn't get a good shot on the 5-ball earlier, but looks like the guy, Jason might be behind the 7 here. He is.
Now that will irritate him immensely because there was quite a large margin of error there.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But and the guy's got to be feeling good for that. That he's going to get opportunity, maybe, and he feels like he could get an opportunity instead of going down 4-0. But for a guy like Jason, this shot is pretty easy, and he popped it in with ease.
He even retained a natural angle to come round off 3 cushions for a straight in 8. And the one-sided nature of the match continues. It is 4-0 now. Hai Long Lee of Vietnam taking on his fellow countryman Lee Quang Trung, 3-0 up. Koping Chung has hit the front against Van Kien at 2-1. Rafael Gonzalez of the Philippines, 4-0 over Win Quang Tuan. Marcel Price, briefly spoke to him this morning. He's all the way from Wales in the UK. He's leading Pham Thien Dung 2-1. And Hong Kong's Lo Ho Sum, he's 4-0 up on Agung Pratikno. Koping Han now 4-0 over William Ang. And Bobby Capito's lead has been cut to 3-2 over Lee Ngok Tuan. So he's been dominant, sure, in terms of the scoreline, Skylar, but not a case of making multiple break and run-outs and monopolising table time.
Yeah, it seems like every game, really, Jason's just beating him around the table. You know, he's not just running out every game, breaking, running like you said. He's just playing smart shots and getting the opportunities. Smart push here, tying up the 4 and the 5. And the 2-3 are up table, so not much to like break out the ball. Yeah, this game right here could be a long one if they don't get in a good spot for the 4, or if he can get ball in hand here somehow, he can play the combo, the 2 onto the 5-4, because they look on. So really need to make a hit here. You don't want to get ball in hand. Okay. Yeah, to me, looks like this combo is on, and it should open up the whole rack.
You know, the more you watch 9-ball pool, the more you see it, the more you appreciate it. The more you realise that, yes, skill is massive, but knowledge and the ability to pick out the shots, what to do and when to do it, that's invaluable. And I suppose a lifetime of playing, that's what gives you that knowledge.
Yes, for sure. A long time playing, and you know, playing at the top level, you see you're still learning, always still seeing other shots. Everybody knows different things, So you're always learning. Every time you come to the table, you feel like you can learn something. But Jason got a little out of line here. He clipped the 5 after he drew off of the 2. Left himself straight on the 3. But that was it right there. Should make this 5 and smooth sailing for the rest of this rack.
I know it's hard to tell on the practice tables, Skylar, but are these pockets playing reasonably or very tough? Because obviously we do have variations. I thought the pockets at the UK Open this year were the tightest I've ever seen. Are they as tight as that, or a little bit more giving?
Yeah, the UK was the toughest they've been, I feel like. But I liked them also. I felt like they were playing really nice. You actually get to see these guys make mistakes, you know. I enjoy that. I enjoy that a little more. Getting to see people actually miss balls and stuff. But yeah, these tables, they're playing a little more forgiving than those for sure. And but they will spit the ball out if you hit it hard and jaw it at all. It will spit back out at you. So yeah, I mean, but the tables were playing really nice, really nice.
Yeah, I think we saw that ball spit out a few racks ago when Shaw played quite a sharp 5 ball. It rattled and went across the top rail. But there's no problems for the Scot right now. He's more than halfway to victory. By the way, if Shaw does win, he will play Lee Kwang Trung or Hai Long Lee. Right now, Hai is leading 3-0. All the way from New Zealand, Matt Edwards 2-1 upon Kunihiko Takahashi. Loho Sum having a great time against Agung Pratikno, 5-0. Low leads that one. Win Van Hai 5-0 upon Ahmed Tawfiq. I think it's been a good run out so far for Jason Shaw. He's got to play plenty of shots, a whole variety of different ones actually, and that means he can get up to speed with what's required out there on the main table, because let's face it, as the defending champion, I think we'll see him an awful lot on this table over the week if he goes deep.
Yes, it is nice your opening match if you can play well, and you know, have a match like this where you can play, like you said, a bunch of different shots to get them down, because the tables are sliding a little and being new cloth, and yeah, he's just going to be used to all shots, you know, instead of everything just being wide open every time he comes up. He's having to work for every game. Like I say, he's in a really tough spot here. I don't know actually about hitting it. This is a very smart decision, tying up the ball. But you got to watch. He also has the pink 4 ball on the left here, where he can get an angle. He can still get across to break out, to open up that 5 and a 7.
He's considering this, I can tell you. Billy Thorpe is back on level terms against Chu Viet Huong at 2-2. Well, I must thank Skylar for coming in. He's a busy man these days with his playing responsibilities and also being captain of the US Moss Kennedy Cup team. And from one captain to the next. the European captain for the Reyes Cup in Manila next week. On the microphone now, Carl Boyes.
Well, Phil, I'd just like to apologise. The old jet lag. 1. Carl, yeah. Day 1, 8 a.m, 6 p.m. At 6 a.m, 7 a.m. last night. Just can't sleep. Brutal. Defending champion. What a start is off to here. 5-0 up.
Hold on, you can't get away that lightly, Carl. So you're saying you slept in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, honestly, I slept in, yeah. I've had everyone try to knock on the door, and then the hotel reception just wandered in. I was like, what's going on here? The safety shot's gone a little bit wrong. The only good thing is the piece of the ball that short has left offers the scratch, so you may have to go rail first to avoid the scratch. Well, he didn't avoid the scratch.
So that's the rack over. 3 fouls.
Yeah, it's unusual that, Phil, because obviously he didn't even get the hook, did he? So I'm sure after the safety shot from Jason, he thought, well, I've messed up there. I'm not going to get him in the 3 fouls. But the scratch was there. It was a poor shot.
Now, by the way, if it was the other way around and I'd slept in and you were here on time, you would give me a very hard time. So I'm just going to say one more thing and then I will leave it lie, as it were.
No, you won't, Phil, don't lie.
I'll put it to bed. You know what they say in politics, don't you? Sometimes the cover-up is worse than the story itself, so at least you've come clean.
I'm still going to blame Jeremy, because usually I do the second match, Phil. So I'm going to push the blame, of course.
Well, it worked out for the best because we got to listen to the wisdom of Skylar Woodward, and I was asking him about the US Mosconi Cup team and all that kind of stuff, so I think it was quite informative. Basically, I'm saying you weren't missed.
Yeah, did he give us any insight onto what's happening, or who's he going to pick, or anything like that? Did you get anything out of him, Phil?
Tight-lipped. He just said that the decision on the wild card, or wild cards, depending on what happens here, will be very difficult indeed, and we knew that anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. I fully understand why. I thought it would be easy as well. You know, obviously you always feel like it's between a few people, a few of the players, but I found it very difficult indeed. And you know, you're trying to make a case for. You always feel like it's between a few players. You know, it's not like you've got 20 or 30 guys to pick from, but I felt exactly the same. And in the end, I was struggling to pick, and I was actually, believe it or not, I was late, Phil, in getting me picking. This is a handy fluke, but at 6 down, this 3 ball with a bit of distance will feel like there's no pocket there. Look at this ball check up. And 3 railer flukes it into the corner.
Yeah, it's not that he's missed a lot when Dag Fi. The amount of quality table time he's had has been negligible.
You know, and just a quick glance of his cue action there, Phil. You know, he looks a good cueist actually. Seems to stand nice on the ball. Yeah, there's another look. You can see his action. Yeah, looks tidy, to be fair. Another decent pot. He'd probably try and come 2 rails here down that near the right centre pocket. You want to go with the cue ball just above 2 rails. Oh, it's a shame. Played a couple of nice shots up until that point, and look at where the ball's finished, Phil. It's absolutely perfect. The angle and everything for Jason.
Well, of course, you were still in the land of Nod when this happened, but In the first rack, Shaw potted an absolutely terrific 2-ball across the far short rail, flicked out the 3, which is right next to the 4, cleared up, and ever since he's been totally in control of the match. It's not been one of those attack fests, but tactically he's kept things really tight and he's treated his opponent with the utmost respect, and that's the reason the scoreline is so heavily weighted in his favour.
Yeah, all the years and all the experience that Jason's got, just as he misses that 7-ball, but look at where it's finished. Yeah, all the years of experience, and obviously he's defending champion. There's nothing like just getting on the table and starting that first round match. Is a very surprising miss in the end.
Well, undoubtedly the worst ball he has failed to pot so far. He missed a 5 to that far left bottom pocket, which spat out and went onto the bottom cushion, so it wasn't available for win, and neither is this.
Yeah, it was a bit of a half-hearted attempt at the jump bank, but obviously Jason got away with one there. Now he's faced with a bit of a long shot. He's on the wrong angle as well, so he's got to sort of play this pretty hard if he goes for the pot, which I'm sure he will. Well, he didn't. Okay. Very conservative. Yeah, I don't really blame him for that. He knew he was going to get a good cue ball, and then the 9-ball as a blocker. He's actually played it very nice, hasn't he? There you can see he's got the full ball hook. Two rail kick, wants to try and hit this ball full in the face. That will leave distance. Try and get it on the top rail. It's a horrible shot. If you hit it either side, you need a bit of luck. Well, he's missed it by a long old way there, Phil, didn't he? He was a mile away.
Yes, and with ball in hand, 3 pots away, Shaw from a 7-0 advantage.
Yeah, you just feel like round 1 for Jay. He's basically just trying to size up the tables. Obviously, we're playing on the same table as last year, but it's the speed, it's getting the back arm ready.
Yes, and tables change from day to day, don't they, let alone year to year. So I think this has been a really good exercise for him, worthwhile. And I was mentioning this to Skyler, and he agreed. The fact he's played such a variety of shots, and it's been a defensive display as well as one of knocking in balls, I think that will do him the world of good, because as defending champion, Carl, we can expect to see a lot of Jason Shaw on this table.
Yeah, the purple 5-ball there. He'd done all the hard work. And it's amazing how many times when you might miss that particular shot that he did on the purple 5. You always seem to hit the short top rail as well.
Let me give you some scores. Desmond Go, who's part of a large Singaporean contingent here, 3-2 upon Tony Chow. Billy Thorpe, 3-2 down to Chu Viet Huang. And Andre Januata from Indonesia, 7-0 up on Jockey Vongze.
Yeah, I looked at the draw last night. Obviously, when the Times was put out on WNTLivescores.com, and one thing I noticed, Phil, is I thought, well, you're going to have your work cut out this week with some names. We have got a lot of new players, a lot of players from Vietnam playing this week, of course.
Well, the good thing for me with the Vietnamese players is that I speak to our terrific TV crew here, and they tell me all of the correct pronunciations. One of the best names in the field. He's playing Cledio Cachi right now. Jericho.
Yeah, Cledio, 3-2 up, so he's in a little early battle.
Yeah, KK playing JJ.
Yeah, not very own Jeremy Jones. I had a feeling JJ might enter this event, you know, after his little run at the US Open, but I know JJ flew in very late last night. He's just walked in the building, so JJ will be in the com box in the next match. The knowledge. Obviously, I've only seen a couple of racks filled, but table looks to be running a little slower. I'm not saying it's mega slow, but
yeah, I agree with you actually. One thing I will say, a couple of early instances where Shaw got an awful lot of action on the cue ball, so I don't think in terms of reactivity there's a problem.
something about when you know, when you play these early rounds and you know you're winning easy, as Shaw is here. You just seem to miss a few balls, Phil, don't you? I know you've been involved in Q Sports a long time, and you know, if this match was, let's say, 4-4, you just feel like Jason would pop that ball, don't you? It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I think it's only human nature for concentration to dip a little, but I think his general approach to this match has been spot on. Unlike that shot, which was not spot on.
Yeah, I think he was trying to just get the cue ball off the rail, but my instinct thought he'd go forward off some sort of two rails with the cue ball, and at 7-0 down, this is not what you need. Well, he likes that side pocket. He got done on a 3-fouler, and I suppose you've just got to laugh, haven't you, Phil? What can you do? He's playing on centre stage against the defending champion, and he's 8-0 down.
Yes, it could have easily been a couple of racks for win, but at the moment, no racks at all, and he's staring at a whitewash to open this Mansion Sports Hanoi Open Pool Championship. See that Anton Raga was a no-show, so Trin van Bin gets the walkover. Koping Han 5-0 up on William Ang. Dean Shields from the UK made the long journey here. He's 5-3 up on Trong Huang Lam. Robbie Capito in early trouble, the UK Open champion, 5-3 down to Lee Ngok Tuan. Capito was 3-1 up there, so Lee has won the last 4 racks. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. Loho Sum having no such problems against Agung Pratikno, leading 6-1. And Koping Chung, the former US Open champion, 4-2 up on Fan Van Kien. But there's no doubt right now who's having the easiest task, and that is Jason Shaw. Mind you, his break off there, not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, the break off from Jason, he's clearly opting for that sort of medium-ish type speed. We see players like Eklund catch SVB. They go full throttle and, you know, really use that power brake. And you can actually see Jason's using an open bridge. I believe probably 99% of the players we see, Phil, use the loop bridge on the break. Not for Jason Shaw. So he played the push. If you're new to 9-ball, after the break, the very next shot, if you don't like the table layout, you can play a push out. And that means your opponent can either play the shot or put you back in. So that's why Jason's back at the table. And this is all gone wrong. Yeah, good pot. Bit of distance. He's got work to do here. He's just got to try and play this with a bit of stun left and just float across the top of the purple 5. May even go into the 2 balls accidentally. That might end up helping him. Yeah, see how it's just nudged it out of the way. So that's not the worst result.
I think it would be quite nice to see him clear up here.
Yeah, you never want to see a player get beat to the donut, do you? It's never nice. And to be honest, Phil, I know I've not done the full match. You're not going to let me forget about this, but it looks a good cues to me. Looks very compact. Seems to strike the cue ball well. Maybe just the fact that he's playing Jason in the main arena. Maybe it just felt a little bit too much in the end.
Carl, I'm a man of my word. I will not mention it again for at least half an hour.
Have you ever been late to the combox, Phil? In all the years you've done it, you must have been. Come on.
In 1,000 dreams, it's one of the dreams I have, and I wake up in a cold sweat. Never actually, though. Never in real life. Just when I'm in my own slumber, in the middle of the night, not at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you're not helping me, Phil. You're supposed to say, yeah, I've been late loads of times. This will work out okay. Yeah, the full ball 2-rail kick.
Actually, I was late on one occasion. I got caught in a very bad snarl up on one of the motorways in the UK on the way to a snooker tournament, and luckily there were 3 of us there, and it was 2 on 1 off, and I was covered. But I was actually late for that, yeah. No fault of my own.
I think he can actually pot this ball, you know. Yeah, he could. So what looked like at first a 2-rail kick left Jason in a bit of trouble. He actually didn't. The only piece of the ball Jason could see was the potting angle. This is a nice little safety. Cue ball on the back rail. Use that 9. Oh, he's caught the point. Well, look at that. That is bizarre. I mean, he's trying to hit the rail 2 or 3 inches before that middle pocket. Look at where he hits here. You know what? Looking at the replay there, Phil, it actually looked like he hit a piece of the rail. Obviously, we put the shims on the table. It's a bit of a piece of rubber of some sort of material, and I think he feels like it's hit a bit of that and acted a bit weird on him. Very bizarre. Well, this is a great chance for his first rack. Come on, 2 balls left.
Hard to imagine he'll mess this up. Then again.
Well, you know, having a good cue ball is everything in cue sports. We have players that seem to be better potters than other players, just more natural, and then we have players who are a master with cue ball control. Well, he's got his first 9 ball of this match, so at least he can take something away from this, Phil.
Yes, a whitewash averted. What an interesting development there, though. Shaw playing safe. The ball went in inadvertently. It's that existential question, isn't it? When is it a fluke, not a fluke? The ball going in did Shaw no favours whatsoever.
Yeah, that was the shot from Jason. Look at where the 7 hit here. It actually looked like it hit the rail, but I think it's just found that piece of material, what makes the pocket smaller, which made the ball react a little weird. Billy Thorpe tied at 3-3 now. Just come off the back of a WNT ranking event win over in America.
Wait for this break and I'll tell you the identity of the first player to get a win in this year's Hanoi Open. It is Andri Januarta of Indonesia, who's beaten Joki Vongsay 9-0. Obviously players have had walkovers and stuff like that, and buys, but that's the first actual match to be completed over on table 19.
All depends when you pop the blue 2 in the top right pocket. Can he avoid the scratch? I think he just can. If he can't, he could play safe. He could play thin off the blue 2. Run the cue ball off 2-3 rails towards the red 3 ball. Yeah, this lacks pace though. The right idea, just didn't hit it. That's a shame.
Koping Chung's been given a tough workout by Van Kien. 4-3 co-leads that one.
Yeah, a lot of these first round matches, Phil, you're going to see some of the top pool players in the world obviously get out there and battle, and a lot of them will be playing players they may not be too familiar with. Jason completely missed that ball as well. He had to clip the ball going towards it. Just flicked it a little bit. Not the intended shot. But he will sit in his chair and look at the outcome. And he'll be quite happy. Well, I tell you what, Phil, you've just pulled a little stat out on me there. I'm flabbergasted. Take it away.
Well, on table 7, there's a gentleman playing called Kunihiko Takahashi from Japan, who's 5-2 down to Matt Edwards. Now, that name, Kunihiko Takahashi, he was the 1998 World 9-Ball champion. If it's the same person, I'd like to meet him and shake his hand.
Well, you would find it hard to believe there's two pool players from Japan with the same name, so I think it is. And yeah, I mean, maybe Jeremy Jones would know actually, because I'm sure he played in that tournament, Phil. He's that old, he's JJ.
Yeah, that's the default position, isn't it? Jeremy Jones will know. He's like our personal Encyclopedia Britannica when it comes to pool.
I think it was Johnny Archer he beat in the final, wasn't it, Phil? Obviously, I know you've been on Wikipedia, but
yeah, apparently Takahashi is now 55 years old. He's from Nagasaki, Japan. So when this one's concluded, which might be imminent, I'll be going along there to see whether that's the person concerned.
yeah, looking at the cue ball there from the positional shot from Jay, just pulled up a little bit short. This does pop past that 9 ball. Yeah, he didn't play that. I think he was trying to sneak by the side to play the green 6 in the same pocket. It's just important now for Jason just to, knock these 3 balls in, get out the arena. It's very warm in here as well. Don't feel like it's as warm as last year though, Phil. Don't know your take on it.
Well, our commentary position's in a slightly different spot, so maybe that's influencing things. Warm enough, though, the game of Jason Shaw, who's defeated Win Dat Phai very comfortably, and he's delighted to get his title defence underway with a 9-1 victory. As for the continuing action here on the main table, well, next up, it's another world superstar against a local Vietnamese talent. It is Fedor Gorst, the world 9-ball pool champion, against Win Huang Fong. Now, Jeremy Jones and Michael McMullen will be commentating on that one in around 5 minutes' time.
those two, yeah.
Are mutes?
Yeah.
And we can talk to each other.
Yeah, you've got to turn those off though.
So this is me.
Yes.
And welcome back to the opening day of the second staging of the Hanoi Open. A very swift win there for the defending champion Jason Shaw. Great memories for him coming back here. That wonderful dramatic climax we had last year, the hill finish, the huge crowds that we had, chanting the players' names. Such a special occasion that 12 months ago. Jason Shaw back at the scene of that great victory and off to a flying start. And next up we're going to have the undisputed player of 2024 so far, Fedor Gorst, in action. He will be on the table in a few minutes' time. Kwo Po Cheng, veteran player, on the hill at 8-2 against Wen Tran Trung, who's from the host nation. Pius Labutus, who's been to the semi-finals of a couple of these big Matchroom major events over the last couple of years, easing through with a 9-2 win over Matthias Erschulch. And victory also for Jonas Suto of Spain, winner of a ranking event in Mexico earlier in the year, coming through 9-1 over No Huan Trong. So that is the scene on the main table. As you can see, not a great deal happening at the moment. But Fedor Gorst, the world champion, will be in action there in just a few minutes. So Jeremy Jones is alongside me. And Jeremy, we've got to talk about your performance in the last of these events, the US Open. What a run for you, rolling back the years, getting through all of those rounds. How did it feel being involved in that sort of environment once again and getting through rounds at a big event?
Oh, it was great. I mean, still getting to play is the most fun by far, win or lose. But, the first match, I was a pretty good favorite, even though I hadn't been playing, but it was a struggle. But then the last half of that match, I started to play pretty well and get a little freed up. And it carried over into 3 really solid matches the next few rounds, and then kind of a very so-so performance in the loss against Johan Chua, but it felt great to play.
And that must have at least encouraged you to want to play more events. But is that something that is going to be possible for you?
We'll see. I mean, I'd like to play more events. I'd like to be able to schedule 3 or 4 events, maybe in 2025, and really kind of put my mind to it, my body to it a little bit. That U.S. Open there, I really hadn't prepared hardly any, and that wasn't because I didn't want to. Just work and whatnot got in the way. But yeah, it was fun to get the adrenaline going, and I certainly want to play more events, more sooner than later. Not getting any younger, Michael.
Well, still going strong, well into your 50s now. And it was wonderful to see you doing so well there in Atlantic City. That's the order of play on the main tables on this opening day. Jason Shaw, as we've said, already through very comfortably. And Wenan Tan is involved in a much closer match against Andrei Dmitriev, who is representing Singapore. 6-4 to Wen at the moment. Johan Chua, who we were just talking about there, will be up next against Long Van Nam. And on this table, world champion Fedor Gorst will be playing Wen Hong Pong. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who's already won a tournament on this trip, the Perry Open, big ranking event just a few days ago, will face Wen Van Tone. So, as you can see, in the early stages of this opening day on the main table, it's some of the biggest names in the game taking on some of the locals. That's very much the theme. And we will have Fedor Gorst in action, as I was saying, in just a few minutes' time. Lo Ho Sum is on the hill at 8-2 against Egung Pratikno. Lo Ho Sum, former World Masters runner-up. Robbie Capito, UK Open winner this year, level at 5-all with Le Ngoc Tuan. And of course, this event is just the start of what's going to be a memorable couple of weeks here on this part of the World 9-Ball Tour, because after this we're straight on to Manila for the inaugural Reyes Cup. Europe, as holders of the Mosconi Cup, get to take on Asia in the first ever staging. What's your feeling about that, Jeremy, as someone who's got so much experience as both a player and a captain of the Mosconi Cup? How do you see things shaping up for the Reyes next week? Most people see it as a very, very close call and are tending to edge it one way or the other. Some people are just tilting it for Europe, some for Asia. What's your feeling on that?
Well, I think the inaugural makes it a lot more even, especially being right there in Manila, and every player is going to be up, have their game ready for trying to represent Team Asia there in the Reyes Cup. But you would think you'd give Europe a little bit of an edge, but I think it being the new event that really it's a pick 'em. I mean, I think whoever gets out to a lead, I think is going to have a huge advantage, not just because of the lead, but being able to settle in. So, I think day one's going to tell us a lot, and whoever gets that lead after day one is going to be a favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for that in Manila next week. Well, we are going to wait a little bit longer, as it turns out, for the Federer-Gorst match. We're being told that's going to start in about 10 minutes' time. So we'll leave it with you there for now, and we'll resume coverage very shortly on this first day of the Hanoi Open. It's the opening day of the 2024 Hanoi Open. We've already seen the defending champion. Now we're going to see the world champion. Jason Shaw, comfortably through, almost got the whitewash. He won all of the first 8 racks when Dat P did get one back, but it finished 9-1 to the Scot, so he's safely through to the next round. And we'll be seeing Fedor Gorst, who has been the undisputed player of the year, in just a few minutes against Wen Hong Pong. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. Billy Thorpe, who's been a ranking event winner recently, is leading 6-3 against Chu Viet Huang. Robbie Capito, UK Open winner back in May, is trailing 6-5 to Len Ngoc Tuan, one of 89 players from the host nation in the field this week. Ko Ping Chung, US Open winner last year, level at 5-all with Pan Van Kien. And just looking at the other scores on this opening day, we've had victory for Kuo Po Cheng, 2-time World Championship runner-up, 9-2 against Wen Tan Trung. And over on table 2, Wen An Tuan is on the hill at 8-4 against Andrei Dmitriev, who's representing Singapore. So there are the main stories going on at the moment. This is Wen Hong Pong having his warm-up rack against Fedor Gorst. Let's talk about the US Open then. Jeremy, how impressed were you with just how well Fedor played to win that? A year after he had come so close to winning that US Open title, he finally ticked that one off on his CV.
Yeah, impressive stuff, just like it's been the entire year of 2024, a year he'll never forget. And who knows, with him so young and so talented and such a hard worker, he may end up having a better year than 2024 one day. I don't know if that's possible, really. But, yeah, I'll tell you, with Federer the entire year, the one thing we've seen is, you know, we know how well he can play, but he's won a lot of events, not playing his best game at times and just kind of, you know, a lot of grit, right? Just kind of surviving certain matches, making the big shot when needed, and what a final it was between him and SVB.
I know you love a golfing analogy, Jeremy, and I'm sure we'll have many of them this week, so here's the first of them. I'll tell you what that reminded me of, that US Open win. It was kind of the pool equivalent of when Tiger Woods won the Open at St Andrews in 2000, because at that point he had done everything, he'd won all the majors, and then you felt, okay, that's the first chapter of his career over now. He's ticked everything off. He's done everything there is to do in the game. Now it's all about doing it for the second time, the third time, building that legacy among the all-time greats. That's where Gorst is at now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who knows what's going to happen from here. He's pretty much done it all, and, you know, he wants to win right here in Hanoi this week. That's the good thing about Federer. He can leave those things behind, and it's all business. But I'll tell you, it's not going to get any easier for him. I mean, we've seen it just right here in Vietnam in 1 year since this first Hanoi Open. The players have improved dramatically, and there's a lot of great players coming, and they're going to be in the way of Fedor Gorst trying to get these titles.
So great to get an early look at Fedor Gorst. As I said, it's been very much his year. That US Open win only adding to the wonderful success he'd already had in 2024. World champion for the second time, World Masters winner as well. And of course he'll be hoping to be part of an American success at the Moscone Cup in Florida in a couple of months from now. He has been a Moscone Cup winner when he was playing for Europe back in 2020. Off we go then, race to 9. As Gorst begins his campaign for yet another title. And he starts with a 1 in the side. And on the 2. And another ball down as well. Here we go again, Jeremy. This is what we've seen all year from him.
Yeah, and I think if you ask the players, I mean, there's certain things that separate other players, and the consistency of the break for Fedor Gorst is pretty much, you know, the best in the game, you could say. And day in, day out, we saw Ko Ping Chung last year make that 1 on the side so many times on that win to the U.S. Open, and that run. But if you look at the year, and I think those little things is where you get the separation. But his hard work and determination in the game, you know, he won that world title by 1 game, won that Whirlpool Masters by 1 game in the final. Just little things that push you over the edge, and Fedor Gorst really doesn't ignore all those little things that make a difference.
Yeah, US Open felt like a bit of a breeze in comparison to everything else that had gone on during the year. Of course, in reality, it's anything but that.
Yeah, having a little look here, just because he got a hair thin, but I think he can kind of ease this in, no problem. Sometimes the camera will fool you. He doesn't seem too happy with it, so maybe he's got to go back and forth, but I kind of felt like he could ease it. And I think Federer did get into the final 64 of the Perry, if I did try to keep track of most of that. Didn't make the run that he expected or most expected from him. But all right, now it looks like maybe he's going back and forth. Maybe even more. No, he's easing it.
Yeah, what you're referring to there, of course, the Perry Open, which was played here last week, and all the focus is on the Hanoi Open. But that's a very big event in itself, the Perry Open. Lots of ranking points, good prize money, very strong field. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz emerging as the winner there. In another close final, Dimitris Lukatos, the runner-up.
Yeah, good to see for FSR, and a very unexpected miss there. And a little shocked he tried to go up and down with the cue ball. I thought he could easily hold this on the softer side. And I'll tell you, his opponent, Wen Hong Fong, when you watched him warm up, that one rack looked very capable.
Well, we see it so often in the early rounds of these events where one player is the overwhelming favourite. If you get any kind of opening of a window, you see a little mistake or an unexpected miss from the more experienced opponent, you've got to find a way of making that count, because we see it so often that when the favourite starts to get away and lead by a few racks in one of these matches, it can end up becoming a bit of a no contest. So even though it's the opening rack, these are important moments for Wen Hong Pong.
Yeah, a little heavy with the left hand for the southpaw there, but I do like his choice on the safety. Should be some separation here, trying to go behind the 9, maybe double bank the 6 like this. You're going to disregard the snooker a lot of times here early. You want to leave something difficult. Kind of see rail to rail here with the cue ball on the 6. And we'll see, does he try to play behind the 8? Looks like he's going off the right side, so he's really got to have a lot of confidence with this shot. And I'll tell you what a great shot that was. And talk about breeding some confidence. It may not do him much good with the best jumper on the planet getting the short cue. And with this distance, you know, you'd only label probably, well, this one sits pretty nice. Maybe more than I thought, maybe 25, 30 guys that is a real favorite to make this. All right, so the lefty should be able to reach this no problem.
So what a moment for Wen Hong Pong. A chance here to take an early lead against the undisputed world number 1.
Yeah, and like I said, when he warmed up, looked very good. I love the shot selection. Of course, it's just a practice rack, but usually tells you a little bit about the player. Watch out, side pocket. He's going to get past that. He's going to be dressed up on a pretty easy 9 to get a 1-0 lead.
Sometimes, even when it's a straightforward chance and we see the rank outsider in a match like this come to the table, they're not able to stand up to the moment. But he was there, and so the Vietnamese player leads the world champion by 1 rack to 0. Billy Thorpe closing in on victory, 7-3 now against Chu Viet Huang. And Ko Ping Han is on the hill, youngest of the 3 Ko brothers, leading 8-2 against William Ang. Robbie Capito has turned it round. The UK Open champion now has a 7-6 lead over Len Ngoc Toan. We're going to be great at pronouncing Vietnamese names by the end of this week, Jeremy. So many of them in there. We had a bit of practice last year, so we should be getting better at it. Ko Ping Chung, US Open winner last year. Only just in front against Pan Van Kien. That one is 6-5. Former World Masters finalist Lo Ho Sum has won 9-2 over Agung Pratikno. And back here on the main table, Wen has his first break of the match. He's leading 1-0.
Well, his break kind of read my mind. He may get the one down. It's still rolling, but I was going to say, you know, a lot of these players very capable running the table, playing nice safeties. We've seen that in the first game here from Wen, but a lot of time this new break rule, you know, until you really get, you know, in battle with it, it can really elude these players that don't have, you know, haven't spent a lot of time, and sometimes they can play almost as well as an underdog as the champions they're facing, but the break shot really just keeps them kind of slowed down in the match. We'll see that here in rack number 2, and you know Federgors is going to break the ball as well. Another chance to run out though. Should just come kind of one rail at the 3. I don't really see many problems here. Of course, 4-inch pockets. They're going to play a little easier here on day 1 than the following days, but still very demanding. All right, he's got to kind of come 2 cushions tight here. Doesn't want to get an angle on the pink to where the cue ball is going towards the 7 or 9. So may have to get into this cue ball a bit. Oh, he played for the side. This is a smart shot. I didn't know he could hold it so easily. That really takes the 7-9 out of the equation. You know, we talk about the Vietnamese players and how they've improved, and it seems like there's so many. I would say probably Federgors knows them all as well as anyone, right? I mean, he spent a lot of time here. Huge fan base. Perry Open, some other events, some exhibitions at times. So I wouldn't doubt he knows his opponent much better than we do.
Well, he's been a tournament winner here in Hanoi because he won that Perry Open last year. Beat Michael Feliciano in the final.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the times we got our first look at Feliciano in a long time, and then he went on to, I think, take second in the Sharks event, that massive event that Ko Ping Chung won. Looks like he's going to come across between the 7-9 here. May get a little contact on one of those balls with the cue ball. Nice. The green 6 has been a problem. And that was a decel there, Michael. Kind of let up a bit.
Well, the miss on the green 6 in the opening rack ultimately ended up costing him.
Great view there, seeing he's playing the bank shot. Very nice.
Well, we spoke of the opportunity to take an early lead over the world champion. Now he's got a chance to lead 2-0.
Yeah, I might consider playing underneath here on the 8, play the 8 up long. This type of shot you could lose in the side pocket, the cue ball. Yeah, it just sits that way. Ooh.
Yeah, raising the hand in acknowledgement of his bit of good fortune. Not only did he avoid the scratch, but he's kept himself on the 8. That's deposited, and now it's a fairly straightforward 9. So this is to lead the world champion by 2-0. And the fine start continues. So once again, a miss on the 6 from Fedor Gorst ultimately ends up costing him. Wen leads 2-0.
Yeah, we can see another look at the break shot. It was dry, really set up for Fedor Gorst. Unexpected miss on the 6. Maybe the cue ball was some concern. And I'll tell you that, the flirt on the scratch from the 7 to the 8, it wasn't hit poorly. It was just always there of a possibility of a scratch on the slick table. And maybe Wen's lack of experience on the TV table maybe got him, but he did get out. And now a 2-0 lead.
Billy Thorpe now leading 7-4 against Chu Viet Huang. Of course, Thorpe, the narrative with him, looking to get back in the American Mosconi Cup team. Claudio Cacci is on the hill, 8-5 over the brilliantly named Jericho. And Robbie Capito is now also looking for just one more. The UK Open champion leads Le Ngoc Tuan, 8-6.
I'll tell you, much different break off than we saw in the first. Really good connection on the rack. The one gets lost in the side pocket. A little unfortunate to get snookered here on this blue 2. We'll see if he kind of takes a page out of his opponent's book with the short cue. I think it's there.
Just one more result to update you on. Over on table 2, the other main table, Juan Antoine has now won 9-4 over Andrei Dmitriev.
Yeah, of course, the adrenaline going, and you always never want to foul catching that 7, but you have to, if you know a little experience, the Rassin table jumps a little easier than some of the other tables we play some of these tournaments on. The slate is 2 inches, so it just makes the ball get up a little quicker and a little bit easier. And I'll tell you, we always talk about, Michael, after you make a few mistakes, nothing easier to leave it behind than when you get ball in hand.
Yeah, very good chance for Gorst to get going here. Was a quarter-finalist in the inaugural Hanoi Open 12 months ago. Close match against the eventual champion Jason Shaw. He lost at 10-8. It was really a tournament that summed up Gorst's 2023 in these big Matchroom events, because he kept getting through to the later stages and then falling short, often in close matches. A lot of quarter-final defeats last year. Was US Open finalist in 23. But he's made that big leap forward this year and has turned a lot of long runs into a lot of titles.
Yeah, we'll see how the green 6 treats him in game number 3. The first 2 games not so well. Should just kind of hold this for the brown 7 in the same corner. Happy to see that fall. A little short here, though. Looks like he's going to roll this, maybe bump the 9 a hair to hold the cue ball. Did check it shy, the 9.
So Fedor Gorst has had chances to win all of the first 3 racks. Didn't win either of the first 2. But ball in hand set him up this time. And with the easiest of 9s into the side, Gorst is finally off and running. He still trails, but it's now 2-1. So quick rack that, so not really a great deal has changed in the other matches going on. British player Dean Shields is leading 8-5 against Trong Hong Lam. Remember, it's race to 9 in this round. Johan Chua world semi-finalist this year, is now up and running against Luong Van Nam. They're just starting their match on table 2. And Dean Shields has now won his match 9-5 and will face Ko Ping Han in the next round. Ko has won 9-2 against William Ang. So Fedor Gorst was 2-0 down. Starts us off in rack 4 as he looks to draw level.
Well, it looks like, again, the one in the side. I think the 2 is thin in the opposite middle pocket, but very playable. The blue 2. The 3's open, the 4's near. The 8 came back around, so definitely in his hands to try and tie this match early. Yeah, I think he's going to fall just off angle here. You can see a little shake of the head. Cue ball traveled a long ways just to get awkward a bit. Not enough angle to really pound to the rail and easily get out. I think he is going to attempt it. Got a lot more on that ball, and that's the thing. When you have to really, amp up a bit, if you're off with the swing a little bit, maybe pockets the 3 a little to the left side of the corner, got a lot more out of the cue ball than he expected. Now he's got to make a decision. Does he just draw this, kind of come across the green 6 with the cue ball and take some kind of long shot on the purple 5? Very missable ball as well. You may see him play a safety here, kind of pushing through the cue ball, through the pink and going behind the brown 7 with the cue ball. I think that's what he's doing. No reason to go forward trying to get position on the purple. And he added a little spin, which was interesting. I thought he might push straight through and play the pink up above the side. No, I don't think Wynn has a lot. He could go off the right, maybe going up behind the purple using distance. He could cut the pink and go behind the 6. All right, very good object ball placement, or it seems so anyways. Nice effort on the kick and stick from Gorst. A jump that went awry in game number 3 for Wynn. Serving up ball in hand. Probably goes to the short cue here again. Now, I think that's exactly how he intended to hit the ball. The 8's going to fall, so Gorst is going to go back to the chair.
I don't think he was watching this at all. The 8 ball, I think Gorst was already contemplating his next shot. Not sure he saw it drop.
I'll tell you, the first jump wasn't that good. I know he fluked the ball there, but he was trying to hold the cue ball to make some type of difficult shot for Gorst in return, and now he's made a difficult shot. Nothing easy here on the purple, though.
Well, coping very well, you have to say, with the situation. He's playing on the main table against the clear #1 player in the world, and looks pretty comfortable. If there are nerves, they don't seem to be affecting his performance so far, and he has a chance to lead by 2 for the second time in the match.
Yeah, Michael, and you know about cueing. I mean, he's a pretty fluid stroke. Like most lefties, it seems like always good in that department. And decisions have been very good as well.
Yeah, and a routine couple of balls to finish it off. So what a start for Wen Hoang Pong, the Vietnamese player, with this simple 9-ball. Goes 2 clear for the second time in the match. He leads Federgors 3-1. Could we be in the early stages of a major story developing here on the first day? Robbie Capito, the UK Open champion, is off and running with a 9-6 win over Le Ngoc Toan, which has just been completed in the last few moments. Johan Chua has lost the opener to Long Van Nam. Claudio Cacci has won 9-5 over Jericho. Chu Viet Huang is making a late rally against Billy Thorpe, has closed the gap there to 7-5 in favour of the American. As we look again at some of the moments of rack 4 here on the main table. Incidentally, Anton Raga is a no-show. Philippines player who was runner-up in the European Open last year has pulled out, so Trinh Van Bin gets a walkover to start off. Back here, 3-1 to win.
Yeah, very good safety there. And one thing we saw in game number 3, a much better break of the balls. And again here from Wynn in rack number 5. Getting the 1 down. You're going to try to pocket this. If you don't make it, you're hoping the 2 kind of bangs around the table, maybe comes down near on the bottom end. Ooh. And you know, Michael, most players off of jump shot, you wouldn't take too much from it, but Gorst is so good with the jump cue. You know, he missed his mark by some piece there, so maybe just feeling a little off here in early stages.
Well, not far away there from Wen. So Gorst comes back to the table. Just looking to assert himself in this match. He's not really had a chance to get going, get any flow into his game just yet. Still a very big favourite to win from 3-1 down, but it's one of those where he can't afford to fall too much further behind, or suddenly there's a bit more doubt thrown on the result.
Well, just look at that shot there. I mean, he missed his mark by some 2.5 feet, and he was very close to the object ball hanging in the corner, and now a difficult red 3, cueing awkwardly near the 9. So a little fortunate he has a bit the left side of the cue ball.
Yeah, you might look at it and say, well, he's a long way from home. Maybe he's not acclimatised to the time difference yet. But, of course, he's been here for about a week already, so that's obviously not a factor.
I mean, really, considering, I'd almost say this part of the world's been home for a bit this year for Fettergorst, with pool and some vacations and whatnot. Can't really tell you the last time he was back in the good old US of A. Now, does the 6 pass the 7? It appears not. So he's got to play some type of short side tidy position on the green 6. Now, is he falling to where he can just draw straight back? Hard to tell with Federer sometimes, because he'll cue middle ball and then drop the tip for the draw stroke. Don't know if that's enough. There is a kiss shot coming off his left side of the green 6, trying to pocket the 7. But it is tricky. And down 3-1, he may just offer to play the safety instead. He's sizing up the kiss shot, I think. Should hold the 6 near.
And now it looks like a fairly straightforward run to the line to once again get back to just a single rack in arrears. It just says so much about the standards of Gorst that we've come to expect, that we're only a few racks into the match and we're already talking about him being not quite at the races yet. We just expect such a high standard from him all the time. Not quite his brilliant best so far, but Gorst back once again to just one behind. Wen's lead is trimmed to 3-2. Billy Thorpe is on the hill now. Was in a comfortable position against Chu Viet Huang. The Vietnamese player pushed him hard, but Thorpe has now got to 8-5. Johan Chua has lost the first 2 racks to Long Van Nam. It's 7-all between Matt Edwards and Kunihiko Takahashi, so heading for a close finish there on table 7.
Kunihiko Takahashi, is that the player from years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's the same guy.
What a great guy that man is, and what a player as well. Is he back playing, I guess? I thought he was just teaching some pool. I haven't seen him in probably 10, 15 years, maybe?
Well, another player who has had great days in the past, who's back on the scene, is Fu Jianbo. Be playing tomorrow against Rodlin John Batista. Fu Jianbo, former World Cup of Pool winner.
All right, the one down again. Great spread on the rack. Does have a thin blue 2. I think he normally shoots at. He's close to it. He has the path to go up and down the table. The red 3 very available. I think, again, he's not going to really vary just because down 3-2. We saw that in the last game with the kiss shot on the 6 to the 7. Going to stay aggressive here as well. Yeah, Raga maybe some more visa issues still. I think he had some at the U.S. Open. That's why he didn't make it there. Okay, all speed control. Kind of got to cross the line here. He's going to be a little shy, but that's actually a little more workable then if you overrun, now you just got to draw the cue ball to the side rail and back out. You know, Gorst, I think, is like a lot of great players, and I think he's learned to do this to where, of course, he's going to be prepared coming into the event. That's what he's known for, you know, like a SVB and so many others. But I think he's kind of learned to not stress and kind of play his way into the tournament a bit, you know, and kind of let the arm kind of get going, and, of course, kind of understand that maybe some mistakes are allowed more at the beginning of the event because you're trying to get used to things and maybe not get so baffled over it if you do have an alarming mistake or two.
Well, he certainly had to be patient at the World Championship in Saudi Arabia back in June. Lost his opening match against Mustafa Alnar. Made it through to single elimination. But was then 7-0 down against Amir Ali. There were so many close matches and so many times he was well behind. Been behind in this match ever since the end of the first rack, but a couple of balls away here from getting back to level.
Yeah, probably just holds the ball here on the slick felt. No reason to move it over.
And it's another straightforward 9 for Fedor Gorst. He was 3-1 down in this match, but now back on level terms at 3-all. Fedor Gorst, who became the 13th player to have won both the World Championship and the US Open with that recent success. When you think of great years that any player has ever had in 9-ball history, Jeremy, his 2024 is right up there with the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying that about FSR, right? Not long before it. But, I mean, Gorst, the 2024 with the Whirlpool Masters, the U.S. Open, and, of course, the inaugural in Saudi with that Whirlpool Championship and that huge check. I don't know if we'll see a year like that for some time.
And whatever happens here, if he could be part of a successful US team at the Moscone Cup in Florida in December, well, really that would be a contender for overall the greatest year any player's ever had. But still a lot of pool to be played in 24. Still quite a bit to come in this match because it's not been all straightforward for Fedor Gorst so far. He has, however, just had the first break and run of the contest, and he's back level at 3-all as he breaks in rack 7.
A little fortunate there. The cue ball, I think, was on a path for that right middle side pocket. And, of course, he's feeling better about things with that break and run. But watch the cue ball. It was really diving towards that middle. Got a friendly kiss. I think it was the black 8. But, hey, if you win, you got to like where you're at, right? I mean, 3-3, that's what you know, kind of the recipe for a big upset. Should attack here. No question about that. It's the 4-5, the pink 4 and the purple 5 on the left side that's the real concern. Won't take this 2 for granted by any means, but the 3's right there. Type of shot, you can use a little bit of the side rail with the 2 balls sliding in the upper corner. Yeah, and he's just gotten perfect here, I believe, anyways. I think he can draw straight over, bypassing the 8 and falling between the 4-5. Maybe there's too much angle here. Nice shot there, and he did use a little of the side rail, especially early in the week. Those balls will slide a bit more. Now it looks like he's coming to the short cushion on the bottom of your screen and then up for the pink. The way it sits, it's a little funny to roll it with what would be right spin. May stun this and try and go into the pink off 2 cushions. Yeah, that's what I saw, maybe. It just sat better, it looked like. And of course, these players get that gut feeling of the path of the cue ball, and it's usually pretty correct. took that for granted. Pulled the trigger very quickly, Michael.
Yeah, just when it was starting to look as though he was getting a bit of rhythm and starting to assert himself in the contest. Another unexpected, uncharacteristic shot.
Yeah, and when you're close to the ball, aiming can get a little distorted, but with his experience, he knows he can use a little of the side rail there to slide that ball in at that angle. And I thought he pulled the trigger abnormally quick for himself, but now another nice safety from Wynn. He's going to jump, try to hold the cue ball on the bottom end as the pink goes up table. Wow. Cue ball and the pink catching some points on the corner and the side, and pretty friendly for Gorst there. Does have a sliver of the pink, but very hard to get that all the way to the end cushion comfortably. Maybe try and come across, use the 8 for a snooker. Good speed. Couldn't do a whole lot.
Wen isn't an entirely new name in terms of playing in international events. You might recall the Asian Open in Singapore a couple of years ago, which was a world ranking event. He featured in the last 32 there, and really that was one of the first times that we got a proper sense of just how strong the scene had become in Vietnam. He was one of 7 Vietnamese players to make the last 32 in that tournament. 4 of them went on to be eliminated in the last 16. So he's not a complete newcomer at this sort of level.
Yeah, missed his mark on the safety there. Maybe just a little more time looking at where he wanted the cue ball on the pink 4. Kind of just shot from that end of the table, never really coming down and, addressing a little more specifically. But man, Gorst has been off in this match a few times. And shouldn't be off here, though. Should get a lead. Okay, the type of shot, if you're struggling a bit, it is occasionally missed.
Well, you would have got good odds at the start of the match that it would take us until the end of the 7th rack for Gorst to be in front for the first time in the contest. Now that's the way it's panned out. He's won 3 racks in a row now, and he leads 4-3. Billy Thorpe has just won 9-6 against Chu Viet Huang, and will now play Desmond Go of Singapore in the next round. Thorpe, of course, has recently been a ranking event winner for the 2nd time since the World 9-Ball Tour began a couple of years ago. Had that win in Virginia. Comfortable victory over John Morrow of Canada in the final. And I know you saw pretty much all of that event, Jeremy. How well did Thorpe play?
He played really well. I mean, the final, John made a couple mistakes with the cue ball and really got Billy going, but Billy played one of his best matches, if not his best match in the final, which is a great sign for Billy and things to come. But struggled in the hot seat match a little bit at the beginning, but then got it going and then carried it into the finals.
And of course, every player wants to be part of a Moscone Cup team, but it would mean so much to Billy Thorpe, wouldn't it? We've seen in the past just how much he gets into that team environment and how much he can bring to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think regardless whatever Skylar assembles with the remaining picks on the team, or one pick, depending on how the points go, and there's a little bit still to unfold in that regard. I think Team USA is in a great position. I really do. I mean, 2024 has been this guy's year. Last year, Moscone started off a little rough, but got some great experience on day 2 and 3, where I think he started to play his game. SVB is going to be in a good spot, I think. And then you're going to have Skylar on the team and captain. So we'll see about those other 2 players, but you got to believe it's between Tyler, Oscar, and Billy, which have all shown form this year and throughout the year, really.
Yeah, you'll know as well as anyone, there have been times over the last couple of years where it's been hard to put together an American team with 5 form players. This year, for the first time in a while, it's almost the opposite. You've got big struggles as to who to leave out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But nice struggles to have as a captain.
That's more of what we're used to seeing. Very clean strike on the cue ball. Really couldn't hit it any better if he wasn't jumping the ball as far as position. At the center cut on the pocket. Wants to get a little separation here, though. I think, like I said, he probably knows when. And if he doesn't, he's seen he's very capable. Yeah, I like the Moscone. I sure am glad this week is the Hanoi Open. Just so incredible last year, and I know it's going to be incredible again this year, but it's easy to overlook with just a week away from the inaugural Reyes Cup. Wow, he couldn't get at that ball, or he didn't want to take on a very difficult pink.
Great thing about that Reyes Cup, and we're all heading on to Manila from here, Jeremy, it's that sense of adventure, isn't it? It's a bit of a step into the unknown. It's the first time it's been played. Biggest event there's been in Manila for some time, maybe ever, you could argue, and we're all just so curious as to just how it's going to play out. And the thing is, we know it's going to be a special week. It's just a question of how special, what will the crowds be like? Not in terms of size, because I think we know they're going to be big, but what kind of an atmosphere is it going to generate? So much excitement, and only a week to go now.
Well, just give it to the Moscone Cup, really. And, the Filipinos, they love pools so much. Throughout the years, they've watched that and the energy, and they're going to try and duplicate, if not make it more hectic for the players. But sure, I'm going to try and get a little word with Efren as the days go on and just see how his nerves are, as a captain, and, of course, the first one. And, he wants as much as anyone for Team Asia to win.
Yeah, Efren Reyes, captain of the Asian team. Carl Boys, skippering Europe.
Funny shot here. Looks like he's straight enough to hold it, but, again, a little awkward cueing. Easy to miss hit the cue ball here. He's going to love that. I think he's settled in here. These last few strokes of the cue have been really good. A lot of times the players, when they're struggling, that's what they want, a little good feeling of some things in the cueing, and then it just kind of repeats from there. Looks like he's going to draw to the rail, try and get a little closer to the 8.
Well, not exactly sweeping through the match, but he's getting there. Frederick Gorst was 2 racks behind. He's now 2 racks in front. He's won 4 in a row, and he leads 5-3. The winner of this match will face either Wen Tae Hien or Wen Duk Tang in the next round. And it's Wen Duk Tang leading that one at the moment by 4 racks to 1. Johan Chua is having early struggles against Long Van Nam. Philippines World Cup winner is 3-2 down.
Yeah, and you can see from these replays, Wen's going to have to be a little better with the object ball when playing safe. Can't put that near a corner or any kind of pocket with Gorst coming in behind you. And the best jump cue on the planet. The best jumper on the planet, excuse me.
And one more result to give you, a match we were talking about earlier. Kunihiko Takahashi of Japan has won 9-7 over Matt Edwards, the former World Masters quarter-finalist from New Zealand. 5-3 to Gorst. He's made the one in the side every time off the break. And duly delivers again.
Yeah, we talked about it with Gorst at the U.S. Open, and seems the same here. He's getting to where he can hit him harder and harder as well and still have that control with the one on the side. It's only going to promote more odd balls, maybe an occasional more golden break, better spreads at times. Put a push out here in rack number 9.
Some people think having a dominant figure isn't good for a sport. Some people actually think it's something that raises the profile of a sport. And I think in Gorst's case, what adds to it, he's got that real likability factor. He's got the dominance without coming across as arrogant. He always strikes everyone he encounters as a very likable sort of individual.
Yeah, and he's always been that way as long as I've known him. I think I first met him at the Derby. Didn't really get to talk to him that much when he was like 16 years old, I believe. Played in the Bigfoot Challenge, the 10-foot with all the top players. Got to the finals, if I remember correctly, losing in that final. But I think a smart pass here. Looks like it's easy to roll behind the 7, but from distance here, he could end up with a bit of an unforced error from Gorst and somewhat of an easy shot for Wen. Yeah, and what you hope with any player like that is you know, all the stardom and the wins doesn't change that person. You know, that's kind of what gets them there, is their unique personality and being able to take a win or a loss and work hard behind it. Nice shot here from Gorst. Very good touch.
And the thing as well, the question about whether or not it's good to have a dominant figure in the game, as good as Gorst is, it's not like he's going to continue doing that for the next 3 or 4 years. There's no way in the modern game you could continue having that level of success over a really sustained period.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when we talk about dominance, you know, of course he won that Whirlpool Masters by 1 game. We talked about earlier the Whirlpool Championship. So there's a lot of great players and a lot of stars in this sport and on the World 9-Ball Tour. But, you know, he shined this year, and he's going to keep trying to do it. You never know. Good effort here going forward with the cue ball, trying to leave some distance. Now the purple 5 and the black 8 a little funny on the left side rail. That may keep him on the safety side of things here. Look at this touch going behind the pink. Really good.
I think the great thing about how this year has worked out so far is that you've had the great story of Gorst and his dominance, but you've also had room for other great stories of new players, young players coming through and winning their first major titles. Robbie Capito at the UK Open. Mickey Krause, of course, we've seen as well. So it's been a great mix from that point of view.
Well, tactically, how good has Wen been? Pretty good. He's left a few jump shots here and there, but for the most part, it's been the correct shot in the right direction and really good execution. Well, that goes to your point, Michael, saying that Federer, you know, you would think can't keep up the pace. Just the Mickey Krauses and Capitos and so many more kind of tell you that story. It's little things, though, we'll never forget about this 2024 with Gorst, the run out he made at Hill against Josh Filler in the Whirlpool Masters. The jump shot he made on the pink, it seemed like SVB turning things in that U.S. Open final. So not just the wins, but how he did it. And, of course, the Whirlpool Championships where it looked like he was out every round. We were doing comms on so many matches, but viewing over to him so many times, and then he wins Hill against Kachi. Now, if I would say there's one part that suffers at times. It is the one rail kick, like a shot like this. I think he gives up ball in hand a little more often than he should. Now that one he hit well. All right, there's a difficult purple, but again, he's perfect here to get on the pink to where he can get to the back side of that purple, or at least he hopes so. Combination on the 5-8, not too tough. There's some distance between the 5 and 8, but if you can dress up on it nicely, and that's kind of where I think he's at. I think he's fallen short of what he really wanted. Oh, no, he can go forward.
Huge rack this from Wen's point of view. If he loses his 5th in a row and goes 6-3 behind, it's starting to feel like not quite an impossible task, but not far off it. But if he wins it and gets back to only 1 behind, he's reminding Gorst he's still in the contest here. So the difference between winning and losing this rack, just huge for Wen. And this is a fine effort.
Yeah, he's going to have to show us another, getting pretty long and straight on the green 6. But I'll tell you, he stayed aggressive. It's really been just a few tactical safeties, giving up some easy jumps that really turned the tide. Break and run from Gorse, helped as well. But I don't think it was a big alarming mistake that's going to bother Win so much. So, like if he misses here, this isn't a terrible miss. What a great shot, because he had to do so much. But I think really he's fairly intact mentally, besides being nervous probably. All right, on the slick table, easy to overcut this ball. You're always worried about hitting it too thick, and the ball cuts a little easier on the new felt. Yeah, that's the norm, especially for a player maybe not as much experience in these conditions. Awkward shot here, Michael. Does he play a safety, trying to roll this behind the 8? Could go rail first, coming off the 7 and kiss the 8 in. Bit of a trick shot. Looks like the safety, though. He's getting down quickly, so that tells you he probably has a piece.
Well, this is going to run over the side, so what an opportunity now for Wen Hong Pong as Gorst returns to his chair, his shoulder slumping a bit. He knows the Vietnamese player has a great chance here to get back to only 1 behind again and really keep alive the prospect of a huge story here.
Yeah, and past that first break, you know, he's broke the balls pretty well. A little unfortunate not to come away with offensive shots. And I know the safety was a little difficult and very, you know, touchy for Gorse, but a little surprised he went for the bank there.
So when Hong Pong had lost 4 racks in a row, it all looked to be slipping away from him. But he's won that one, and he's still very much in this contest. Only one behind at 5-4. Opening day of the Hanoi Open, and as ever, in the early stages of an event like this, stories going on absolutely everywhere, including Johan Chua, who's had so much success in 2024. He was struggling early on to assert himself against Long Van Nam, but he's drawn level now on table 2. That one is 4-all. And in the match where they're playing for the right to meet the winner of this one, Wen Duc Tang now leads 5-2 against Wen Tay Hien. All Vietnamese clash there. Lucius Yap, former US Open runner-up, World Cup runner-up as well a couple of years back. Just getting things underway against Wen Van Huang, so that will be one to keep an eye on. And Pier Francesco Garzia of Italy is on the hill at 8-6 against Trong Dai Tung. Wen back to 5-4 behind here. He's made the one in the side, and he's on the 2, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, like I said, the first rack wasn't his best on the break, but ever since then, the one has been deposited in that left middle. His left middle, and he really hadn't come away with much on the blue too. Had to jump at one where he fouled, played a nice safety, didn't get much off of it the last time he broke the balls, and now much different. Just got to get out for the 3 in the side. The 4's pretty open. Wants to stay off the rail. Looks like he's perfect, really, just to follow the cue ball to the side cushion and back out. Doesn't really have to do much. Don't end up short. That's the one. You can handle a little distance, which I like what he played there, kind of opening up the cue ball. Now, does he go forward to the rail? Does he? Looks like he's going to hold the ball above the 9. Maybe even slide over. And again, you know, you play a little bit yourself, Michael, and you can recognize guys that strike the ball nicely, and definitely see that here with Wen. All right, just wants to come one rail above the 9. Also kind of swings the cue with a lot of confidence as well.
Well, he's out here with the genuine prospect of beating the best player in the world, and it doesn't seem to be scaring him or psyching him out in any way at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a let up there. A little quick on the takeaway, and wouldn't call it a decel, just didn't get the full cue through the ball. Now over the 9 and awfully straight. Now does he kind of, you know, pull on the reins a bit here and just kind of make sure you're not missing the 7 and play a bank on the 8 maybe, or a safety on the 8. Not what you want, but you got to do it sometimes. And I think that's smart. I mean, you know, you played well. Give yourself a chance to make a good decision and a little bit better shot. This is a little off angle, though. Maybe hard to swing the cue ball, hard to hold the cue ball for the 9. Kind of in between.
Well, he could not really have played that much better. But This is a testing 9. Big moment in the match this. Chance to get level once again. Having fallen a couple behind at 5-3, this is for 5-all. That's a fine way to complete his first break and run of the match. And what a match it's turning into. Gorst would have been expected to win this comfortably. He's not been at his best today. And Wen Hong Pong is doing his best to make it count. So they're level at 5-all.
Yeah, that 8-ball bank there, you could tell. We're talking about a ball striker. He got a lot out of the cue ball. Got it to move nicely, and it's a race to 4 from here, Michael.
Yeah, potentially a very big story developing here. Gorst lost his first match at the World Championship earlier in the year, which he went on to win. That was against Mustafa Alnar, however, who I think was a more established name than this player from Vietnam. So this would be a really big upset if he was to win. And you have to say at 5-all, that is now a very realistic possibility. James Aranis, part of the Philippines team that won the World Cup last year, is 6-1 up on Aaron Lee Ko. And Jeffrey Rodder, quarter-finalist at the US Open, where he lost to Gorst, has a 6-1 lead over Wen Le Doi. Here on the main table, it's 5-all.
Well, the one's gone down again. He's got to look at the blue 2. More difficult, obviously, than the last game after the break, but very playable, and I think there is a gap to get on the 3. So he's got to work this rack. You can see the blue 2 there. A little bit missable ball. 3, 4, 5 are handy, but then he's got to travel 6 to the 7 to the 8. I just don't see him really missing open shots. Just don't think it's going to happen, really. And if that tells you anything, Michael, a lot of players would have kind of eased that ball down the rail, and he deposited it quickly and maybe gaining a little confidence as we go. Be interested to see how he plays to the 6. I think I'd like to stay above the 9 and take a cut shot. Now, he may have forced himself into that position just because of where he's gotten on the 5. So he should draw this out to the center of the table. Then the lefty can reach it easily. But you can see he just moves the ball nicely. Now, when you have to sacrifice a little distance, I don't see a miss happening, but how he hits the pocket may determine where he gets on the 7, because the 7 is up from the rail a little bit. You can't just take it for granted coming down. You may fall underneath this ball. Kind of like this. Oh, he got a little friendly bump. Just caught the 6 a little heavy to the pocket. This is playable, though, if he can reach it.
And it's a key shot in the rack. If he plays it well, could leave himself a fairly straightforward 8 and 9 to lead again.
Yeah, and we talk about how you hit the pocket. If you notice that when he caught the top side, that's why the cue ball didn't get to the cushion before the middle pocket. 7, watch the 7. See it hit the left side of that top corner, the top left corner. And that really has major influence on the path of the cue ball. Now he's got to lean on those safeties. They've been pretty good. This is going to be a little heavy. Now this type of shot or this type of situation and mistake could cost him something mentally moving forward.
What a chance that was to regain the lead. As it is, he's Handed Gorst a fairly straightforward run out of these last couple of balls. So Gorst did lead 5-3 that stage. He had won 4 in a row. All the momentum looked to be with him, and the expectation would have been he'd simply run away. Hasn't been that way. Got pegged back to 5-all. Looked as though he might fall behind, but instead Gorst, by potting 8 and 9, has gone in front once again, and now he's within 3 of making a winning start to his Hanoi Open campaign. Eklund Kachi, World Championship runner-up this year, is in action on table 3 and has won the first rack against Duong Man Tien. Jeffrey Rodder now 7-1 up on Wen Ledoy. Lucius Yap has taken the first rack against Wen Van Huong.
And Gorst has stepped away from the table, and of course his opponent did the same. A little timeout here, and why not 6-5? Balls are breaking really well here on the mainstream table. So we'll see when Wynn gets back to that table, and man, what a chance he had there.
Second staging of the Hanoi Open, as we've been saying. I think we all arrived here last year not knowing exactly what to expect. We knew that the game was very much on the rise in Vietnam, and there was a big following for it, and obviously a lot of good Vietnamese players coming through in the last few years. But that doesn't always translate when you come to an event in a new location in terms of the crowds turning out. But boy, did they build steadily throughout the week last year, and I don't think any of us who were here will ever forget that final night and the thrilling finish in which Jason Shaw became champion. I remember the last few days of that tournament last year. Every day it arrived, they'd be queuing all the way down the street to get in, and then at the end of the night when the players were coming out, there'd be huge crowds waiting outside for a photo or an autograph or just to meet the players. And we really got a sense of what big names the top 9-ball players are here in Hanoi. And now that the word is out about what a special tournament this is, I expect that come the end of the week, it'll be much the same again.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get out to the pool rooms more this week. Got out to the Perry last year, of course, with that event here in Hanoi prior to the Hanoi Open itself. That Perry Open was across town, but was a hair under the weather last year, so didn't get out much in the evenings, but I really want to get out and see all these beautiful pool rooms.
Yeah, and I think the tournament here last year, we could be looking back on that in a few years' time as one of the most significant events we've ever seen in the game, because I think it opened people's eyes to the possibilities that you could come here to this part of the world, put on an event like this, similar to what we've been used to seeing at things like the US Open, and it has to be said the European Open as well, since that started a few years ago. And I think we're going to see more and more big events being played in Asia, where the game, of course, is absolutely massive. We knew that, but as I said, it doesn't always translate then to staging events successfully. Hanoi really blazed a trail last year when we saw just how big a success you can have in this part of the world. I think it's been acknowledged by Matchroom that had it not been for that success in Hanoi in 2023, we might not be having the Reyes Cup in Manila next week. And I think we all expect that to be a big success, and then really word is going to get out, and promoters and sponsors will really want to get on board. We could be spending a lot of time in Asia in the coming years, Jeremy. Well, you're always on the road anyway, so you're very much a citizen of the world. But we could be clocking up a lot of air miles to this corner of the globe over the next few years.
Yeah, I was just home for 3.5, 4 weeks, and it was pretty sweet. But pool really has no off season. More of it every day.
6-5 Gorst.
Friendly kiss on the cue ball. The 2's going to be up on the top cushion. It is shootable, though. Well, it's hard to really, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Describe Gorst as he comes to the table. Do you say the reigning U.S. Open champion? Do you say the reigning world champion, world 9-ball champion, World Pool Masters champion? #1 player in the world. Lots of ways to label him.
I think to call him #1 player in the world is perhaps the best way to label him, because that underlines just how much success there's been there.
Yeah, on the fence here. Doesn't want to make a nice shot on the 2 and come down and get awkward on the 3 or snookered even. Looks like he's cueing towards the left side, so he's attacking, trying to run the cue ball. Got a little, actually kind of perfect, and what a line he made there on the 3. Looks like pretty natural to run the cue ball again. A couple cushions up above the pink. That'll open up this rack.
We're so used to seeing matches like this in the early stages of these events, Jeremy, where you've got one of the best players in the world against a real outsider who we don't know much about. And over the years, we've seen a lot of them finish 9-0, 9-1. You could look at it and say that if Gorst comes through, a match like this probably does him more good. Is that the case, or is it just so early in the tournament that it's irrelevant really how you get through?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, I think, like I said earlier, he's learned to just play himself into the tournament and not really sweat a mistake early. Of course, calculate it a little bit and kind of understand the mistake, but yeah, nothing wrong with a little challenge early. Get the blood flowing a bit more than a 9-0 or 9-1 win. Of course, it's all how you treat it. I thought Jason looked a little more, how can you say, a little more on point as a huge favorite in his first match than I've seen in the past at times. Looked very serious every shot. You know, didn't take on some kind of silly offensive shot just because it's round 1 and, you know, let me make the fans happy as a big favorite. Played the safeties that was needed, so.
Well, it meant a huge amount to him to win in Hanoi last year, to win his first big Matchroom individual title. He has been US Open champion, of course, sure, but that was in the pre-Matchroom era. He will cling on to that title so doggedly this week. Meanwhile, Gorst, who was beaten by Shaw during that successful campaign in Hanoi last year, is closing in on his second break and run of the match. So he was 2 clear at 5-3, got pegged back to 5-all. Was a chance he was going to go behind at 6-5, but he won that 11th rack. Now he's won the 12th as well in swift fashion. And so Gorst goes 2 clear once again. He leads 7-5 and needs a couple more to advance. Jeffrey Rodder just looking for one more now, leading 8-2 against Wen Ledoy. James Aranis in a bit more of a battle against Aaron Lee Coe. Aranis 6-4 in front. Eklund Kachi has added the second rack to now lead 2-0 against Duong Man Tien. Lucius Yap also with an early 2-0 lead against Wen Van Huang. So there's some of the stories going on at the moment. Johan Chua, 7-4 up on Long Van Nam. Chua gradually taking control of that match, in which he was having it far from all his own way early on. And another good player in action, Chang Yu Long, has taken the first 2 racks against Chao Shifan. Federer Gorst looking for a couple more to get through to the next round.
Yeah, Like I said, it seems like he's learning how to hit the rack a little harder as well. Cue ball screaming back and forth. Has a look at the blue too. I don't know if he can get in there enough. He has a kind of a big pocket with the green 6 over the left middle. One of the best bankers in the game, of course. He has a cross side bank that's playable as well. But even though up a couple games now, we're nearing the end of this match as race to 9. If he's on the fence, I think a safety really, he's got a pretty easy one to bank the two rails to the top cushion and kind of stun the cue ball forward behind the 6. The cross side bank's pretty kind of mouth watering though. I mean, it's hard for him to not want to shoot it. But you don't want to play a loose one here, even though, again, with a couple game lead. The safety was a bit loose. Not what he wanted one bit. Misjudged the 2 ball, really. The cue ball wasn't that bad. Expected the 2 hit short of the purple and come over to the middle of the top cushion. Type of shot from distance, you could overcut this a hair. And maybe speaking of distance, you don't have to get a ton out of the cue ball here. The 3 and 4 grouped together here on the low right. Just kind of get out towards the head string and take your shot on the red 3. Boy, the man does possess a lot of power getting the cue ball all the way across. Didn't expect that. Yeah, Michael, I'm not sure he has a pocket for the pink. He's got a 4-6 combination that certainly plays, but it's off angle. Have to cut the pink a bit, so should be cue ball behind the 9 here, trying to take away the jump cue.
He certainly hasn't lost heart at any stage, Wen Huang Pong. Sometimes when you see the outsider get a bit of an early lead and then the favourite in the match takes control, there's a sense of inevitability about what follows, but Wen Huang Pong has never looked like a player who feels like he's beaten in any way. He's still right in this at 7-5 down, and as the world champion with a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, I think it's a medium speed, top English. You're hoping to come across the pink, maybe the cue ball slide towards the black 8. At least getting some separation. Could hit it hard, but I don't really see much luck there. Oh, he hit it really light. That's a really hard one to judge. Awesome stuff. Probably better than he expected even. But that is gambling there at the light speed, expecting to be able to judge it. All right, he does have a little piece. He caught the 6. So now a ball in hand to get to the hill for Gorst.
Yeah, looks fairly straightforward from here. Well, they've both had their moments in this match, but never been more than 2 in it either way. Gorst just a few balls away from changing that here, and a very good time.
And it seems like the tables are playing really well. You know, as everyone knows, a bit humid here in Vietnam, and not terrible today, I wouldn't say, but ooh, this has got to slow down. This is off by some piece. He certainly didn't want to play from underneath. But I was going to say, you know, a little bit of humidity at the beginning of the tournament can make the players actually more comfortable on the new felt, because they can kind of check the cue ball a little bit more with the side spin.
So a bit of pressure on this one now. Not the shot he had intended to leave himself to get to the hill. But he's rolled in the 9 from distance, and Federer-Gorst now just needs one more. He leads 8-5. That's 3 in a row now for the world champion. So some of the key moments there of that rack. Yeah, I think we were all feeling a bit like that, Federer, when we saw you play that shot. So the 9 was missable, but he rolled it in the end. So Federer-Gorst now leading 8-5. And if you are new to the game, in these big field events, we have double elimination in the early stages. So if you lose a match, you're not out. The earlier you do lose, the more matches you then have to win to make the final 64. And once we get to that stage, it then is straightforward single elimination. And with his last break of the match, Federer-Gorst, for the first time in the contest, has not made the 1 in the side.
Yeah, it seems like he unloaded even more on that rack. Maybe a little frustration. Usually don't see that much from Gorst. Could push out here. There's always that option in 9-ball pool after the break, whether you're the breaker after making a ball or the incoming player after a dry break. You have the option to push the cue ball out anywhere you want. I'm surprised he's not taking the kick here. Anyways, you have to declare a push out, and then the incoming player can take the shot or pass it back. Very important part of the game, and it only comes up after the break. It's the only time you're allowed to push out.
Just another winner to tell you about. Jeffrey Rodder, off the back of that good performance at the US Open, has beaten Wen Ledoy 9-2. James Aranis might not be too far behind his fellow Philippines player. 8-4 now. Aranis leads over Aaron Lee Ko. Yeah, it did make a ball off the break, Gorst. But it's the 1 in the side. That's the real sign of a break that's working well. That's the ball they're attempting to make.
All right, a nice hit there on the 1. Very difficult blue 2.
So, Wen looking to make one last stand. Rifles in the 1, he's on the 2.
Yeah, this match is long from over. Man, it's broke the balls pretty well after that first opening break. He's got to maintain here in rack number 14, and I'd be curious, and I think if Gorst goes on to win this match, I'd like to ask him, you know, does he know his opponent? What was he thinking going in? He knows so many more Vietnamese players, I think, than most of us in the arena. But just wonder if he recognized, hey, I can't make mistakes and beat this guy. I got to play pretty darn well. And if that is the case, sometimes you'll add a little pressure, you know, prior to the match.
I think what's going on in Vietnam at the moment is That classic case of there are some good players who have emerged in recent years, and then that leads to more good players coming through because they're playing those guys who have gone out and got a bit of experience on the world stage. And once you get a few good players coming through from a country, it tends to keep on growing and growing. And such a high level of competition when they're playing in their own country. And we're seeing here one of those players bringing it on to the world stage, and a few balls away from getting right back into this contest at only 8-6 behind. He'll have the break now for whatever's left of this match, because obviously as long as he's winning racks, he'll keep breaking. So this contest is not over yet.
And I'll tell you what happens is the next generation or half generation or the players that are coming up, they tend to be better cueing and whatnot just because there's more to look at. You understand it's a true sport to all these players, and they're just going to be a little better than some of the veterans in certain areas.
Wen Hong Pong still hanging in there. Needed to win 4 in a row. There's one of them. Back to 8-6. Yeah, that was the Gorst break. Didn't make the one on the side, but managed to flick one in off it. And then later on, it was that one that got rifled in, and Wen ended up going on to take the rack. So he will still believe, it seems, from his body language, that he has every chance here of pulling off a really big story. It's gone hill on table 22. Feels like Pier Francesco Garcia has been on 8 for some time now. So long, in fact, that his opponent, Trong Dai Tung, has made it to 8 as well. So they have one rack to decide who goes through to face Wen An Tan, one of the leading Vietnamese players in the next round. Lucius Yap is going along nicely at 4-1 against Wen Van Hoang. And Eklund Kachi, who was one rack away from winning the World Championship back in June, leads 5-0 over Duong Man Tien. Back here, can Wen continue the fight back? He trails 8-6.
He's made the 1. The 2's going to open up. 8's going to clear from the awkward queuing, so in a great position to make it 8-7. The 2, 3, 4 near, the 5, 6 down the table together. Very, very runnable rack. And a pretty easy one to start it.
Alvan Anjito, fine young player from Indonesia, who we've seen a bit of this year. Leads Britain's Danny King 7-3, so Anjito just a couple of racks away from making a winning start. James Oranis has now won 9-4 against Aaron Lee Ko, and will face Jason Marabi in an all-Philippines clash in the next round.
A little subtle elevation here. This is going to be an awkward shot at times. Yeah, I was going to say, and the reason why is it's kind of in between. You're not really level. You're not really elevated, putting a lot of speed. You're kind of elevated a little bit, putting half speed. Just a ball that's more missable than people think.
As Wen left the table there, you could see in his face he knows there's every possibility that's where his resistance ends. Whatever happens, he will emerge from this match with so much credit. Got off to a good start, won the first 2 racks. There's a couple clear again at 3-1. Lost the next 4 to trail 5-3. But again got back level and had a chance to lead at 6-5. Lost that rack, lost the next one as well. And when he lost the one after that, Gorst was on the hill. But Wen took his chance well in rack 14 to stay right in it. Had a chance there to get back to only 1 behind. But now it seems more likely than not his race is run, and he will go to the loser's side.
Gorst can't be happy with that. Falling straight on this ball at some distance away. Good to see a little aggravated with some easy position missed. Now he's got to get into the cue ball a bit more. Of course, both these players will be back later on today. If they're at the 11:30, that means usually they would be on the 4 o'clock round. the winner at least at 4 o'clock. That's normally how it works. Okay, one good shot away from advancing through a pretty tough opening match and a darn tough Vietnamese player. Yeah, it's one of them awkward angles, Michael. Didn't want to get a whole lot out of the cue ball trying to make the 8 missable. Expected another inch or two, I think, but we know what this is called, the 50.
Well, if this is to be the end, it's an appropriate end because it's a bit of a test on the 9. And really, that's the way the whole match has gone for Fedor Gorst. He'll need to play better than this, you would feel, if he's to win the Hanoi Open this week. But what he has won is his first match. He's come through by 9 racks to 6. Fedor Gorst off and running here in the Vietnamese capital. So Wen Hong Pong just getting a little more time on the main table. And he's put up a good show here today. And he will go to the loser's side where he may well do some damage. Gorst at the moment likely to play Wen Duc Tang in the next round because he leads at the moment by 6 racks to 3. So that's it for now on the main table, and the action will continue here on this first day of the Hanoi Open in just a few minutes' time.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 1 action from the Mansion Sports Hanoi Open Pool Championship continues here in the capital city of Vietnam. 2 big names in action so far, 2 big name winners. Although very different matches. Jason Shaw strolled through 9-1 over Nguyen Dat Phai. It most certainly wasn't a stroll for Fedor Gorst against Nguyen Huong Phang. 9-6 that one. Now we've seen Nguyen Antoine, one of Vietnam's top players, defeat Andrei Dmitriev on table 2, 9-4, and Johan Chua, after a slow start, came through 9-5 against Luong Van Nam. Next on table 2, Carlo Biardo against Wang Che Young. As for our next action on table 1, well, it's a continuation of a day that's seen giants of the game centre stage, because next up it is Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against a Vietnamese opponent, Nguyen Van Tuan. And of course, Carl, FSR feeling a whole lot more confident after snapping off the Perry Open title just a few days ago.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, Phil. The Perry Open, which was, as you said, just a few days ago in Da Nang on the beach. What a field that tournament was. So anybody who was playing in Da Nang, if you come through that field, it's 156 players. There was around 50 players from Chinese Taipei, Phil. I think there was 30 or 40 Filipinos as well. So obviously FSR, the man who's warming up now, he won that title. Boy, he will be feeling very good indeed.
Yeah, so 2 big storylines from that event. One, in the earlier rounds, I think it was the last 32, he was 8-5 down to Torsten Homan. Had to fight really hard to get that one won, and he did so 9-8, winning the last 4 racks. And it was also a real fight against Dimitris Lukatos in the final. FSR went out into a 4-0 lead, but any thoughts of a comfortable victory were soon dispelled. Lukatos actually led 11-10 before FSR produced when it mattered most, and winning 13-11 in the end.
Yeah, the Greek player was so used to Kazakis, and a few years ago my good buddy Nikos Economopoulos from Greece. But Lukatos, he really seems to be doing pretty well on the WNT. He's had a lot of good victories, and of course he lost out in that final, but a very close final indeed, and he's showing the world that he means business. So intrigued to see how he gets on this week, Phil.
Yeah, that was good to see. Always good to see new names emerge and get to the latter stages of events. As for FSR, well, he's had lots of deep runs in tournaments this year, but that was only his second WNT victory, because he won the tournament named after him in Spain earlier this year, the FSR Open. So I think it was a timely title for him, both in terms of self-belief and indeed in terms of Mosconi Cup ranking points. He's now back in the shake-up. As for his opponent here, well, we don't know an awful lot about him, but that doesn't mean to say he can't give a good account of himself.
Yeah, a lot of Vietnamese players playing in the Hanoi Open this year, and this is what it's all about. The World 9 Ball Tour, putting events on all over the world, and it's about finding new stars.
By the way, the winner of this match in the second round on the winner's side will play Do Kai, or from the USA, Brad Lewandowski.
Yeah, Do Kai, remember him from last year. He's a very unique character. He's not one of the top players, but he plays an unusual style of game, and I remember he was getting a lot of crowds around his table watching the matches. Talking of crowds, looks a bit quiet here, but that's because obviously the seating is actually the worst place to sit in the early stages of this event. There's so many tables in this wonderful arena. You can literally walk around the arena, can't you, Phil, and see any match. So sitting in them banking areas is not really the best place for you in the early stages.
Yeah, there you can see Francisco Sanchez Ruiz having a chat with Jonas Souto Camino, his fellow Spaniard. Do Kai, I think he is unique. I think it's a word that is definitely applicable to him, and I'll tell you why. In pool, in snooker, in cue sports, you do see a lot of players who place great store on being entertainers. But of course, first and foremost, they want to win. Then they want to entertain as a secondary. Do Kai seems to me as though he's all about entertainment, and the result is secondary. Would I be correct?
Yeah, I think you're right.
We saw him last year, didn't we, play that exhibition against Efren Reyes, and the crowd around that table was extraordinary.
Yeah, Efren Reyes will be here as well. He's flying into Vietnam. 70 years of age now, Efren. He's pool royalty, the most famous player we have in the sport.
So what will be Efren's role at the Reyes Cup next week, Carl?
Well, he's captain, but I don't believe he's ever been, captain in such a bigger stage, a big event as what he's about to do. So who knows?
Well, that's why I was asking him. And I knew his title, but there's a difference between someone's title and their role. And clearly, if you've not been involved in that kind of thing before, and you have to put together pairings and all that kind of stuff, he might need assistance. So maybe we'll get some assistance from the actual players on his team.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I've already wrote 4 team sheets out already, Phil. So I don't know if Efren's been having a nosy or... Obviously, it's different for Team Asia because they've never had this type of event. Luckily, the Europeans and the Americans have been playing Mosconi Cups for 30 years. So we're just used to it. Marcel, the referee, was having a chat. Marcel Eckert, that is. He was having a chat with Fran. I don't know if he's maybe told him something about his opponent. His opponent's cues are there, so he's clearly in the building. Maybe he's had to run off to the bathroom or something, so maybe he's just saying, keep hitting balls, son.
Yeah, because the players are allowed 1 practice rack before each match out on the table. But as we saw when we started our coverage of this contest, FSR was involved in his practice rack back then a few moments ago. So we know wiser than you are as to what's going on. Maybe FSR's opponents, as you say, has become overcome with nerves. Win Van Tuan. So this isn't the real stuff. You won't see him doing that. This is all about knocking the balls about and getting used to the table. Rather strange though when the players go out and then all of a sudden there's this hiatus. Gives me the chance to get you right up to date with all the scores. So Win Doc Thang 7-4 up on Win Tae Hien. Antonius Kakaris 6-3 on Jake Newlove. Chang Yu Long 7-2 over Chao Shifan. Chen Sen Ting 4-2 on Bobby Chandra Rinaldi. I thought it was a tough workout much earlier today for Billy Thorpe, but he came through 9-6 against Chu Viet Huang. Obviously tried to make an impression here this week, Carl, in terms of either automatic qualification for the Mosconi Cup or getting the wild card.
Yeah, we talked about Ruiz brimming with confidence off his win. That's just what happens, not in pool, but in all sports. And Billy Thorpe won a ranking event over in America just a couple of weeks ago. Desperate to get a wild card off his buddy Skylar Woodward.
Other scores, Tin Van Lin 8-7 up on Bui Van Wei. Nick Malai of Albania, he's now 8-2 up on Trankei, Phawong Nam Pham and Ronel Naluan. 5-5. Jerson Kumayas of the Philippines. He's beaten An Viet Tuen 9-3. Steve Fleming of the USA has taken the first rack from Dino Sadwani of India. Liu Riteng and Liu Xiaoqiang 1-1. Max Eberle has taken the first rack from Paolo Giletto. Young Sam Henderson from Iowa in the Midwest of the USA. He's 2-0 up on Timothy Swong. And don't forget the action on table 2 right now. Carlo Biardo has lost the first rack to Wang Chi-young. Even if you don't know your opponent, Carl, it always pays to treat them with respect and scope them out before the match begins, because you don't want to take liberties and suddenly find yourself 3 or 4-0 down.
Yeah, 100%. Usually, you know, the players know everybody else on the circuit or in pool tournaments, but you know, Vietnam is new territory for pool players. Can't quite believe what happens on the first night. Went out for food with Jason Shaw. Of course, he won the tournament last year, so I understand that. But even walking up the street, people getting out of the car saying, "Oh, sure, can I get a picture?" I was flabbergasted, Phil. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it anywhere in the world where we've been playing pool. Even in the Philippines, when we know how popular it is over there, this is just different here.
And it's a great feeling when that happens. We had this with snooker in Thailand in the early 90s with the ascent of James Watanabe, but of course he was from that particular country. Here, international pool stars are being feted.
Yeah, and you know, we continued walking up the street, and Jason's just laughing, saying, "Oh, this is crazy, isn't it? This just doesn't happen." And he told me that in the airport, the guy at immigration knew who he was. He got out of the box, wanted a picture with him.
These are incredible stories which will be, no doubt, imparted as the week goes on. We've got a good friend of ours actually playing at the moment, Ben Grady. If you saw the excellent documentary about Jason Shaw's win in the Hanoi Open last year, well, that was edited and basically produced by Ben. Well, it turns out, we didn't really know a lot about him, but it turns out he can wield a cue quite well. He was well ahead of Din Than Chung of Vietnam. Now, though, I think he won the first 5 racks, actually, Ben. Now, though, he's 8-6 down. That's over on table 9. And the other little story we've got to tell you, we noticed the name Kunihiko Takahashi, Carl and I. So we went over to table 7, and there he was, the great man, the 1998 world champion from Japan. He was behind against Matt Edwards when we were over there watching, but he came back to win. As they say, Carl, form is temporary, class is permanent.
Talking of class, this match is about to get underway. The first round for FSR. A player who's won so much on the WNT, fresh off his win in Da Nang at the Perry Open. Stella Field. He's going to have to beat another Stella Field if he's lifting the trophy up here come Sunday. All starts here though. Players will lag. This will determine who breaks first. Here comes the handshake. It's game on.
He's such a nice fellow, FSR. In terms of his demeanour around the table, in terms of his personality, he is most certainly not intimidatory, but when it comes to his abilities, that's a different matter. And I think it's fair to say he won that lag. Wasn't even remotely close. The big thing with FSR when he was going through that golden period, his break-off, it was working a treat. And look at this, Carl. How can you possibly make a better start to a tournament than this?
Yeah, he was the first player for me when this break rule was brought into the tour. It was the players who actually decided on this break. You know, 9-ball pool, we always play the same rules, but you know, if you've watched a lot of pool, you know that the break can, you know, you can change the break. Over the years, we've seen players rather break from the rail. Now that box that you see at the top end, cue ball must be inside that box, the break box. And FSR, he was the player for me who he really got the break figured out quicker than anybody else. We see a lot more players breaking better now, but for me, he was the one who figured it out. And that was a large part to his success. Looks like he's going to get off to a good start here with a break and run. You just always want to get used to the pace of the table.
One 0 it is, and what a way to break the ice.
Welcome back to the capital of Vietnam, where we're midway through the opening day in the 2024 Hanoi Open. And we're going to see one of the most successful players of recent years, Ko Ping Chung, next up on the main table, taking on Nguyen Hoang Tuan of Vietnam. This is in the second round. If you get through this, you're in winner's qualification. When one more win takes you into the single elimination final 64 stage. There are still matches going on at the moment. In the first round, Sam Henderson, the young American, is 6-5 up on Timothy Sung. Michael Feliciano of the Philippines leading 7-5 against Wen Lee of Vietnam. And elsewhere in the first round, Tyler Steyer has taken the opening rack against Nguyen Ngoc Nguyen. The American Steyer having a very good year, doing well in a number of the smaller ranking events in particular. And David O'Cady, who was announced yesterday, has been drafted into the European Reyes Cup team for next week. Has a 5-3 lead over Palakorn Thaya Sakul of Thailand. So all those matches are in round one. The match we're going to watch here is in round two. I'm Michael McMullen and Jeremy Jones is alongside me. Ko Ping Chung has had a fine couple of years, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, has really come on to make the argument who's the better player between him and older brother Ko Ping Yi. Younger brother's coming along as well, Ko Ping Han, who had a win earlier. He may be playing again here shortly. Ko Ping Chung, though, really a lot of results in the last 2 years. Thought he'd be in there maybe making that Reyes team for Team Asia, but it was Big Brother that qualified all automatically, and then of course Guak and Carlo Beato finished up with the wild cards. Nice break off there to open. Got the one down in the side. Something you'll get used to seeing with Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, you mentioned Ko Ping Han there, having already had a win today. He's actually just starting out at the moment on table 4 against Britain's Dean Shields. Ko Ping Chung, 29 years of age and ranked number 4 in the world.
Yeah, and really has it all. I think the one difference he's had in the last few years is really the long ball. He's just gotten so much better. Not that he was ever bad at it, but those are sometimes the separating moments in big matches. Awkward cueing got him there, and he's facing an opponent that has made some noise here of late. Just last week, what was it, a quarterfinalist, I think,
the Perry Open.
Yep.
Yep. Was eventually beaten by Mickey Kraus, who, of course, is having the year of his life.
I don't know if there's enough speed here. Looks like the pink 4 may have narrowly snookered him on the potting angle at the red 3. Can get at it. Probably play some type of safety, just kind of moving the 3 up table. Softly bringing the cue ball behind the, oh, he went for the bank. Kind of a two-way shot with the 4-5 there.
Yeah, Nguyen was one of 2 Vietnamese players to make the quarterfinals in the Perry Open. Long Duc Tien also got to the last 8 and was 1 rack away from getting to the semis, losing to Dimitris Lukatos, who ended up in the final, losing to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Yeah, I believe Vietnam had 4 players in the final 16 there at the Perry Opens. Good stuff from the home country. Another shot that got away a bit. Now a bit of the long ball for Nguyen. Funny shot. Just got to kind of hold the cue ball, a little awkward bridging over the corner pocket. And Made that look easy. Held the ball nicely. And again, we talk about it pretty much every match here in Vietnam. It's kind of a numbers game, Michael. I mean, so many people playing. The sport's so hot here in this country. And, of course, so many different great venues to play at. Not only here in Hanoi, but all over Vietnam. But you just got to believe they're going to start producing plenty of champions in this sport.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like with the Polish contingent, and we've seen so many good players from Poland in recent years, and we keep saying we're waiting for that one to really come through, win one of the very biggest titles, and that might bring on the rest of them. I think Vietnam is a bit behind that, but in terms of volume of players, it seems to be perhaps even greater, and obviously it's a much bigger country as well, so the chances of one of them coming through and becoming a genuine top player and sparking that onslaught, you would think, are even better than for Poland. So that's where Vietnam is at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say they're greater than most countries, really. A big country, but again, you go into the pool rooms here and, you know, they're all, you know, state-of-the-art, kind of like beautiful equipment, open 24/7, most of them. Really trying to appeal to producing some of those great players.
Yeah, the participation in Vietnam, absolutely massive. Still in the early stages, I think, of really making an impact on the world stage. Again, you compare it to Poland, where there have been a number of players who have done well in a number of big events. Vietnam just at the beginning of that. And we're just at the beginning of this match. And Ko Ping Chung, despite a couple of loose shots early on, has won a fairly short opening rack, so he leads 1-0. Now, there are a number of other matches just getting underway in this round as well. Billy Thorpe is one to keep an eye on. He's trying to get into that American Moscone Cup team that he's graced in the past. He's won the opener against Desmond Go of Singapore. We've got Robbie Capito, the UK Open champion, in the first rack against Adam Mish of Poland. So those matches just getting started now. Loho Sum as well, former World Masters runner-up, playing the experienced British player Marcel Price. So, swiftly on with it again in rack 2.
Well, he got the one down again, and he's very stretched here on the blue 2, but the good thing is the 7 hung in the lower left corner. So he can handle a lot on the red 3 if he cuts the 2 and goes all the way up table. The combination onto the 3-7, not too difficult. So you expect him to attack maybe lefty here. I never wanted to cut the ball super thin with the bridge. I always liked left-handed a bit better. And the good thing, again, he doesn't have to do much with the cue ball besides avoiding the snooker.
Ko Ping Chung went to the US Open just a few weeks ago in Atlantic City, looking to join the very small group of players who've successfully defended that historic title, and all was going well till he got to the last 64 and then found himself, pretty unfortunate really, to come up against Fedor Gorst at such an early stage. Gorst having been sent to the loser's side after his defeat by Vitaly Patsura. So with the 10-6 defeat, that was where Ko Ping Chung's title defence ended in the final 64.
Yeah, really great position player, and he's been a little off here early on a few shots, but usually the cue ball kind of on a string. Even that shot there ended up that much short, kind of tells you the timing's off a bit. I think he will attack, but much more of a shot on the 5 than he wanted.
So it looks fairly straightforward from here for our first break and run of the match. And it really hasn't taken very long at all for Ko Ping Chung to put himself in a position of early strength. He leads by 2-0. So looking once again at those first round matches that are still going on. Sam Henderson a couple of racks away from victory now, 7-5 against Timothy Song. Michael Feliciano just ahead of Wen Lee of Vietnam, that one is 7-6. Tyler Steyer and Wen Ngoc Nguyen are level at 1-1. And David O'Cady, winner of the European Open last year, leading 6-3 against Palakorn Taua Sakul. So the former US Open champion off to a nice start here. He's made the one in the side from both breaks so far. And he leads 2-0.
Yeah, much more of what he wanted there. Very good timing there on the break. That's why you'll see it didn't appear to have a ton of speed, but a lot more power involved than you think. Nice spread and a good look at a blue 2 here to maybe continue that break and run.
He's amazing, isn't he, when he gets on a roll, once he builds up a bit of momentum and rhythm. And we saw that in particular during his finest hour when he won the US Open. All 11 racks in the semi-final against Aloysius Yap. 10 in a row to come from behind in the final against Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, a bit heavy there. Now becoming kind of from nowhere awkward here on the red 3. And yeah, it's just like all the players, all the true champions. You know, he made a little bit of a run the year before there at the US Open, running deep. Kind of like Fedor Gorst. The year Ko Ping Chung won it. He made a deep run, then went on to win the next year. Got to keep at it. You're going to have a lot of disappointing moments in this sport, but you truly want it. You don't give in. Nice recovery shot there, and maybe a bit of another one here coming.
It's hard to believe he isn't even 30 yet when you consider how long he's been around on the international stage and doing well in big international tournaments as well.
Well, you hear about these players in the juniors, you know, the junior world titles and whatnot. And you just kind of know the pedigree's there, and it's a name to easily attach to winning, that being the Ko surname. A little awkward here. Does he have to go into the 8? Kind of stunned forward a bit as well. No, he's going to play it lightly. He could avoid the 8. Another light one coming.
Just when it looked as though he might complete back-to-back break and runs, it's another loose one. And he's left a good chance here for Wen to get off and running.
Yeah, you could see a little kick on that 7. If you noticed on the replay, didn't turn end over end, kind of on its side a bit. You see some of those when you have to swing lightly. This may not be any good, and don't understand that very much. I mean, so many ways to avoid not only the 9, but just getting on top of the 8. So it's going to be game 3 here, but you got to believe that Wen could have won the 2 of them anyways. The referee's got to be right on top of this, depending on how he kicks at it. Comes one rail at it here. This is going to be close. Could get some action on the 9 though, towards that side pocket on the bottom of your screen.
he left here. Certainly some sort of a chance for Go Ping Chung, but this not a certainty. He'll make this run out. Pretty close to that now, though. You're coming into one of these matches as the outsider to make the most of every little opportunity that comes your way. Stop the favourite from establishing a bit of daylight. And Wen Hong Tuan has not been able to do that so far. He's had his chances. Certainly did there. Ko Ping Chung still ended up winning the rack. He now leads 3-0. Some of the other scores in this second round. Billy Thorpe has a 2-1 lead over Desmond Go. Fedi Okachi has won all of the first 3 racks against Andri Janawata of Indonesia. Ko Ping Han going along nicely, leading 2-0 against Dean Shields. Robbie Capito is in the opening rack against Adam Nish. Mo Ho Sum has won the first 2 against Marcel Price. That's pretty much where we're at as we see once again the ball which took Ko Ping Chung to 3-0. So long, as we said. He was a World Championship semi-finalist back in 2015, just as he was turning 20. He's been to the World Semis again 5 years ago.
Yeah, now trying to size up a push out. It's not the push out, not a tricky one. You know, sometimes, or a lot of times in a push out, there's a little gamesmanship in there, and like, what do you see that, or what do I see that you may not? Not the case here. And I believe Wynn should take on this kick shot, trying to kick and stick the cue ball. Coming to the bottom cushion, knocking the 2 off the side cushion between the 5 and 8, and just kind of holding the cue ball there. Not a very difficult one. There's always a little value in passing these, just because you don't feel like it's going to be a devastating snooker. The jump's available, but I believe you're supposed to take it if you win. Now it looks like he's going to the side cushion. Is he trying to bank the 2 up by the 8? Is he kicking and sticking? Oh, wow. Huge unforced error here. There were other options, and that wasn't a bad one. Just misplayed a bit.
Slight pause on the lip. Cue ball topples over, and with ball in hand now, Wen Hong Tuan has got to start making something happen. Not got into the match yet at all, although he's had the chances to do so.
He noticed not only in the balls he made, but a couple he missed. Swings the cue with a lot of confidence. Not afraid to put a little speed on his shots. Did he get enough here? I don't think so. Maybe he did. Maybe it rolled over just enough to be a playable pink. Pretty straight here, Michael. He may draw the cue ball back past the green 6 for the green in the left middle or the lower corner. If he had any angle at all, he would play the green 6 in the upper left, but pretty straight. He did have a little angle to stun over.
He's already played one match today, and it was a close one against Rafael Gonzalez of the Philippines. Came through at 9-7. So hard to see anything going wrong from here.
No, and I'll tell you something I'm noticing in the backhand. I don't know when we'll get to see it, but a very unique grip, I think, in the backhand. The right hand kind of looks like it just really has the thumb and the index finger on the cue.
And he had the ball in his hand, and from there he's gone on to get his first rack on the board, so he now trails 3-1. David O'Cady has won rack 11 to lead 7-4 in the first round against Palacorn Teosako. Tyler Starr level at 2-all in the early stages against Wen Nok Wan. And elsewhere, Michael Feliciano has won now by 9 racks to 6 against Wen Lee, so through to the second round. And one other match we're still keeping an eye on in round 1. Sam Henderson on the hill now at 8-5 against Timothy Sung. So first look at Wen's break. And it's come up dry.
Or you know he's had some success with this break rule, right? Making a quarterfinals of the Perry Open with the same rules intact. But still, without a whole lot of time spent overall, this break can be very difficult, or let's say a little up and down at times. Interesting here, he could play behind the red 3. It's kind of okay. I may look to run the cue ball up by the purple a couple rails, putting the 1 underneath the 3-4-9. I was wondering about this. I don't know if he was really attacking there. He'll take it, though. He's left a gap at the blue 2. He's left the entire cue ball as well, so can really do whatever he wants. Wouldn't say it's easy. I'm not really sure what I like. Could bank the 2 back up table, maybe coming 2 rails on the 8. To kind of draw into the purple 5, kind of knocking the 2 around table. It's kind of a more comfortable shot from distance, but he's hitting a high ball, so it's something behind the 6-8, I believe. Yeah, he's going to let this go a little far. Maybe a little fortunate for 2 reasons. 2 laying on the 9, and good thing the 3's there. It looks like the 2 9's pretty lined up for that corner pocket. Kind of like keeping it simple here. Just kind of coming off his right side of the 2, coasting the cue ball to the end rail, trying to use the 3 as a big blocker. You get too involved doing too much, I think easy to sell out an easy shot. Oh, he ran into the 3, so definitely had a little off here early.
Well, took his chance well, took it confidently in the previous rack. Now back at the table with an opportunity to trail by only 1. He's probably had enough chances in the match so far to have been in front at this stage, but having trailed 3-0, he'll be feeling good if he can get back to only 1 behind and break in the next rack with a chance to draw level. But a bit of work to be done first.
Yeah, I like his chances though, Michael, here to get it 3-2. And one thing that, you know, as a player like Ko Ping Chung, a favorite in this match, how big a favorite's a little unknown maybe, but when you're stuck in certain situations, I'll tell you, the one that can kind of get you a little upset is leaving open shots when trying to play tactically. I mean, it's one thing not to get the safety you wanted, you know, to where they have some type of return safety, but most of these players like Ko Ping Chung in these types of matches, they want their opponent to have to win tactically first to get that open shot rather than them just gifting a shot. You know, you can get your opponent going.
Well, we saw this year's US Open winner, Fedor Gorst, on the main table earlier today, and he wasn't settling in early on, led his opponent into the match. He won in the end. Last year's US Open champion, Ko Ping Chung, did lead 3-0, but he really hasn't settled yet. And so, Wen Hong Tuan has got it back to only 1 behind now at 3-2. We're talking about the potential for Vietnam to continue its rapid growth in the game in the coming years. I think the same could be said to some extent of Indonesia, where there's big interest in the game and a few players starting to appear in these tournaments. One of those is Andri Januarta, but currently trailing 5-0 against Claudio Caci in this second round. Also in this round, Billy Thorpe is 3-1 up on Desmond Go. The British player Dean Shields has come from 2-0 down to level with Ko Ping Han at 2-all. Robbie Capito of Hong Kong has won the first couple of racks against Adam Mish. And Lo Ho Sum now has a 4-0 lead over the Welshman Marcel Price. Pius Labutus level at 1-all with Rayon So also in this round. So, Wen back to 1 behind.
Yeah, much better there on the breaking end. Don't really think offense is going to be an option. Not a good option anyways. Never know with these players what they can pull out of their hat, but a lot of nice safeties in front of them. Whether that be trying to put the cue ball behind the purple, lays pretty decent. Could cut the 2 a little bit and run the cue ball. He wants to attack, but he's awfully thin to a small portion of the pocket, if any at all. So you would think he's going to push through on the blue 2. Oh, he went for the kiss shot. A little fortunate with the outcome because he was definitely looking to stay offensive. He's got a kick shot to the bottom cushion. Kind of looked at it to see if he has a little piece of the blue 2. Well, this is a little surprising. I guess the camera's fooling me. He can't go between the 6-9 to the bottom cushion and come underneath this 3. The 3-5s, excuse me, underneath the 2. The 3-5 being tied up gives you a little more freedom on some of these kick shots, Michael. Fluke in the side that looks like it may not mean much, but Wen has played very aggressive Oh, he's let this slip. That was a pretty easy safety there. I was going to say, I thought he might attack with the cross corner bank, kind of with a two-way shot in mind. Looking at the two-rail escape. And this is the type of kick shot you have to make a little adjustment versus your club table here on the tournament table conditions. Easy to go two rails between the 3-9 and narrowly miss the 3. Okay, now he's coming one rail between the 6-9. Watch out for the scratch. That lower left. Nice hit, though.
Ko Ping Chung has also already played once today against another Vietnamese player, Phan Van Kiem. And it wasn't straightforward, but he got through comfortably enough in the end by 9 racks to 5.
Nice hit there. He's going to leave a long distance 3 ball. But not a lot of angle. So we're going to get to see Ko Ping Chung open up a bit. He's going to put a bit of a draw stroke. I'll tell you a player I'm interested in seeing play this week after that U.S. Open is Jeffrey Rhoda. I mean, I really think from what I saw, he's fit for these big moments. And of course, you never know when it's going to happen, but I certainly think he's the type that could win these events, even with not a ton of experience out there.
Yeah, got to the quarterfinals of the US Open. Was beaten by the eventual champion, Federer Gorst, and he's already won a match today, Rhoda.
Just kind of like the epitome of simple is what I like about him. Very simple cueing, but awesome cueing. Kind of plays position the same. Just the way he plays, he's going to have a long, bright future in this sport. It seems like a super nice kid as well. All right, rattled the 3 a bit, but it wasn't easy. Nice shot there on the pink to get back in line. Barring something we never can foresee, he should get another 2-game lead.
Came to Hanoi on such a high last year. It was only a week or so after he'd won the US Open. And he almost got to another big final here. He was 1 rack away from doing it. Lost a Hill-Hill semi-final to Alban Ocean. So he was 3-0 in front. Got pegged back to a lead of just a single rack, but bit of breathing space again for Ko Ping Chung. He now leads 4-2. The young American Sam Henderson has won his opening match here. He's beaten Timothy Sung in the last few minutes by 9 racks to 5, and now faces an All-American clash in the next round against Max Eberle, who's also won just a few minutes ago against Paulo Gilito of the Philippines by 9 racks to 6. We're still keeping an eye on that David Al-Kaidi match. Al-Kaidi, who will be playing for Europe in the Reyes Cup next week in Manila, leading 7-5 against Palakorn Teo Sakul. So swiftly on with it again. Ko Ping Chung breaking with a 4-2 lead. Just one other score to give you from the first round. Tyler Steyer of the US is 3-2 down against Wen Nok Nguyen. Back to this one. How has this come up, Jeremy?
Yeah, he's got to look at the blue too, but really nothing offensive, nothing of any percentage anyways. Kind of a tricky safety as well. Not the type of shot you want to push out, and it's rare that you could have a player have so much of a look at the blue two and then decide to push out, but it does happen. And you'd like to think he's thinking off the right side. Problem here is if he gives him really any look at the blue two, the safety and return, if it's not some type of offensive shot, it's going to be very playable. This is tricky. Yeah, I thought that was there coming to the backside of the 7, but now you can see a bit off. And the one he didn't want to give up is something offensive, and that's the case. The cut shot on the 2 goes into the 9 with the cue ball to hold for the 3. Maybe get wind going here in rack number 7. Yeah, didn't hit the pocket as cleanly, therefore didn't catch the 9 how he wanted. So he wants to attack, you can tell that. Up on it. Maybe the brown 7's helping a little bit at the pocketing angle on the red 3, but he can definitely get at it. Well, he's got the jump cue out, so that tells me he's trying to make this in the side, because he can certainly see some of the 3. Watch out for the corner pocket for the scratch.
Always needed a bit of fortune with that one in terms of what the cue ball was going to do.
Oh, this 8 ball's a long ways away here. Is he just going over a little the right side of it to bang the 4 around? I was about to say, is he trying to get some action on the 9 maybe? Maybe the 9's going to be the helper here. Looking at a 2-rail escape, it looks like. Now we can see a little piece of it. Oh, very nice. Good speed. All right, here you want to aim a little high to the rail, spin into this with a little left, kind of hold the cue ball, let the pink go to the bottom cushion, then over on the opposite side cushion where the cue ball's at now. Pretty standard. Trying to use the 9.
The hand raised in acknowledgement of the fact that he's maybe been a bit fortunate in terms of what he's left on the 4.
He's got to do a little something here to avoid the double kiss, it appears. A high ball's okay. Yeah, at the light speed, though, what happens is the cue ball doesn't go through the 4 at all. Therefore, it comes to the rail kind of the same distance as the 4 ball traveling, and you catch that double kiss. So you need a little more oomph on the ball, maybe, or a little side spin. That flick, I think, may have helped him a bit. That may have been a little heavy on the speed.
But you can't afford to pass up opportunities like that if you're trying to pull off an upset against one of the best players in the world. Oh, he looks livid with himself.
Yeah, this looks like it's simple, the rail first, but so good in all departments, Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, good judgment was called for there, and that was exactly what he delivered. Perfect on the 6, and looks pretty straightforward now. And it's the old story, isn't it? If you go out to face one of the best players in the world and he just doesn't let you into the match, you can live with that. But the real disappointment for Wen Huang Tuan is that he's had more than enough chances. Ko Ping Chung, he's not been at his best. He's afforded his opponent some opportunities. And yet, here we are. With the former US Open champion, 3 clear again. He now leads by 5 racks to 2. Claudio Cacci has completed a whitewash in this round, 9-0 over Andri Januarta of Indonesia. So Cacci is through to winners qualification. And Robbie Capito may pull off a whitewash as well, because he's leading 5-0 now against Adam Mish of Poland. 3-all in Billy Thorpe's match against Desmond Go of Singapore. Ko Ping Han is just ahead of Dean Shields, the British player, at 3 racks to 2. All of these are second round matches. Low Ho Sum now 4-2 in front of Marcel Price. Jason Shaw, the defending champion, is back in action on table 3. Level at 1-all with Hai Long Lee in the early stages of their encounter. We've also got Pius Labutus, UK Open semi-finalist earlier in the year, trailing Ryan So 2-1. And Hona Suto, who's been a ranking event winner in 2024, has won all of the first 3 against Sharon Shakaran. So Ko, 3 clear again.
Yeah, you saw him raise the hand there, the kiss on the cue ball, bringing it up table. Now the 8 did hang, so normally this 2-7 combination, very low percentage, but the 2-7 onto a big pocket with the 8 there, now that's much more playable. Could play the 2 off the 9 maybe, sending the 2 towards the 8. That's the shot I would look at, and that's what he's looking at now. I think it's a little more comfortable, in my opinion, than the 2-7-8. I think the 9 may pass, may get a little action on the pink as well. So this is going to look like a shot that he's just trying to roll the dice, but really trying to play the 8 more than anything. Narrowly missing them all. What's the pink going to do to the red 3? It's still open. So now Wynn has a chance.
And that's something we've said quite often so far in this match.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Wynn after all that movement. What were there, 4 or 5 balls moving around on that shot? Of course, that was by design. Falling what looks like very straight on the blue 2. Going to be hard to get much closer to the red 3. Seems like a shot maker to me, though, even though he missed that ball in the last rack. I feel like he's a guy that knocks the ball in pretty nicely now. He's overdrawn this. I think he probably still attacks, but now it's going to come into a little piece of the pink, I think, and who knows for shape. Could scratch off the pink in the side where the cue ball's at now as well. He rushed that. Rushed that one, Michael.
Yeah, the frustration continues, doesn't it? Okay, as you say, he was maybe a little bit unfortunate not to have had an easier positional shot when he came to the table. But it goes in the books as another opportunity to put pressure on Ko Ping Chung that he hasn't taken.
Yeah, subtle curve and how good these players are. Ko Ping Chung pointed at that side pocket prior to getting down, knowing the cue ball is going to flirt with that scratch, but he had to shoot it. Again, the 8 helps here. Doesn't have to get much on the purple off this difficult pink to stay in position.
Given the run he was on towards the end of 2023, I think Ko Ping Chung would have hoped to have done a bit better so far in 24 in the big Matchroom events, but you wouldn't say he's done badly in them by any means. Quarter-finals of the European Open, the furthest he's been in one of the full field events. Was a semi-finalist in the Premier League. He actually finished top of the table in the round-robin phase and then lost in the last 4 to the eventual winner, Shane Van Boning. He's also been to the last 16 of the UK Open this year. As I said, he's number 4 in the world, which is exactly where he was at the start of 2024. Clearly was hoping for much better at the World Championship, went out in the last 32 of that. His opponent has let him off the hook once again in this rack. So for the first time, Ko Ping Chung has got a 4-rack lead. And now, all of a sudden, he only needs 3 more to advance to the winner's qualification round. Still playing in the first round. It's 3-all between Tyler Steyer and Wen Nok Nguyen. And the other match we were keeping an eye on there is now over. David O'Cady has won 9-5 against Palakorn Teosakul of Thailand. So all eyes now on this round. Billy Thorpe 4-3 in front of Desmond Go. Robbie Capito's added another one. Leads Adam Mish now 6-0. Jason Shaw, the defending champion, has won the 3rd rack to lead 2-1 over Hai Long Lee. And Ryan So of Hong Kong has carved out an early 3-1 lead over the very good Lithuanian player Pius Labutas. 6-2 then to Ko.
Yeah, you could almost hear it. Caught the one a little heavy. Don't know if he's going to get a shot on the one. His facial expressions tell me no. Maybe the brown 7 got in the way.
On his 7th break, that's the first time in the match he hasn't made the 1 on the side.
Now, pretty easy speed to come kind of 1 rail behind the red 3. The problem is easy to leave some type of bank shot or return safety. Wouldn't mind coming 2 cushions out of the upper right corner, kind of run the cue ball back behind the brown 7 maybe. Now is he looking at a push out? And what some of these top players will think is, why take a chance when I can push out and feel like I can win this battle tactically from the push out? Well, maybe the less experienced player will win. Looks like he's going to drop the cue ball down below the pink. Oh no, he went at the 9. And he fluked the 9 in the upper left corner. Oh, that was surprising all the way around.
Yeah, he looks mildly embarrassed about that. And now the smile to follow. So Ko Ping Chung very firmly in control of this match now. Let's have a look at it again.
And I didn't mind the shot. I think it went off in his hand a little bit. The speed of the shot really turned loose the cue ball and the 1, but did find the 9 going in the upper left.
So the frustration continues for Wen Hong Tuan. He's had his chances in this match. He's so disgusted at that, he's decided he can't stay in the arena any longer. So he's gone out for a little break. So 7-2 now to Ko Ping Chung, and quite suddenly, really, he's turned this into a match that he's very close to winning. Tyler Steyer has won the 7th rack of his opening match against Wen Nok Wan. So that one is 4-3. The match we're watching here, of course, is in the 2nd round, where it's now 4-all between Desmond Go and Billy Thorpe. And not much else has changed, because, of course, that was a very swift 9th rack here. Marcel Price, though, has continued his fight back against Lo Ho Sum. He's back to only 1 behind now at 4-3. And Hona Suto has added another one. 4-0 now he leads against Sharon Shakaran. Yeah, if you're not familiar with the standard format for these Matchroom Open events, it's a field of 256. So if you go straight through with 3 wins, then you're in the final 64 undefeated. But if you do lose a match, you get another chance. The earlier you lose, the more matches you've got to win on the loser's side to get through. And then the 32 players who come straight through each face one of the players who's come through from the loser's side, and after that it's straight knockout all the way through to the final here on Sunday evening. Of course, the idea is you want to get through undefeated, because that means you don't face someone else who's come from the winner's side. But of course, we've seen this a number of times in tournaments recently where guys have got through undefeated and it's ended up working against them, because someone like, for example, Fedor Gorst in a couple of instances has come through on the loser's side. Ko Ping Chung knows all about that from his recent experience at the US Open. But he's closing in on a winning start here at the Hanoi Open, leading by 7 racks to 2.
All right, the 1 down. Did miss it in the last. That's a rare occasion, it seems like, with Ko Ping Chung. But, you know, so much pool going on, Michael. You know, you win these first 2 matches, you get a day off, too, which You know, it doesn't sound like much, but a day off in the midst of the tournament, you know, get your practice in when you want it, regroup a little bit, maybe get a little more rest that's always needed by these guys that are true globetrotters, right? That's a nice thing to have. You know, if you lose a match here, you could have tomorrow off as well. It just depends on how the draw is on the one-loss side. But if you win your first two, you definitely get a day off. And then you'll come back, what would be Thursday, to try and get through winner's qualification.
Yeah, it's almost like if you win your 2 matches today, then you get to come back and almost start a new tournament and come in fresh.
Yeah, you only have to win 1 out of 2 matches. You know, if you win your first 2, there's just, you know, and it should be, there's all kinds of bonuses for the guys to stay undefeated, and that's how most sports are.
Yeah, as I was saying, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. You get through to the final 64 undefeated and it ends up counting against you, but any time, of course, you would choose getting straight through on the winner's side. Federer Gorst, who I mentioned there, was over on the loser side in both the World Championship and the US Open.
Yeah, tricky little shot there. Had to hit it lightly into the side to hold. Could have had a couple more of these, I think, but this should get him, what, his second breaking run of the match? Is that right?
Yeah, he had one in the second rack. So second break and run of the contest, and it doesn't feel like that long ago that Wen was still in with a very realistic chance of winning this match. Not out of it yet, of course, but he's on the brink of defeat now because Ko Ping Chung is starting to take charge. He's had the break and run and now leads 8-2. Robbie Capito has added another one. 7-0 now against Adam Mish. Billy Thorpe level at 4-all with Desmond Go. Low Ho Sum has won the 8th rack, and he needed to. Marcel Price was coming back strongly at him, but Low now leads 5-3 in that one. And Hai Long Lee has won the 4th rack against the defending champion Jason Shaw, so that one is now level at 2 apiece. So, whatever happens, this will be Ko Ping Chung's last break of the match. He's made the one in the side every time, bar one.
Yeah, he's got a shot at the blue 2 from some distance, not easy, but the black 8 crept up on the backside of the cue ball. So I think he wanted to attack to try and finish this match, and why not? Why wouldn't you? But I don't know if he will from here. Key to when you're elevated, it's easy to kind of lay off a little bit and not hit with enough speed. You don't get good contact on the object ball. So make sure you put a little extra, it seems. Wow, how clean was that? Shot of the match there, and there's been a few.
Yeah, magnificent with the winning line coming into view now. And overall, it's been reasonable enough performance. He took a while to settle in early on, was a bit loose, but looks like he's finishing the match in a bit of style here. If this is to be the end, played well towards the finish.
Well, and I think, you know, that blue 2 was something special, and, you know, but I think that kind of defines the difference in a Ko Ping Chung from years ago versus the last few years. You know, a lot of players, they're so smart and so experienced. Once they get the cue ball in line, they keep it to where they don't really have that many difficult shots. You know, they're not all easy, of course, but you wouldn't say that many real testers. But He's become, I think, one of the best after the break with the odd shot. And that's how you win tournaments against all these killers. Wanted a little more out of the cue ball, but he should be fine. You can just pull it up the side rail a bit, have the 8 in the upper left. Now, obviously, we didn't see Wynn's best quarterfinalist last week with a lot of the same players that are in this field this week. So hopefully he'll recharge and get on with it.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with the opportunities he's passed up. Ko Ping Chung, if he pots this 9, will be through to winners qualification to play either Lo Ho Sum or Marcel Price. Lo is leading that one 5-3 at the moment. So it was difficult enough early on, but Ko Ping Chung has finished with back-to-back break-and runs. He had 3 of those in total in the match, and from 3-2 in front, he's won half a dozen in a row to advance by 9 racks to 2, and we'll see him again in a couple of days' time in winners qualification. The only other player already through to that round is Cledio Kachi. His older brother Eklund, World Championship runner-up in Saudi Arabia back in June, will be next up on this main table against Lo Van Swan. That will be along in just a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to the beautiful city of Hanoi, the capital city of Vietnam. It is an absolutely peerless day. Sun is shining, very warm outside, and lots of pool action going on inside the National Indoor Sports Gymnasium. So we've just seen on table one, Ko Ping Chung overcome Nguyen Hoang Tuan. Next up on table one, it will be Lo Van Xuan against one of the big names of the game, Albania's Eklund Kachi. Over on table two, a blast from the past. Kunihiko Takahashi of Japan, the 1998 World 9-ball champion, is currently deadlocked with Nguyen Van Hai at 3 racks each. Next up over there, it is Bui Truong An against Jundel Mazon. So, Lo Van Xuan and Eklund Kachi coming your way in around 25 minutes' time.
Microphone.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
So this is a 4 o'clock match, so they're not going to start the match early. So don't panic about it. But have a practice, whatever. But yeah, it's fine. This is a 4 o'clock match, okay, and they're not going to start early, so I thought they might start early, but different players are always that much quicker. So don't panic too much about rushing them. Keep an eye out. But,
He does have to hang around a little bit, but he can come back next year.
A warm welcome back, just a little earlier than expected. Eklinkachi against Lovan Swan. They've played their practice racks. They are about to lag, and off we go. Kachi, of course, will be a big favourite, but it will be really interesting to see how Low fares. Well, his lag wasn't too bad, but it's Kachi who wins it. So this is the second round on the winner's side. Eklinkachi already today recording a 9-1 win over Duong Man Tien. As for Lo Van Swan, he beat a fellow Vietnamese player, Vu Bardot, 9-4. He's such a good cueist, Eklinkachi. Knocked that in as though it was over the pocket. So the winner of this will get the rest of the day and all of tomorrow off, and will return for their winners qualification match to reach the last 64. They'll play that winners qualification match on Wednesday lunchtime. Should be a nice, easy introduction, this. And we know what happened the last time Carl and I were together. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz broke and ran out in the opening rack and went on to a very comfortable victory. Kachi will be hoping for exactly the same here.
Yeah, such a prolific potter of the ball, Eklinkachi. One of his big strengths, of course. Very good temperament. Lost the cue ball here somewhat though. I mean, look at where the cue ball's finished. A mile off. He was playing for the brown 7 into that top right corner pocket.
He's literally on the 7, but not in the sense he wanted to be.
Played a containing safety shot there, trying to take away the bank shot, which I believe he's done. Yeah, he played a good 7 ball, just trying to get it on the bottom rail. I'm wondering if Eklund will play a kick shot in behind this ball. He can also go into the ball as well, so he's got options.
Played like a kicking stick, get the 7 on the top rail. Well, this does cut a little bit. It's very thin. Don't be fooled thinking this is over the pocket. Boy, you've got to hit this thin. And because you've got to hit it so thin, the cue ball can find a pocket a little bit easier. This is a tough one. Well, he's a mile away. He's going to leave this. He's going to leave it over the side.
We thought it was going to be a break and run out for Kachi. Poor shape on the 7 deprived him of that, but surely he will draw first blood now. Indeed, that is the case. Now, if you know your pool, you will know the story about Declan Kachi last year going so nicely, things going so well, and then abruptly his world changed. He had an accident in a car and was badly injured. So my question to you, Carl, is do you think he's back to 100% now?
Yeah, I mean, listen, only he knows what his arm feels like, but in some ways he was fortunate it wasn't his other arm, because it's his left arm that kind of just rests on the table, doesn't it? If it's the hand that holds the cue, he could have been in a lot more trouble. Obviously, what a tournament he had at the World 9-Ball Championships. What a final it was as well, Phil, wasn't it? Oh, hey up, what's going on here? That would be quite funny. That would have been something I'd never seen.
Well, it was a scratch in the deciding rack that cost him that $250,000. He played a safety, and as Carl Boyce predicted in commentary at the time, the scratch was on. He went in off, and Fedor cleared up. And as if to illustrate my point, another scratch there, although that was more unfortunate. Well, I think this might give us a good indication of just what a threat Lo Van Swan will pose.
Left-handed player, for some reason, they always seem to be the more talented when it comes to potting the ball. I don't know why that is. If you look at the great lefties we've got,
Yeah, same principle applies in snooker. So many wonderful potting left-handers.
good opportunity this. All the balls are in the open. It's a case of keeping the cue ball tight on a string. It looks like he's got all the shots to me, Phil. He needs to slow down though. This is running a little close. He's okay. Always feel like it could send a message to your opponent, this. Shows that you can play the game, shows you're not in for an easy ride.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact he's cleared up, it's the fact he's cleared up looking stylish in doing so. One-one, and maybe match on. Now we've come to that point in the day, this is our fifth match on the main table. Come to that point in the day where only a couple of first round matches are still going on. Tyler Steyer, of course he's desperate for Mosconi Cup ranking points, big tournament for him, He's 7-4 up on Win Ngot Nguyen. And from New Zealand, Sullivan Clark, he's 5-4 up on Liu Nguyen. All of the other first round matches will be played tomorrow. The draw is split in two. We've got plenty of round two matches going on though. Claudio Cacci threw 9-0 against Andre Janoata, and Billy Thorpe on the hill against Desmond Go 8-5.
Didn't seem like there was any real power on the break. Here's another look. Yeah, cue ball looked a little thin. It was flying around the table. It wasn't as bad as I first thought the break. It just seems that when that cue ball starts flying around, it looks a little clumsy. Tricky shot here on the yellow 1 ball. He's got to avoid the green 6 and avoid the 8 ball to get on the blue 2. You can see the blue 2 there on the top of your screens. Got to try and feed this cue ball through a little window, that little gap. And then he wants an angle on the blue 2 because he's got to come back down the bottom end of the table, because look where the red 3 ball is. But if he takes care of these opening 2 shots, all the balls are there. Yeah, he's clattered straight into the 6 and he's hooked. That has gone very wrong, Phil.
Don't particularly like to give mid-rack score updates, but this one is so consequential. I feel the need on table 3. Defending champion Jason Shaw, 6-4 down to Hai Long Lee.
Wow, that could be the biggest story of the day breaking out over on table 3. Look how close the cue ball is to the green 6. That takes away the jump shot. Wise move.
He's clearly a talent, there's no doubt about that. As you were saying earlier, Carl, it takes a couple of racks to decipher a player's ability level, and his is pretty high. Well, at least he made the hit, but I think the 2 goes.
WNTLivescores.com. That will keep you updated on all the tables that are in action. You can see the draw, you can see who's going to face each other in the next rounds. So get yourself over there.
The 2 did go, but it was just a little weak. Had quite a margin of error to get onto the 3 there. I'm surprised he didn't.
Yeah, and he's a lefty, so that means he should be able to stretch over the table and reach this ball.
So you might be able to hear one of the officials calling out the time allowed. It is a 30-second shot clock with 1 30-second extension per player per rack. That's always the case now in World 9-Ball Tour major ranking events on the centre stage table, and I think it's a really good introduction, Cole.
There's a little gap here. Just got to sneak past the pink ball. Just needs to hold up. Oh, that's not bad, you know. I'm not saying he can pot it, but he's got a very easy safety.
You can never tell with Cacci. He's always got that pursed lip kind of look. It's like the world's against him. And I don't know why that was there, because the ball went in easily.
I also think that because Lovan cleared the table in rack 2, Eklund will feel like this is not just, you know, one of these sort of easy first round warm-up matches. I feel like he'll have just zoned in a little bit more. Now that sounds a little crazy, but it can make you do that. Likes to draw the ball a lot, does Eklund. And that'll do okay. He's on the 9.
Yeah, good observation, Carl. There's no doubt about it. I think what happened in the second rack will have sharpened Catchy's senses. He's back in front at 2-1. So these second round scores now. Jonas Suter Camino through without any hassle against Sharan Shakaran. Kuo Po Cheng, well known in the world of pool, suffering a defeat against a fellow countryman from Chinese Taipei, Wang Hun Xiang. Truong Du Tung, 7-6 up on Nguyen An Tuan. Nguyen An Tuan, one of the best known players from Vietnam. Pierce Labutis on the hill against Rayon So. That's over on table 25. It's a vast arena, this. Kaneko Takahashi now 7-6 down to win Van Hai. And Hai Long Lee still in front against Jason Shaw, but only by a single rack at 6-5.
You can see the difference when Eklund Catchy breaks the balls. He's going at full power. That just means the rest of the balls fly around the table. He's got more chance of potting a random ball. SVB does that break so well. Even Fedor Gorst, I feel like in the last 12 months has decided to go for the more powerful break. Here comes the push out, the very next shot after the break. A player can call a push out. You can roll the cue ball wherever you want on the table. You can pot a ball, you can do all sorts of stuff. What you got to bear in mind is that you might get put back into play this very shot. Option will be all about what Lovan fancies here. Does he like the shot or does he not?
Well, we can't say that Catchy's been mistake-free so far. A couple of safeties haven't worked out. A couple of positional shots have gone astray also, plus the scratch. That though, Carl, was poor.
he's left himself work to do here. I think he can still cut the ball in the side pocket. Oh yeah, he could. Wasn't as bad as I thought, Phil, to be fair.
No, good recovery pot that, and everything is there for him, as it was in rack 2.
This slides past the 9, no problem. Just a couple of balls away from tying this match up, and we've seen a lot of one-sided matches here on day 1. Something tells me this could be a little close one.
We've already seen enough to know this will not be a walkover. In fact, it could be an upset, and that's because Lo Van Thuan, much to the delight of the Vietnamese fans, is holding Eklund Kachi to 2-2. Couple of mistakes from Kachi, a scratch in the second rack and a poor safety there. Both have been exploited by Lo, who looks pretty useful to me. Still just those 2 first round matches going on. Tyler Steyer 7-5 now over Win Ngok Nguyen. Looking better for Sullivan Clark from New Zealand. He's 7-4 up on Liu Nguyen. Coping Han and Dean Shields locked together at 6-6. Billy Thorpe now 8-7 up on Desmond Go. That's a momentum stopper. This time it's Lo who suffers the scratch on the break. One thing that's been notable about today, I don't think we've seen an awful lot of racks that have been bogged down tactically. We had one rack. That was in the very first match, where someone lost it after committing 3 fouls. But generally, I think it's fair to say, Carl, the player's been really open.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the beauty of 9 ball. It's fast-paced. Kachi just plays at his own rhythm, though. Actually, when he first come on the scene, you wouldn't believe how long he used to stay down on the shot, Phil. It was almost like your screeners had paused at times, but he has speeded that up. He's still one of the slower players that we have on the circuit. Nothing wrong with that, of course. That's just his style.
One of those players who I think prospers under the shot clock, because that piece of apparatus actually makes his mind up.
Good to see him back, though, isn't it? Unfortunately, had to miss out last year because of this injury that we spoke about.
Yeah, really good. And the year started so promisingly with that victory in the UK Open. The 9 ball to regain the lead. The cue ball just near enough that side cushion to bring in a grain of doubt.
Yeah, he'll thump this ball in though because he's striking down. Wow. Oh my word.
Just close enough to the side cushion to bring in a grain of doubt. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought he'd miss it, but I thought there was a scintilla of a chance.
Yeah, looking at the replay there, his backswing was very quick, and often when that happens, the cue stops too quick and just all your timing seems to go. So I'll tell you what, maybe this break from Kachi chose not to play the US Open. Took a bit of time out. Well, maybe it was not the smartest move.
Well, in snooker, when you take an unusually quick backswing and you become a little more jabby than normal, they say you're putting in a quick 'un, and I think he put one in there. At a very inopportune moment. I'm sure Lo Van Swan can't believe his luck. Eklund Kachi missing a 9-ball. And not a difficult one either. And although it's not a crisis, it's 3-2 in a race to 9. You've been there, Cole. You've missed 9 balls yourself. And when you do it, it does actually put a dent in the old self-belief for a while.
Have I? Have I missed the 9-ball, Phil?
Well, you missed the 8-ball.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I set you up nicely for that one. Well, that break was a lot better, it has to be said. Controlled it nicely.
By the way, if you're wondering what we're talking about 8-ball for, well, Carl missed an horrendous 8. Was it the World Masters, Carl?
I forgot, Phil, to be honest.
We clearly haven't.
Yeah, often people around the world like to keep reminding me about that. They don't want to talk about the good stuff, obviously. It's always the bad stuff. Jason Shaw's won a rack. He was 6-4 down. That's now 6-5. Defending champ. Trying to stay in the qualification rounds. 256 players. All battling it out over the next 3 days to make the final 64. When we have 64 players left, we will be playing single elimination. So just look at the next 3 days, a bit like qualification process. If you don't make it through to the final 64, it's been a bad week.
Yes, and one other thing to bear in mind if you're looking at the live scores, on the losers' side, apart from losers' qualification, all matches on the losers' side, as I say, apart from LQ, they're all race to 8 as opposed to race to 9s on the winner's side.
Just trying to see where this may go wrong. I wasn't going to say that shot. I was going to say the round 7 to the 8-ball. But wow, overhit this. Both players struggling with speed at the table.
It's been a really strange match so far, actually. It's been predominantly good quality, but then cropping up out of nowhere, there's been a horror shot.
Again, lost the cue ball. This is what happens when your cue ball control is off. You seem to chase the finish. I don't believe he can pop this ball anywhere and get on the 8, so it could be a safety. This needs to go. This needs to go. Well, obviously he's not got the 7 near the 8 on that back rail. That's what he was trying. Eklund can pot the ball, but he can't pot it and stay on the 8-ball. So I think he's playing safe. He's going to bank the 7 back up to where the cue ball is.
He's not on song here, Eklund Catchy. He is way off the level. He really is. Every shot he's playing is just terrible at the minute.
Vulnerable, I think, is the word. Susceptible to a shock.
It's certainly not what a captain wants to see when he's about to play in the Reyes Cup in a few days' time. I mean, come on, pal. Get to grips with your game, buddy.
Well, fortunate there that Lo Van Zwan hasn't played the best oppositional shots from 7 to 8.
Complete miss hit there. Can he see this ball? Can he pot it? I know he can see it, but can he see that potting angle? Play it up into the corner. Error after error. No, he can't, Phil. He can only see the left edge. Could get the short cue. Not easy, of course. All depends on how much of this ball he can see. If you try and flick off the edge, it's very easy to just nudge it over that side pocket. You could double bank it onto the top rail, send the cue ball round, lodge him in behind the 9. Bit of an exhibition shot as well. That's the problem. Wow, look at this. Look at this. He didn't hit the 8, so it's a foul.
Well, this is mind-blowing in many respects. That's more than a handful of errors that come as a real shock. But from Lowe's perspective, all donations gratefully accepted. From 2-1 down, Lo Van Zwan leads Eklund Catchy 4-2. Looks to me, the way he's pointing there at the table, he wasn't best pleased. Maybe he thought the cue ball ran off playing that delicate clip off the 8, which didn't have any contact whatsoever.
Yeah, that can always happen when you're slow rolling a ball, though. It's one of the worst shots a pool player can be faced with. Seemed to roll straight, though. Anyway, doesn't matter. He's gone. He's 4-2 down.
Not the only big name who's involved in a battle. Jason Shaw, though, things looking a little better for him now. It's 6-6 with Hailong Lee. Kanehiko Takahashi, world champion, 26 years removed, 8-7 down to Win Van Hai. And I can tell you Tyler Steyer is through that first round with a vital win. He now plays a little later on Edward Koyonjian of Indonesia. Steyer's progress, 9-5 over Win Ngok Nguyen, leaves Sullivan Clark as the only match still going in round 1. Over on table 16, he's on the hill, 8-4 up on Liu Nguyen.
What a wonderful opportunity for Lo Van here. Look at this. 4-2 up, all the balls in the open. I'm not saying this rack is over because we're seeing a few silly errors from both players, not just Catchy. Feels he's a bit straight on this. Yeah, he's aiming low on the cue ball. Oh, it's a miscue. Fortunate. Right, he didn't foul.
This is one of those never a dull moment matches.
Yeah, it's funny how a match can go this way. It's always hard to sort of overcome it, you know, once it starts. even though he's winning 4-2, because he's made a few errors. It's just that little bit of doubt in your mind. You just know you're not quite cueing how you would like.
So it's 4-2. I think it's fair to say it could have been almost any score. Maybe Lowe could have been 5-1 ahead. Certainly, I think Kachi could have been 5-1 up also.
Watch outside pocket. Well, this is just a match of errors. It really is. Kachi needs to wake up though. You don't want to find yourself in the one loss side so early on, especially when you've had chances.
Sullivan Clark has won that first round match 9-4. So, for today at least, the first round is complete. Normally, you'd say, well, it's going to be 4-3. But there's been nothing normal about this match at all. Even the opening rack, Kachi should have broken and run out, and he played a very poor positional shot onto this ball, actually, the 7.
Table 6, Phil. We have a one-rack shootout over there between Desmond Go and Billy Thorpe.
Well, this is an easier 9 ball than he missed previously in rack 5, but again, just a minute chance of a miss. Once bitten, twice shy. Eklund Kachi, thanks to the scratch from his opponent, back within 1 and 4-3. It's not been high quality, but it's certainly been gripping. Dean Shields 7-6 up on Koping Han. Chang Yu Long 3-0 over Chen Xin-Ting, fellow player from Chinese Taipei. Ramazan Akdag and Antonius Kakaris are 1-1. Over on table 16, Fedor Gorsht is imminently going to begin his second round match against Win Doc Tang. And Jason Shaw is at the front. 7-6 up now on Hai Long Lee. Nguyen Van Hai of Vietnam. Congratulations to him. He's beaten a former world champion in Japan's Kunihiko Takahashi 9-7. So Nguyen into winners qualification.
What a beautiful break catch he's got though. I really love the full power break. It's very pleasing on the eye. And if you see where the 1 ball's gone, it's gone down in a bit of a tricky spot because the 8 ball's blocked the combo. But because he's breaking up full power, he's got more chance of fluking another ball, and that's what he's done. It's the green 6 that's vanished. He's in a funny position here. Is he trying to use this red 3 ball somehow with a cue ball? Yeah, on the 8, we've got to be careful. This is leaking near the pocket. It's gone wrong. Another bad shot, Phil.
Well, later on in the tournament, we'll have that slate of statistics, won't we, from the last 16 onwards at the end of the match, which highlights just what's gone right and what's been incorrect. We don't need that slate right now to know that plenty of safeties of catches are not hitting the mark.
will stay at the table, Fluke in the yellow one. I don't think he can pop this and get on the red 3. Catchy will know that, sat in his chair. That's a pool player's intuition. Very good at reading the pool table from your chair. I think that's a foul. Yeah, of course.
I don't think I know. The sound was telltale. It was the most obvious push.
Every single rack, pretty. We've just had drama.
I suppose it's the kind of match call that when you're involved in, especially when you're the favourite like Catchy, you just want to bring some semblance of order to it. You want to have a couple of, in quotes, normal racks, conventional kind of passages of play.
Looks like he's got a little bit of angle here. Not as much as he would like, so he'll have to thump this ball in. Yeah, just to get the cue ball back out. That's okay. Looks like Catchy's going to tie the match up. But he's had help from his opponent.
Yeah, he's not missing this. It is 4-4. Allowed back to the table there because Lo Van Zwan was too ambitious on the 2-ball. Tried to pot it at pace, and by doing that, he simply could not avoid a foul shot, a push shot. Any kind of pot on the 2 call would have been tough from where he finished up. But to pot it at pace and hope to avoid the push, that was impossible.
Yeah, I didn't really understand his shot selection, to be honest. It's just so easy to do what he did on this particular shot. Clearly a push, referee was straight on it.
Yeah, I must say, as a collective, the Vietnamese referees last year and again already this year are showing themselves to be very accomplished.
What's the latest with our defending champion, Phil?
Well, still 7-6 to Jason Shaw. Good win for Lo Ho Sum over Marcel Price, 9-5.
Dry break. This ball will pot up past that blue too, but you can see there with the overhead camera how thin it is. It's really thin this, but it will go. Nicely done. Very nice shot.
That's the thing with this match. You can't describe it as being poor quality because interspersed with all of the myriad of mistakes, we've seen some terrific potting.
Yeah, get the cue ball on the top rail here. After potting the pink 4, that will leave an angle on the purple 5.
I personally think he's got the capabilities of causing an upset here. So much rests on Kachi. The Albanian definitely needs to up his game.
Yeah, very sort of relaxed and fluent, isn't he? Nice potter of the ball. Cue ball gets a little bit away from him at times, and it's done it again there. Maybe that's just the little part of his game that lacks consistency. Because them 3 balls really, Phil, was easy. Now he's got work to do.
Yeah, he's left himself steep. He's left himself this kind of cut 2 or 3 times in the match already. Needlessly. Got some big news I will impart after this ball. Or after the next 2 balls, actually.
Going for the pot, the way he's missed it, he has got away with one. This is a real awkward spot.
Just as the official said 10 seconds left, Eklund Kachi wisely decided to take his 30-second extension. Now the official has to say when they get to 10, and he has to say when they get to 5. And on this occasion he said 5 just as Kachi was about to strike the ball on his backswing. Unfortunate timing, not the official's fault, but at least the 8 ball has come to rest quite awkwardly for Kachi's opponent.
Decent safety though. Distance, good 8 ball as well.
What a big mid-match rack. What a big mid-match ball this is.
Well, look at this one. I can only think he's gone for the bank. He's missed it by 2 feet. He's just way off the level here.
The prospect of a major upset is definitely brewing. Lo Van Swan back in front at 5-4. And the deeper we go into the match, the more pressure Eklund Kachi finds himself under. Now, the news I was going to tell you, great news for fans of Billy Thorpe. It was a tight squeeze, a clean shave, close shave, whatever you like to call it, but Thorpe is through to winners' qualification. Over on table 6, he edged Desmond Go 9-8 in that race for Mosconi Cup points. That could be an absolutely vital outcome as we see the 8 ball from Kachi that effectively cost him the rack. There's Duong Quoc Quang, the leading Vietnamese player, the most well-known Vietnamese player, who added to his CV earlier this year by winning the Scottish Open.
You can see the difference in both breaks. That is a lot softer than Eklund Kachi. Familiar story. After 9 racks played, it's another poor shot. Safety's gone all wrong. Can pot the blue 2 in the bottom left, but the cue ball's going to be running into the green 6, and that means you're not guaranteed a shot on the red 3 ball. He's got to go for this though. He's got to take a gamble. Well, I think overall he's got to be happy with the outcome. Any shot on the red 3 is all you can ask for. Is the cue ball running into the green 6 again now? It's close.
And when you make a few stupid mistakes early on, when your opponent knocks in a few you perhaps don't anticipate, these kind of things happen. And suddenly, Eklund Kachi, well, he's behind the 5 ball and he's behind the 8 ball, if you know what I mean.
He's trying to pot it 2 rails. He's given up ball in hand, and now we are approaching the latter stages of this match.
You and I, Carl, so far today have commentated on a couple of absolute runaways where the result was never in any serious doubt. This is so much more fun, although I don't think Kachi would share that opinion.
Yeah, it's not really a case of, you know, the score, or he may, you know, win or lose the match. It's just the performance that he's put in. It's been dreadful.
And of course, if this is replicated at the Reyes Cup next week, any of those players pride of Asia will have him for breakfast.
Maybe sliding over towards this 9 ball. Put a lid of English on it. Only needed a little bit just to avoid hitting the 9.
Nicely played there with running side to widen the angle of the cue ball and to come away from the 9, past it. And look at this. Carries on like this, though Van Swan will be past the post. He's leading 6-4. Over on table 3, another giant of the game having quite a tussle. Jason Shaw went 8-6 up on High Long Lee, but it's now 8-7. So Shaw's place in winners' qualification with 2 wins out of 2. That could be not a certainty. Coping Han on the hill against Dean Shields at 8-7. Yuan Chur and Tar Van Lin just about to begin on table 15. Chang Yu Long 5-1 up on Chen Sin Ting. Antonio Oscar Karis 2-1 on Ramazan Akdag. Fedor Gorst and Win Duk Tang on table 16. They have begun, still involved in their first rack. Wei Truong An, who we saw play in this tournament last year, he's 2-0 up on Jundel Mazon of the Philippines. And an all-Filipino clash is taking place on table 11. James Arenas, World Cup winner in Spain last year, has lost the opening 2 racks to Jessen Marabi. So many good Filipino players, Carl, that when you haven't heard of them, it doesn't mean to say they aren't very skilled. And I think that's going to be the case in Vietnam in the next couple of years. What we've seen already here today suggests to me the strength in depth in Vietnamese pool is deeper than it was 12 months ago.
Yeah, and this is what WNT is all about. It's about coming to new countries, new territories, and seeing what talent there is out there. And obviously it's the job of the tour to put on events all over the world. And then we find new talent. Talking of talent, Mickey Kraus, the European Open champion. Start watching his teammate Eklund catch it.
And I'm sure, although he probably wouldn't admit it, I'm sure that Mickey Kraus is just as surprised by the level of Catch's performance as we are.
Yeah, he'll also realise that Catchy's had a bit of time out, and you know, pool or sport, it's all about confidence, isn't it?
So Carl, Captain Carl, Catchy's doubles partner for next week. What about Mickey Kraus? That might be a dynamic duo.
Well, I'm sure Mickey Kraus is hoping Catchy's performance improves from what he's seen so far.
Well, he's taken a time out here, and you can hardly blame him, because this is a very worrying period of the match. By the way, for the last few years, Carl Boys, when we've asked Jeremy Jones questions about the US Mosconi Cup team, and Jeremy has remained tight-lipped, Carl has been there saying, "Come on, Jeremy, tell us all about it." And now he's the one who won't spill any beans.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, your doubles pairings for next week, for a start off.
No, I'll just tell Efren, the team sheet. That's a great idea.
Yeah. Poacher turned gamekeeper, I think is the phrase.
I'll tell you after this match.
Yeah, I can't keep a secret though, Carl. I'll be telling the world. I just know one thing. The Reyes Cup next week in Manila. It starts on Tuesday, finishes on Friday. It's a 4-day event, pretty much exactly the same as the Mosconi Cup, 5 players on each side. I would not like to pick a winner at all. I think in many respects, because it's home territory and because of the talent on display, you might make Asia favourites. But regardless of who wins, I think Poole will be the winner, because we're led to believe there's going to be a very big crowd in Manila. And with the Asian team, the composition of that team, they are bound to get absolutely vociferous support.
Well, Eklund Catchy's not got lost, has he? He's taking some time here.
Well, you say about getting lost, there are stories on the snooker tour where players have gone to the loo, the WC, the restroom, whatever you like to call it, between racks, and they have got lost.
Well, he's back, so he didn't get lost. Smart move, taking the time out, get himself out there, regroup, maybe wash the old face down, wake up, because he's got to play a lot stronger in the end of this match now. Well, this break just lacks so much power for me.
Is it on the borderline of being called by the ref?
Well, I think it should have been called, to be honest. Should have been called a long time ago, but listen, maybe he's just giving a bit of time to think he's improved, but it's not. It's very soft. Catchy won't mind that, because obviously he's come to the table. It's a dry break, but nothing easy stands out, does it?
On table 4, I can tell you, Ko Ping Han has defeated Dean Shields 9-7. So it's been a good start to the tournament for 2 of the 3 Ko brothers.
You don't see this a lot, but he might play it into the rail off the 9 ball. That's what he did. He might be tempted at a red 3-ball 9 combo here. If he feels he can't get over on the other side to pop the red 3 in the bottom left corner, he will. He's playing this in the side pocket, so he's going 2 rails, cue ball down for the red 3. Oh wow, look at this. This has just been, I just want to say, unusual. That's what it's been. It's been unusual.
In any Q sports, in any sport, players have bad days at the office. And this most certainly is one of those so far for Catchy.
Yeah, regardless of what happens in this match, usually, you know, I'm just on the fence. It doesn't really matter to me, but I'll be having words with Catchy. I think he needs to get to a club, play a few challenge matches, you know, get in that real battle state of mind, because you just lose that little match sharpness. How's the cue ball? He's got to go. He's playing for the combo.
Of course, we're at the point of the match now where, because of Catchy's many mistakes and because of the scoreline, Lo Van Swan will be fully aware he can win. And when you get to that point as an underdog, the pressure builds.
Nicely controlled. Good news here is it doesn't have to really get close to the purple 5, because once you pop the purple ball, the green 6 is just over the middle, so you can play like a stock shot. That's very handy. Did we update the Jason Shaw match? Did he win? Defending champion, of course. Still 8-7. Wow. It's been 8-7 for ages.
Yes, sometimes there is a slight lag with the scoring, but only for a minute or so.
Clever shot there. Played the double kiss on the 8.
incorrect side of the green 6. So there will be a certain degree of distance between cue ball and 7. Jason Shaw, DC TH, defending champion title holder. He's through. He's beaten Hai Long Lee 9-7, so he'll be back in action on Wednesday to take on another Vietnamese opponent, Win Van Hai, who beat Kunihiko Takahashi 9-7. Actually, Shaw will be back in action on Thursday, won't he, in winners' qualification? I'm thinking it's Monday today. Don't know what day it is, and in terms of that positional shot, neither does Lo Van Swan.
Yeah, it will be a day off tomorrow for Jason Shaw. We will see the other half of the field tomorrow. Well, he's leaving distance here, but I wonder if Eklund will send the cue ball into the 9 and try and pot it. You've got to feel like he's going to have a go at that.
How many double kisses has he been guilty of?
Very surprised he didn't chase the 9 there. It wasn't an easy chase, but you feel he would have got close. As you said, the safety's gone wrong again. Fortunate to leave Lo Van in this position.
Absolutely crucial rack, this.
Yeah, well said, Phil. I fully agree. You know, 7-4 or 6-5, the way the match has gone from both players, this is a massive, massive moment coming up.
Especially in a winner's break format. Now, he played that one very well. For all of his weaknesses with other safeties, that was excellent.
Patience, safety from that man there. Looks like it's paid off. Yeah, it should be okay here, Phil. He's got just a natural angle. Just pop the ball, float down for the 9. Well, we said it was a big rack.
In goes the 9. Eklund Kachi. The prevailing emotion is relief, especially in this winner's break format. So in the next few moments, he could be back on level terms. All going swimmingly so far for Fedor Gorst. He's 2-0 up on Nguyen Doc Tang. Antonio Skakaris 3-1 up on Ramazan Akdag. That's Greece against Turkey. Chang Yulong 7-2 over Chen Sin Ting. These are all winners' second round matches. Johan Churs off to a flyer against Tar Van Leeuwen. He leads 2-0. By the way, I can tell you the next match on table 1 will be, as predicted, Carl. Mind you, it wasn't much of a prediction because it seemed obvious to me, as it did to you. Do Kai against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. The entertainer against the winner.
Yeah, that's a very intriguing match coming up. Make sure you stay tuned. Then you'll see why when that match gets underway.
Michael McMullen and Jeremy Jones will be commentating on that one, and it's one of those matches because of Do Kai's antics. You can't take your eyes off. If you're a fan of baseball and you're watching this in the United States, how can I describe Do Kai? Well, he's like Pool's version of the Philly Fanatic or the San Diego Chicken. Just full of fun, but he can also play. Carl's looking at me with a completely blank expression.
Yeah, baseball, not my forte at all. I know you're a lover, Phil.
Well, yeah, Philly Fanatic is like a mascot, and the San Diego Chicken is someone who goes around to all of the grounds, major league and minor, doing a really funny show, actually.
Where did the baseball passion come from, Phil? It's quite unusual for an Englishman to follow baseball.
It is.
Explain.
I'll tell you after this shot.
Two-rail kick trying to pop the ball. Not easy. Is he going to leave it? I think he is. Okay. Chance for Lovan here.
Most certainly. Yeah, actually, I'll tell you about the baseball at a more timely moment. There's lots on the line here. Namely, the biggest upset of day one by a country mile.
Just wants to run the cue ball through here, land on the top side of the purple 5. That way, when you pop this ball, the cue ball naturally falls down the bottom end of the table for the green 6. This is why we talk about cue ball control. If you have a good cue ball, that's going to make you a very high level player.
Well, there's certainly no disputing his potting abilities, and he's not a banger either, he's a stroker. That's why I think he's well suited to these conditions.
Yeah, just now and again we've seen it. It just seems to be that cue ball, he loses it. Wow. Get the cue ball in the centre of the table. Once you pop this brown 7, and this rack should be over. He's moving close to the 9, the magic number.
No impression yet from Lowe that he's feeling under the cosh because of what he stands to achieve.
It's a little stretch you want. Got to avoid hitting that 9, that would be a foul. Yep, he's going to get the job done. He's going to be 7-5 up rather. And he's just going to be 2 racks away.
Low, as you say, Carl, is 2 racks away from being on a high. Lo Van Zwan is giving Eklund Kachi all he can handle and a little bit more as well. An intriguing situation to this match. Every time you think, well, Kachi will get on a roll now and put together a few racks, he stopped in his tracks. Jason Marabi, 3-2 up on James Aranas. Bui Trong An trying to provide another Vietnamese victory, leading 4-1 against Jundal Mazon. Din Tan Chung 1-0 up on GG. And on the hill, Chang Yulong 8-2 up on Chen Sin Ting. All eyes on this one though, Carl.
Yeah, he's put a bit more pace into the break here, as you can see, but it's still not great. To the delight of Eklund Kachi fans. And Kachi himself, and he's got a shot at the 1 ball here. And this is at the point now, Phil, where Kachi comes to the table. He knows he's got to clear the table here now. He knows it's been so poor. And if he doesn't win this rack, his opponent could well be on the hill.
More authority in that stroke. He's won many a big tournament. He's been on winning Mosconi Cup teams. Broke through as a teenage sensation. But when you're in this kind of situation, it's not what you've won. It's the heart you've got and the nerve you've got. The other thing, of course, Kachi could play faultless pool from this point and still lose.
Yeah, it's not over this rack. He's just looking at where he wants to cue ball here, try and get through the gap maybe. Just to leave the potting angle, so the purple 5 and the 9, that's what he looked at. But then if you look where the pink 4 ball is, he's got to get from there to the purple 5 in a couple of shots' time. Didn't want to nudge into the purple 5. Don't know if that's made it worse or better. It's made it worse.
And these are the little rolls and rubs that can scupper the very best.
Before he clipped the purple 5, it did pot in this bottom left. I don't know if it still pots or not. We're going to find out in a moment. Yeah, it must do, because he's come round to have a look, and I think he can pot this ball, send the cue ball off a couple of rails for position on the green 6 to pop that into the left centre pocket. That confirms it does pot. You just don't feel good about this though, do you? Just the way he's played. Winners, champions, they find a way, Phil. They find a way to win. Is this going to be the same old story? Is Kachi going to dodge a bullet? Is he going to find a way to win this match?
If you're just joining us, one of his many mistakes was to miss the 9 ball in rack 5. But that one was never going to be jawed. Wobbled. No, it was always going to be in. And that's why Eklund Kachi is back within 1 at 7-6, breaking off in rack 14. Yeah, I think you're quite right to say that the game's best find a way, and never was that more apparent than in the World 9-Ball Championship in Saudi Arabia this year. Fedor Gorsht did not bring his best stuff, and yet in match after match he scraped over the line by having the determination and in many respects the luck to do so.
Temperament is the word I think of when you talk about Fedor Gorsht. You know, these pool players, Phil, they're flying all over the world, month after month, playing in all different countries, in all the tournaments. You're not always going to play your A game. It's impossible. So when the B game or the C game arrives, you have to have a good temperament. And that's what Fedor's got. Okay, decent break. He's got a shot on the blue too. And the 3 ball is over the pocket.
I think it's fair to say, and I'm not being critical of Kachi, just being truthful here, I think in terms of how you would grade his performance, certainly to 7.5, it would be maybe even a D, not a C. Most certainly by his normal standards. Well, he didn't try too much there, did he? Kept it conservative. It allowed the pocket to trap the 2 and fall in. The only problem is, when you play it forward, look what he's got on the 3 now.
Yeah, he didn't want to roll it, because, you know, these tables, they can drift, or a little finger mark, sometimes a bit of chalk as well. This is a funny position. Yeah, he couldn't really get on the pink 4 ball. Is he going to play the bank? Send the cue ball round the table. When I say the bank, I mean the bank into the pocket where that green ball is set. It will just pass that ball. It's not easy to control the cue ball and get it round the table. Could double bank the pink 4 on the bottom rail, get the cue ball on the top rail. That is also an option. I think he's sizing the bank up. What a moment we got here. Of course, did not play for the cue ball to hit the 6. He stays at the table though.
Yeah, the pool gods are intervening here. They're saying, look, you've played badly. You deserve to be in a predicament. You deserve to have you back to the wall. And we're not going to make it easy for you. Just got a glimpse of Jeremy Jones there talking to Mickey Krause. Just to repeat, he will be in the commentary box at the conclusion of this one for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Pool's court jester. Dokai.
Good effort this, you know. It really is a good effort. Both players having a quick look. What for left? What's he left me? Is it the short cue? He's going airborne. Not seen many jump shots so far.
What a cracker.
Or maybe he should keep it in his hand, Phil. 1 from 1. Here's another look. Look at this cue ball. Actually controlled the cue ball as well. Is he going to play the hook? Stop it there. Send the 6 ball round 3 rails. This needs to travel. This needs to go. Yep, good shot. Very good shot.
Yeah, as the cue ball was going around after that jump shot, it was apparent that the 6 wouldn't pot. But that's the next best thing. Changyu Long is through, 9-3 over Chen Sin-ting. This one has got some ways to go before a conclusion.
Well, you heard the ref, 5 seconds. Make sure you hit the ball and hope it's your day. It isn't. Catchy's picked up his game from 7-5 down. It was a good run out. Couple of safeties, good jump shot. 4 balls away from tying this up, and then it'll just become a race to 2. He needs a nudge here. Well, can you believe that shot, Phil? Wow.
The match started off. Very first rack. Catchy looked like he was going to break in run. And he dropped himself right on the 7. He's got a little bit more distance between cue ball and object ball this time, but clearly it's not ideal. Caught it fat, and the scratch was disastrous. Lo Van Swan surely will get to the hill.
What a mistake to tie the match up. You know, when Lo Van kicked at that 6 ball with 5 seconds left, where the 6 ball and the cue ball finished, Phil, I cannot believe it's not 7-7. I'm sure Lo Van can't believe it's not 7-7. He won't care, because this 9 ball, and he's on the hill.
On the hill and 1 rack away from creating headlines. He will be the new Vietnamese pool hero, because in this country they're very knowledgeable about international pool. They will know the CV, the career record, the status of Eklund Catchy. And yet one of their own is on the threshold of beating him. This match is right at the bottom of the draw. In winners qualification, whoever comes through will play either Win Dang Tuen or Alvin Angito. Win leading that one 2-1. Right now, all Catchy's concerned about isn't a round in advance, it's winning the next 3 racks and getting out of this. Getting out of Dodge, as they say.
Yeah, I think she's spotted herself on TV there. 2 huge screens in the arena.
Yeah, a different emotion to me when I see myself on TV these days. I cry rather than laugh.
What's he got left with here? Nothing easy. Potted the one though. Well, is he going to try something adventurous here? He only needs one more rack. If he's got angle, he might be tempted. Ooh, I don't know. That is not easy. He could actually play a real good safety shot here. He could two-rail the blue 2 and try and get it back on this bottom rail and use the 8 and the 9 ball to get the hook. I don't see him going for the pot here. I don't see how you get on the red 3 if you pop the blue 2.
This is a general point. The one thing he wants to avoid is to try and protect the lead. He needs to play naturally. He needs to do what he would have done in the first rack, whatever that might be, whatever suits him best. He doesn't want to change his game and his shot selection because of the scoreline.
He played the shot I suggested, but he played it all wrong. He's fortunate not to leave a combination. At first glance, he probably thought he'd left it, but he hasn't.
Well, this kind of tension, it's more associated with the latter stages than day one.
I wonder if he's chasing the 9 in the pocket near the purple 5. Now he's played the kill shot to get the hook. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all.
A while ago, Carl, you utilised the phrase trying to dodge a bullet. Well, now he's in the situation, Eklund Kachi, where he needs to dodge 3.
Has he fluked the 9 for the match? Teasing us.
And that's an illustration of just how close Kachi is. He's playing with fire.
Yeah, he's dancing with the devil. Well, I'll tell you what, he was trying to get the cue ball in behind the red ball. It's gone wrong. I think he's got to play the bank here. He can bank this ball in the right centre pocket. That's the pocket near where the 9 ball has finished. And the reason why I say that is it's actually lined up pretty good. And if you get it, you're on the red 3. That's why you played the bank.
There's excitement around this arena. Our Vietnamese TV crew, they were clapping that one.
If he had an angle, I think this match was over. It's not over yet because he's straight on the red 3. Oh, he's got a bit out of that. It's like sort of, he's played like a bit of a forced draw shot just to create a bit of an angle. Just pot your ball here. You don't have to get close to the purple 5 because it's over the pocket. Just make sure you pot the pink.
Tough pot this though.
Well, you may not get an easier chance, my friend, to win the match. That was a real big opportunity to
to knock one of the big guns over into the one-loss section.
Yeah, we must make that point that before the single elimination last 64, it is double elimination. So if Kachi were to lose this, he wouldn't be out of the tournament, but he would be doing things the hard way.
Well, even that wasn't very convincing, was it?
Time and again he's left himself so close to his work. Time and again.
Yeah, and they're always awkward. Whenever that cue ball's close to your ball that you're potting, it's weird. It feels weird. This needs to keep going. I tell you what, that was a good shot.
Well, I think, Carl, as the rotor has fallen, we've picked the best match of the day to commentate on.
Yeah, from the very first rack, we sort of knew, didn't we? Well, Eklund catch you, Phil. He should have been beaten this match. These balls should have all been low vans. Missing the pink 4. Has kept Catchy in this one.
8-7, and now, of course, the tall, imposing Albanian gets to break off in rack 16. In a moment, we're going to see the shot that could be haunting Low a little later on. This is it. After that bank, it was awkward cueing. It's a ball he would normally knock in, but under this pressure, that was eminently missable. I think the best shot that Kachi played was that one, the 6-7. Now, Carl, you're always extolling the virtues of Kachi's break-off. Can he produce something dynamite here?
Where's the cue ball? Ooh. Well. He's having a look on the big screen. He wants to see the table layout that has been left. We'll get a look in a moment, and I'll tell you how difficult this run out is. There's a bit of work to do. There is a bit of work to do at first glance. Yeah, just having a quick glance there on the overhead camera. When he pots the pink 4 ball, if he gets down the table and he can squeeze the purple 5 in that middle pocket, he may go for the green 6-9 combo for the win, for the match. He's had one chance to beat Eklund Kachi. He didn't take it. This is chance number 2. Eklund will have also spotted what I've spotted. He will know the 6-9 combo is probably going to be the play. Let's see where the cue ball finishes here first though. After potting this, he's got a run down table. Oh, okay, he's on about going into the 6. Ooh. Don't know about this. This can go wrong. Well, I am really, really surprised.
Eklenkachi will be pleasantly surprised. That was a needless play.
Yeah, I thought he could have just stunned down. Play that tricky pot into the side. Anyway, he didn't. That's on him.
Sometimes when you're on the verge of victory, especially an upset victory, players try and make things a little too easy for themselves by attempting a pinpoint position. As I said before, just play naturally.
Similar shot to what Eklund tried earlier on when he missed the ball and scratched. Very similar. I don't believe he can get the 5, the purple 5 onto the 9 as a combo, so I think he's going to play the hook, play this ball through the gap, you get the cue ball touching the 6. If you can't get it touching, just make sure you get the hook. All depends on what angle he's faced with. Yeah, he could get it touching. Oh no. Oh no. I say oh no because Eklund walks round, Phil. That tells us if Low Van can make contact with the purple 5, I think the 9 ball goes in.
It's set on, the 5-9 combo is there.
Listen, it's not easy to hit the 5, the purple 5. But I'm telling you, Phil, if he hits it, the 9 ball goes in. He's got 4 seconds left. He's got to hurry up. He's got it, you know. He's made it.
The referee was in the way. He blocked the 9 ball going in for us to see. And now, Lo Van Swan has blocked the path of Eklenkachi into winner's qualification. That's a better view. The overhead view. 5-9 combination with the cue ball coming off multiple cushions beforehand. It was a spectacular way to end what was an extraordinary contest. The writing was on the wall when Eklenkachi missed the 9 ball in the 5th rack. Instead of going ahead, he went 3-2 behind. Then from 4-4, Lo Van Swan got ahead, and in the end, he got the job done. What a massive upset, and what a boost for the host nation. The whole of Vietnam celebrating Lo Van Swan beating Eklenkachi by 9 racks to 7. Kachi on the loser side of the Mansion Sports Hanoi Open. Next up, here on the main table, it will be entertaining, guaranteed. You'll have a few laughs, you'll have a few thrills. It's Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Do Kai, who's always putting a smile on the face of pool fans around the world.
Heading towards the climax of our day one coverage at this second staging of the Hanoi Open. And this is what's been going on over the last couple of hours, moving into the second part of the day. Here on table one, Ko Ping Chung took a while to settle, but finished strongly against Wen Huang Tuan. Ended up winning 6 racks in a row to finish it out at 9-2. And then Lo Van Swan with perhaps the story of the day so far, beating World Championship runner-up Eklund Kachi just a few minutes ago by 9 racks to 7. Over on table 2, Wen Van Hai, a 9-4 winner over Kunihiko Takahashi, the world champion of 26 years ago. And in play at the moment, Bui Trong An is on the hill at 8-4 against Jundel Maison. Still to come on that table, David O'Cady, last year's European Open champion, former World Masters winner, against Bui Kwok Kan. And rounding off today's proceedings here on table 1 will be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, fresh from his win at the Perry Open just 4 days ago against local player Do Kai. So that will be along on table 1 in due course, and we hope to have your company then.
can do anything. I think it's good to get you. Yeah, let's put it on this one. You don't mind? Yeah. You alright with it? Okay. Nói thế thôi chứ bạn bên kia massage còn quên. Thế ảo. Tao bị cái giấy đấy về. Tao phải đăng ký học thêm một trường nữa. Đã trường rồi. Đã ra rồi. Tao vừa ra tháng 6. Phải đăng, phải đăng ký học thêm một trường nữa. Giờ tao kiểu học thạc ấy. Đấy, giá trị đấy là ở trường kia. Tôi ở trường cũ đi hết. Đi rửa mặt không? Đi rửa mặt cho tôi. Con trước đi dạo trước đi, con trước lại gặp anh Tê. Cốc Tê thì đánh được. Chết rồi.
Welcome back to the capital city of Vietnam, where we're coming towards the end of day one of this Hanoi Open. A country of more than 100 million people. Hanoi, its bustling capital, playing host to a big event on the World 9-Ball Tour for the second year in a row. And this man, Do Kai, certainly made a name for himself in the inaugural staging last year with some of his antics, shall we say, around the table. And he played that exhibition match in front of a huge crowd against the legend Efren Reyes. So it was a very eventful 2023 Hanoi Open for him. And here in 2024, Do Kai again finds himself facing one of the greats of the game, the former World and US Open champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So we'll be getting this one underway in a moment. Eklund Kachi, who was runner-up in the World Championship earlier in the year, was beaten a short time ago, sent to the loser's side on this main table, beaten 9-7 by Lo Van Swan. And the man who defeated Kachi in that World Final in Jeddah back in June has got his own problems at the moment. Federer Gorst has just lost the 11th rack to go behind once again against Nguyen Duc Tang. The Vietnamese player leading that one at the moment by 6 racks to 5. Johan Chua, world semi-finalist earlier in the year, and of course had the great run at the European Open since then, has also been battling hard against Ta Van Lin. Chua is leading though, and he only needs one more. He's on the hill now in that one at 8-7. All these matches in the second round, playing for places in winners' qualification. And Lucius Yap, former US Open runner-up, 5-4 up on Harry Vergara. And Jeffrey Rodder, quarter-finalist at the US Open, is playing at the moment and leading 6-3 against Chen Chen Wei. So plenty to keep an eye on. And to round off our table one action for the day, it's Do Kai of Vietnam. Very much the outsider here, Jeremy, against a back-in-form Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Yeah, absolutely. And Do Kai, a true entertainer. We saw that last year, but don't be fooled. He can play, and FSR knows that as well. FSR a huge favorite, of course, but it's just a matter, I think, if FSR can keep the concentration intact, Kai can make you get a little sideways in the chair at times. Scratch on the break here to open.
Yeah, now one of his opponents here last year actually got quite agitated about it all, and it's a bit hard to put into words, really, exactly what it is that Do Kai does around the table, but you'll see as the match goes on. Meanwhile, what a dream start this is for FSR. Ball in hand, ball sitting nicely. As I said, back in form. That's because he's just won the Perry Open, an event with a strong field here in Vietnam, and a world ranking tournament just 4 days ago.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, a very kind of complex situation for FSR, of course, with that incredible run for what, a year and a half it seemed like, winning at will some of the biggest events in the world, all the biggest events it seems, but then had a, you know, hardware change sponsors, had to go through a few things. Of course, the Moscone Cup last year, and then trying to kind of live up to what he did for some year and a half. And I think he's in a good place now. That's kind of, you know, the pressures of what he had accomplished so much, it's kind of gone by the wayside now, especially with others doing some incredible things. And now Federer Gorst, of course, Federer Gorst doing so well. But FSR back on top, winning that Perry Open right here in Vietnam just a few days ago. Should put him in good setting moving forward here in Hanoi.
So we look to be heading for what I'm sure is one of the shortest opening racks of the day. Do Kai did make the one in the side off the break, but he scratched in the corner. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has made it 10 out of 10. He's played 10 racks today and won them all. A 9-0 winner earlier against Nguyen Van To, another Vietnamese player. That was effectively the decisive shot of that opening rack. Just another winner to tell you about. James Aranis was finding it hard for some time to shake off Jason Marabi, his fellow Philippines player. But Aranis finished strongly. He won 9-6, and he's into winners qualification, where he may face another Philippines player, Jeffrey Rodda, who's been in good form recently. He's leading 6-4 at the moment against Chen Chen Wei. Johan Chua, who partnered Aranis to World Cup of Pool victory last year in Spain, is on the hill at 8-7 against Ta Van Lin. First look at the FSR break. It's come up pretty well, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Made the one in the side. Pretty good opening. A few little kisses on the cue ball, but does have a makeable 2 that does offer position on the red 3. No hanger for sure. But, you know, FSR has never been labeled a slow player, that's for sure. But just first rack, he really kind of flew around the table, and doing the same here in rack number 2.
I think he's got a dinner booking.
Yeah, it could be. And the one thing you'll see with Doe, and I saw it a little bit between racks there, I think he was trying to have a little communication with FSR. Most of those players don't want to turn on and off the focus, right? So FSR as friendly as they get, but he may not respond a whole lot to Do Kai during this match.
Yeah, he'll have heard the stories from last year, and such an experienced player, Sanchez Ruiz, I'm sure he'll have thought, well, can't control what he does, but I'm not going to let myself get drawn into it.
Yeah, big draw stroke coming. Oh, he's miscued. Kind of moved on it a little bit, Michael. The body got, when you need power, it's easy for the body to kind of flinch a bit. And big miscue here in game 2, and not an easy shot for Doe, but one thing you'll see, this kid is a shot maker.
And a very unexpected chance to draw level. Well, looked for all the world as though it was going to be 2-0 in very little time. And Sanchez Ruiz with the massive miscue on the 8 let Do Kai back in. He potted 8 and 9 and has drawn level. Well, there's the break again. That set him up nicely. Good pot on the 2, and everything looked to be going along nice and efficiently. And then this happened.
Yeah, just came across the cue ball a little bit. You'll notice Doe very still when he's actually cueing, but it's after delivery he gets a little more animated, especially if he knows the ball's going in.
Okay, so Do Kai with his second break of the match. Did make the one in the side off the first one, but scratched as well. Let's see what he's got this time.
Yeah, and interesting, he played a lot of draw and spin in the last. I don't know if it was on purpose, but he's going to love this break. I don't know if he's going to get offensive on the red 3, but definitely something he can play a pretty tidy safety, maybe off his right side of the red 3 and run the cue ball up near the 4 and 5. And 3 is up a bit, so I can't say it's not cuttable. But with the stretch and with the bridge, you got to believe it's a safety. Is he going for the bank here? Cueing very heavy on the red 3. Wow, I thought he got robbed, really. I thought he hit it beautifully. You could see even there trying to have a little conversation with his opponent as he's leaving the table. FSR ignoring it.
Yeah, and the one thing you have to say that's different to the matches he played last year, there's a shot clock this time, and that maybe limits the potential for some of the antics and histrionics that we saw in 23 from Do Kai.
Yeah, and to be fair about it, I don't think he's trying to really make his opponent, a little off kilter. And probably the nerves are going. That's kind of how he kind of exhales in a sense. But I think that miscue in the last game and tying this match, even though it's only one apiece, we've already seen it kind of slow FSR down here in rack number 3. Got to go a little bit. Now it's just really ideal. Now here you got to decide, are you going to hit before the side pocket with a little draw stroke, maybe a hair of spin, take a little more on the 7. That's what he's sizing up. Players, they love this schedule of getting to play 2 matches with a little break, but it's been somewhat of a considerable break in the last few hours, and a lot of players don't leave the arena, where I don't know, maybe I would think twice, maybe get out for a bit, get back to the hotel. FSR been hanging out all day, getting a few practice racks in here and there, but now a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it's been quick fire stuff so far. Dokai potted a couple of balls off the break, but he ends up losing that rack. So for the second time, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is 1 ahead. It's 2-1 in this second round match. Still no further update from table 16, where world champion Federer Gorst is 6-5 down to Wen Duk Tang. All-American clash that I'm sure you'll be very interested in. Just starting Jeremy, Max Eberle and Sam Henderson also in this round. So that's one we'll be keeping a close eye on. And Johan Chua has got it done at 9-7 against Ta Van Lin. So through to winners qualification. It'll be a testing one though for Chua in the next round against either Nick Malai or Pong Nam Pham. They're level at the moment at 5-all. 2-1 to FSR.
Snookered behind the black 8, the 2 near the pocket. If the right-hander can reach it, I think he takes on the jump. Definitely the type of jump you want to have, and position is there.
Dokai has also already played today, a 9-5 winner against Brad Lewandowski of the US. No relation to the Barcelona striker, Robert.
Yeah, a few kisses there, and it turned out okay. Maybe the short cue again for FSR. Kind of an odd kick. There are a few kicks. You can go around the pink, couple rails, getting at the 2, doesn't do a whole lot. These players are so good with the jump cue usually. He missed one in this rack, of course, but so good with the jump cue. A lot of times they can really play nice safeties, especially when they're in close quarters. He's going to play the kick between the 5 and 9. Boy, and you got to believe that's exactly how you played it, Michael. And not only say that because FSR, of course, his counterpart David's so good tactically when they play any real first shots, but you notice the speed he played. That's the type of speed when you're confident you're going to hit a certain side and get that separation. Okay, this 2 I think did hold up. I think it has the corner.
Yeah, David you're referring to there is Al-Qaedi, of course, and as I'm sure you know by now, it was confirmed yesterday that Al-Qaedi has been drafted into the Reyes Cup team for next week, replacing Joshua Filler. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz had already been named, so he'll have his great mate alongside him, and obviously you would think it's highly likely they'll play doubles together at some point.
Okay, not the type of thin cut you're too worried about. Is the cue ball going to get lost? So he's going to go on the safety side of things. I think it was a cuttable shot, even though he was pretty stretched. Now, a pretty nice opportunity from probably a situation he didn't think he would have. We saw him bank at the red 3 with the bridge earlier. You got to believe he's going to attack here.
Same outcome this time, and once again he's left the 3 over the pocket.
Now, do you think he plans what kind of movement he's going to have after the shot? Is he thinking about it on the way? Am I going to buckle to the knees? Am I going to jump up in the air?
No, yeah, it looks more instinctive to me.
Well,
maybe the odd time he thinks, yeah, okay, this is what I'll do this time, but most of the time it does look fairly natural.
Yeah, you just wondered because he is talented. I mean, really, if you've watched him play last year and didn't get to see his opening match, he won over, I believe, another American player, but I remember seeing it from earlier. But
Lewandowski.
Yeah.
Yeah, who he beat earlier, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you had mentioned that, but I just kind of feel if it was more about staying still, he'd be even more of a threat in these matches.
Well, we used to always talk about Tony Drago, the former World Masters champion and Mosconi Cup winner, and the way he was just always a bundle of nervous energy. And he always said he couldn't rein himself in, he wouldn't be half the player, but I mean, this guy makes Drago look like Shane Van Bonen in terms of demeanour.
All right, a little thin there. I wanted to catch that much more heavy on the pink 4. He's left a tester, but it does come with natural position. One of FSR's bread and butter shots there, leveling out with a little bit of spin. Probably stuns one rail at the 6 here. No reason to use the second cushion.
Just mentioning Van Bonen there, if you're wondering what he's going to be up to in this tournament. We'll see him tomorrow, starting in the first session of the day against Nguyen Van Viet of Vietnam. So once again, Do Kai did have a bit of a chance, but it's Francisco Sanchez Ruiz who wins. 2 in a row for him, and he now leads 3-1. It looks as though the Federer-Gorst-Nguyen Duc Tang match is embroiled in a very long 12th rack, because it's still 6-5 to Nguyen in that one.
Yeah, I think it was 6-5 when we started this match, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty sure it was. Certainly been that way for some time. Michael Feliciano has been in a couple of ranking finals. He's He's won the first rack against Sai-Pei Chun. Carlo Beato, who'll be playing for Asia next week in the Reyes Cup, has won the first couple of racks against Sun Ji Swan. Lucius Yap is now pulling away against Harry Vergara. That's 7-4. (3-1) then to FSR.
Well, it looked to be a fortunate kiss on the cue ball. I think it was going to get lost in that side pocket. There always are, the players always talk about the unfortunate kisses. Hard to remember some that save you, I think, at times, but that was certainly one of them. Little pinch safety behind the brown 7 here. Tell you, with the 3-6, pretty messy. You don't think it's going to be a 2-9 combination if he happens to get ball in hand, but it's possible. There's a path, 2 rails to that short cushion he's near, up by the side pocket on the top of your screen, and then at the blue 2. And he's going to try and push the 7 and disrupt the 9. He was worried about that early combination, Michael, with the 3-6 tied up, and I completely understand it, but there's a nice 3-foul situation he could kind of produce here. I like knocking the 2 over by the 3-6 and dropping the cue ball behind the 7 maybe.
Ferragorst has lost that lengthy 12th rack, so Wen Duc Tang is just a couple of racks away from a famous win. He leads 7-5.
Still could leave a very doable kick shot depending. Yeah, see, he didn't get the 2 underneath, so now there is an open kick off the side cushion. Beautiful hit. Going to surrender the shot. Now the balls are somewhat open. The 8-9's a little funny, but the 7 near and later in the rack, good chance that FSR produces. And I'll tell you, Michael, one thing I need to do a little research on, and I think it's basically taking a poll from player to player, but you know, when the players take the extension off for certain shots, it seems like it's kind of different from one player to the next. Almost all of them take the extension off when they're elevating on the rail and maybe adding some spin, maybe a swerve shot or something like that. But even on that little safety he played with ball in hand, just bumping the 2 over by the 3-6 and dropping the cue ball behind the 7, he took the extension off for that shot as well. So I'm kind of curious from player to player, you know, what's the rhyme or reason that they added or take the extension off? Besides the obvious, which is reaching a shot. And he's swinging the cue ball, so I think this is a little dangerous. I'd have rather come around, or 1 rail down, excuse me. Now he may be able to draw to the backside. He could certainly settle for the cross side bank on the black 8. I think he might be able to get short side or open them. He's going to get a nice big pocket here with the 9 over the side. Should tap this in now. He's got to work the cue ball up the table because who knows where the 9's going. Oh, this ball kicked big time. Huge kick on that.
Sanchez Ruiz looking perplexed. Dou Kai looking very happy to be back at the table. And with a really good chance to get back to only 1 behind again. FSR was just a couple of balls away from a nice lead at 4-1. Dokai is potted 8 and 9. So again, he trails by just a single rack. It's now 3-2. Not sure whether I gave you the Johan Chua results, but I can confirm either way he has closed it out at 9-7 against Ta Van Lin. Also in this round. David Al-Kadi is level at 1-all with Wee Kwok Khan. Lucius Yap still looking for a couple more against Harry Vergara. Yap's lead is now 7-5. Just look at the way he's jumping up out of the shot almost before he's hit it there. Jeffrey Rodder on the hill now at 8-6 against Chen Chen Wei.
Yeah, not what he wanted there, and not the hit on the rack at all. Pretty thick overall on the one. That's why it ended up short of the side pocket. If he had a playable two ball, I think he goes after this long rail bank shot to the lower left where he's standing, but this ball kind of jumped off the rail. This is going to serve up a nice shot. It does offer some position on the blue too. Maybe a 3-9 combination to tie our score here.
Oh, well, that was not pretty viewing, either in terms of how he played the shot or the outcome. We got a very good look at it from behind the pocket there. What a let off that is. Second year in a row that Dokai has faced a former World and US Open champion in this event, because in his first match last year he played Mika Immonen, was heavily beaten in that one. He did eventually find himself in round 2 on the loser's side. That was where he was beaten 8-5 by Marcos Sanz Marin, but really the big memory for him was that exhibition at the end of the week against Efren Reyes in front of a massive crowd here.
We didn't catch it this match, but I'd like to see Doe's practice rack and see what happens when he knocks the balls in a practice game and how much different, if any different at all. Tell you what, ball in hand, a little surprising he's sizing up this combination. I think you got to try and run out here. You can play short side on the 4 for the upper right. The 3 does play, especially ball in hand. You got to figure positions there. The 4-7 combination, not that difficult either. So a little surprising here. He's going to set this up with a hair of an angle so he can draw the cue ball back to the end rail.
Scrappy stuff so far in this 6th rack.
Looks like he may play this with a bit of speed. Watch out, 9-ball. Also watch out for the scratch where he's standing.
Well, for a rack where only one ball has gone off the table, it's been quite eventful so far.
Yeah, FSR in the trees a bit here over the 3. Probably just chips the 2 below the 9, comes across using the 3-5-6 as some type of cover. Just did get there.
This is all part of his act as well, guiding the traffic there.
Yeah, like you said, just 1 ball down here in rack number 6, but have you ever seen so many balls move in a rack from shot to shot without one being made? Is he dropping him behind the 8 here? This has got to go a bit. Okay, did get the cushion. Really good speed, actually.
Yeah, the scratch on the side, but of course it already made the illegal contact on the 8, so ball in hand. Started off so quickly in this match. FSR looked like he was going 2-0 in front, then had the miscue and maybe lost a bit of rhythm since then, but chance to get it back here. Starts the visit with the 2-8 combination. They're sitting pretty nicely.
Well, you know, Dokai, I'm sure recognizes he's an underdog in this match. But I'll tell you one thing I like, though, as an underdog, nothing wrong with staying aggressive. You never know, you know, 9-ball pool, the balls can roll your way a bit. And he's definitely has enough skills to win games and put some pressure on FSR. Looks like he's going to play this in the side. Could follow all the way down for the purple in that middle, but he's going to try and get to the short pocket. Really good touch. Little bump at the 6 here, maybe able to coast by it.
Win in the Perry Open last week was the second ranking title Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won in 2024. He's now won 7 ranking events of various sizes since the current structure began almost 3 years ago, which is more than anyone else.
Well, like you mentioned, he's made it to the Reyes Cup as a wild card. You know, this is the cutoff for the Moscone Cup here at the Hanoi Open. You know, most likely those picks won't go in for a week or so. So, you know, be a few players, Michael, that get to play in a very tough setting that may really kind of make a little pitch for a wild card for the Moscone.
So ball in hand, decisive there. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is a couple clear once again at 4-2. And Jeffrey Rodda has now closed it out at 9-6 against Chen Chen Wei. So Rodda will be tough opposition for James Oranis in the next round. Alvin Anggito, the promising young Indonesian player, 7-5 down against Win Dang Tuen. Although Anggito has just won the 13th rack while I was talking there, to get it back to 6-7. Lucius Yap has made it to the hill now against Harry Vergara. That one is 8-5. Tyler Steyer has lost the first rack to Edward Koyongian, another of the Indonesian players. Michael Feliciano has won all of the first 3 against Sai-Pei Chun. And Fedor Gorst has won that 13th rack now, which he needed to against Wen Duk Tang. He's still behind, but now trails by just 1 at 7-6.
Successful break from FSR, getting the one down in the side. Those 2 balls open, but not easy. I don't think it's very cuttable. It's a cross-side bank that the players rarely want to pass on, especially if there's some type of reward, and the 3 is open.
Just a bit more detail on Gorst. He was embroiled in bit of a safety battle on the 2 ball in that 13th rack against Wen Duk Tang, but once he'd prevailed in that, he ran out from there.
Intended bump there on the perp. Got to pocket a little bit of a long shot up in the corner, but I don't know. Okay, that did slide. Smart side to kind of miss it on, though. I mean, from that real small angle, you can use the side rail a bit.
So it's going to be a swift kill in the 7th rack. FSR has his biggest lead yet in the match. He's 3 ahead now at 5-2. The other match that we're keeping a close eye on is the one going on table 16. No change there. Fedor Gorst still 1 behind at 6-7 against Wen Duk Tang. Sam Henderson has won the first rack in the clash of the Americans with Max Eberle. All these matches, remember, are playing for places in winners qualification, which will be the day after tomorrow. Carlo Biado, Reyes Cup bound next week, level at 2-all with Sun Yi Hussan. Fitim Haradinaj is 4-1 down to Salvador Garcia of Spain. David Al-Qaidi trailing 4-1 against Bui Kok Kan from the host nation. There's Mickey Kraus. High times for him, and another good run at the Perry Open. He's playing here. He's Reyes Cup bound and has a great chance of being in the Mosconi as well. So no one in the side, but he has got something down. 2 going in the corner.
Yeah, it seemed he took a little speed off as normal. There, did pocket the odd ball. Nothing really offensive to attack on the one. Should be some type of simple safety. Okay. You don't think he was really going for that combination, but maybe so.
So that hasn't worked out. FSR. Have a look at the one here. Just sort of gradually taking control of the match. Started off so fast.
Yeah, probably goes into the pink here. Trying to hold the cue ball. Caught it a little thin. Not going to get the results he wanted. Not snookered, but definitely was a runnable table. Could sneak the 3 up the rail a little bit. Come back behind the 8. Could go behind the 6 as well, trying to use the 7 maybe as a blocker. He decided to come all the way over with the 3 and a really nice cue ball.
Yeah, keeping Dokai under a bit of pressure. FSR now firmly in charge of the match. There is a shot clock in operation here on the main table from the start. That's a recent innovation in the game. It used to be that there was no shot clock until we got down to the latter stages of events, but I think it was decided it was a good idea to bring it in on the main table from the start. The ball in hand has been used to good effect by FSR so far in this match, and that's the situation he's in again.
Just a little stun to the rail and then by the 6.
A Perry Open that FSR won last week. First prize was only just less than they're playing for this week, so a lot of Mosconi Cup points there. He's given himself a very good chance of qualifying automatically as he looks to make the team for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah, and like talked about earlier, he'll get to play in that Reyes Cup in that team setting before those wildcard picks are chosen for both America and Europe for the Mosconi. So you never know what kind of presentation he may give for Jason Shaw.
Yeah, certainly if he doesn't make the 3 automatic qualifiers, he'll be very much in the conversation to get one of the picks. And he's very much in charge of this match now. That's 3 in a row. And news from table 16, Federer Gorst has won the 14th rack to draw level now with Wen Duc Tang. That one is 7-all.
Okay, the blue two's very open. What's the brown 7 going to say? Not much about it, so potentially could extend his lead here, and I'd say he's a favorite to do so.
You know, we've been talking a lot about that Perry Open that he won, and you look at the list of players he beat to win it. Along the way, he saw off a couple of guys who've won major tournaments this year, Robbie Capito and Mickey Kraus, who he edged Hill in the semi-finals. He also saw off Duong Kwa Kwang, who'll be playing for Asia in the Reyes Cup next week. And he beat Torsten Homan, two-time world champion, Hill in the last 32. He had a quarter-final win over Paulo Galito of the Philippines, who made a big impact on that event. And in the final, he was a 13-11 winner against Dimitris Lukatos. So it was a really hard event to win. You have to say he's not finding things too hard here at the moment. It's going to be another very short rack. He's run it out from the break, and now he only needs a couple more. That is 7-2 in favour of the former world number 1. So as we look at some of the moments from that, just to update you on what's happening elsewhere. Sai Pei Chun, after losing all of the first 3 to Michael Feliciano, has got it back to 3-2 now. Carlo Biado is trailing 3-2 against Sun Yi Swan, who's won 3 in a row from 2-0 down. Tyler Starr level at 1-all now with Edward Koyongian of Indonesia. Lucius Yap still looking for one more. It's now 8-6 in his favour against Harry Vergara. 7-all between Alvin Angito and Wen Dang Tuen. Winner of that goes through to winner's qualification to face Lo Van Swan. He's pulled off the upset of the day so far with his 9-7 win earlier against Eklan Kachi. 2 more will do for FSR.
Looks like a safety behind the 9. This was always touchy to me. Trying to go that rail and up on just, you know, half the 9 ball. Not easy. May have looked at really kind of cutting the 2 towards the 9 rather. Run the cue all behind the purple 5. Doe's going to attack though. I don't think you're going to see a safety here. A little fortunate on the miss. Gotta kind of watch out for the dig on the cue ball here. And first things first, pocketing this 2 is that's the priority, but the cue ball will be going towards the upper left. A bit anyways. Contact there. Not what he wanted, but it shouldn't hurt him much. Queuing near the rail. Looks like he's gonna kind of move the 7 a bit to get position on the 5.
Okay, so he's on the 7 here, and really, he should see it out from this position. Win his first rack since rack 5, which got him back to 3-2.
Yeah, very skillful player. I mean, of course, he's got his movements at times and whatnot. And maybe, could play a bit more safe here and there, but very capable of running the table, so that makes him a dangerous player.
Maybe just put a bit more pressure on himself on this 9 than was absolutely necessary, but he'll still fancy making this. And by doing so, he gets it back to 7-3, snapping a losing streak of 4 racks in a row. Still 7-all between Federer Gorst and Wen Duc Tang. Gorst has won the last couple of racks in that. Sam Henderson has taken rack 2 to now lead 2-0 in the All-American clash with Max Eberle. Sun Yi Xuan has now won 4 in a row against Carlo Biado to lead 4-2. Tyler Steyer just in front of Edward Koyongian at 2-1. David O'Cady's come back a bit. He still trails against B. Kwok Kan, and it's just 4-3 now. Alvin Anjito of Indonesia is on the hill. 8-7 against Wen Dang Tuen.
There's a push-out situation coming. Difficult. May push out and pocket the 8 here. That way he can roll out, to this bottom side of the table and not give up a 1-8, a bank combination that's very playable.
FSR reached the last 16 of the inaugural Hanoi Open last year, was beaten by Sanjin Pelovanovic, who went on to the semi-finals.
Yap has now lost another game. It's 8-7 there. And the Philippines just keep bringing the great players, it seems like. I don't know Harry, Yap's opponent, but another Filipino player here to win.
Yeah, Harry Vergara just one behind now against Yap.
Not the best effort there from FSR kick shot, but I really felt Doe should have taken, but now a smart choice. He's going to get a pretty easy combination to start.
That is truly astonishing. How has that 8 stayed above ground?
Yeah, it's the deep shelves on the Rassin table. One thing that's easily overlooked when it comes to the degree of difficulty on a pool table is how far the shelf goes into that pocket. Makes a huge difference on, a lot of misses and makes.
news of another winner, Phuong Nam Pham from the host nation. Had a few decent runs in ranking events in 2023, including reaching single elimination here. He's beaten Nick Malai 9-5 and will now face Johan Chua in winners qualification.
All right, he'll broaden the angle here a little bit, I think. I don't think the 7 plays in the corner. I think he has to drop for the side, so kind of thought he'd come one rail for the 6 in the middle. Trying to not go past it much. Doesn't seem too concerned, though, so maybe the 7 does pass. Yeah, I thought it would be the brown in the right middle. Yeah, a little shake of the head, so a little short of where he wanted. Now he's got to draw up on the back side of the 9. Always nice to fall straight in on these, Michael. If you're an inch or two either way, this becomes a very difficult shot.
And with that, the Spaniard gets to the hill. It's now 8-3. And Federer Gorst is on the hill as well. He's won the 15th rack against Wen Duc Tang, who lost it with 3 consecutive fouls. So Gorst 1 away from coming through. It's been a tough test for him there. Liu Ri-Teng, a player who's been steadily enhancing his reputation. 5-0 up now against American Steve Fleming. Michael Feliciano has a 5-2 lead over Sai-Pei Chun. Carlo Biado 4-3 down now against Sun Yu San, who had won 4 in a row prior to that. David O'Cady, who was 4-1 down against Bui Kwok Kan, is now level at 4-all. As the head of Matchroom Multisports, Emily Fraser, looks on. Such exciting times for the Matchroom pool scene. The Reyes Cup next week. And of course, the Moscone Cup going to Florida for the first time at the end of next month.
Yeah, not only going to Florida first time, but first time outside of Las Vegas for the American side of the Moscone Cup. Started in Vegas in '03 at the MGM. Bounced around Vegas a few times, but now in the great Sunshine State.
Yeah, who was that young man who made the winning 9 in that '03 Moscone? I can't remember what ever became of him.
Yeah. Car salesman or something. I don't know.
Well, it was, of course, JJ himself.
Yeah,
Well,
good,
go on,
good
JJ.
times. Good times, Michael. I actually was fortunate enough to make the first 2 winning ones there in America, '03 and '05. Dogged it 1 year before, and York Hall had a chance to make the winning 9 ball, but played a bad match.
Yeah, it was always played in Europe in the early years, but started alternating, as you say, just over 20 years ago. Well, it was the Spanish player who made the winning 9 in the Moscone Cup last year, David O'Cady, and his great friend and compatriot Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It's these 3 balls to get through to winners qualification at this Hanoi Open.
Yeah, I don't know what Doe's nickname is, but we'll call him the entertainer. This will be his first loss, so he'll be back. Did get a win earlier today, so he'll have a day off tomorrow, and I think we're all kind of fans, so he'll be back on Thursday.
And Dokai comes forward and decides that's enough, so Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is the winner. He was only just in front at 3-2, but he really took control after that, winning 6 of the next 7 racks, and he advances by 9 racks to 3, and he will play either Max Eberle or Sam Henderson for a place in the final 64. They are level in their match at the moment at 2-all. So a bit like when he won the World Championship at the start of last year, Sanchez Ruiz not being asked to pot the winning 9 ball, but the victory is complete. So let's have a look at what's been going on the main tables today. These are the results from the later part of the day, and you can see the story that really stands out there. Lo Van Swan with that 9-7 win over this year's World Championship runner-up Eklund Kachi. Ko Ping Chung with a tricky start, but really took control after that to beat Wen Huang Tuan 9-2. And we've just seen Francisco Sanchez Ruiz getting through. Over on table 2, Wen Van Hai was a 9-7 winner over Kunihiko Takahashi. And Bui Trong An winning 9-4 against Jundel Maison. David O'Cady was 4-1 down against Bui Kwok Kan, but is now levelled at 4-all over on table 2. So that concludes today's play on table 1. Here's what's coming up in the early part of tomorrow on the main tables. Shane Van Boening, the 2022 world champion and recent US Open runner-up, just missing out on that record 6th. He'll start out here against Wen Van Viet. And Duong Quoc Quang, who'll be representing Vietnam as part of Team Asia at the Reyes Cup next week, will face Trang Minh Dung. Over on table 2, Do Tae Kien faces Do Hong Quan. And then it's Albert Manis against Jundel Maison. So that's what's coming up in the early part of tomorrow's play here at the Hanoi Open. So play still continuing on the other tables. You can look in on Matchroom Multisport YouTube to see the rest of that David O'Cady match. But that wraps up day 1 on the main table. The big story here has been the defeat for Eklund Kachi. Fedor Gorst is still battling away in his match over on table 18 as he looks to avoid the similar fate to the man he beat to win the world title earlier in the year. So still plenty going on this first day in Hanoi, but that wraps things up for today on table 1, and we look forward to your company again tomorrow. For now, bye-bye.